Desha_Shep was first.
Yo, what up, Desha? Yo, what up, Morp? I thought we would start with something that I'm interested in. I've thought about, like, is there a way to balance power stancing? And I just want to test it. Just to know. I just want to know. How good is power stancing? Is power stancing actually so broken that there was no solution? Because it is now officially banned in the rules. I just want to know. It's gonna be a fun one. Perhaps. Alright. Random seed build season. Open up the tarnish tool. Streamer.bot actually opened, so all the camera stuff and all the bot commands will actually work. Unlike last time. Open this, open this. Open Bingus mod. Power Stancing is banned now, yes. It has been officially banned. OBS. Show Elden Ring. There it is. Okay. I'm gonna start a new character. Which can start with a great axe. And we shall call him Jump Slop. I want to see. I just want to know. I just want to know how good is power stancing. I just want to know. Just want to know. Is Jump Slop truly that slop of jump? All right, here's my thought. Use all 160,000 runes worth of starting money to get to a certain level. What level could I get to? 41. Seems reasonable. And see, maybe I should go a little higher. Maybe I should go to like level 60-ish. But make the most powerful jump slop build I can and the most powerful non-jump slop build I can. And see what is the difference. Is Jump Slop actually that much better than every other build in the game that no other builds can compete? Or is it within the realm of, yeah, you could do other stuff that's more powerful. Because if one weapon is good, what about two weapons? Yeah, if you really think about it. Okay, so what? Would I use Bonding Knife for both? I'm just going to use whatever random two great axes this seed happens to give me. So I'm not going to do anything special and like, oh, I'm going to specifically, just whatever two random ones this particular seed happens to give me. So this is a talisman worth testing. This is a talisman worth testing. This is a talisman worth testing. We'll end up having Blade of Mercy. This is worth testing. Well, this is just worth having. This is worth testing. This is worth testing. This is worth testing. Let's just assume no greases, because I feel like the greases kind of even out. I think that's everything worth testing. Approximately. Oh, I could test with, a little Golden Vow Flame Grant Me Strength, I suppose, as a potential. I don't know if I will end up actually wanting that, but a potential. That is all potential. Now, travel to Bonnie Village so that I can get the other Great Axe. I think multi-hit might surpass it, but multi-hit needs a lot more setup. Well, there is no such thing as needing setup in the DLC. You just buy what you want from Kale, so... Oops, that's not the Great Axe check. How could I have forgore? The Great Axe check that I always do. Oh. Well, apparently I am gonna have 2 butchering knives in this particular seed. That was not on purpose, but we got a butchering knife and a sacred butchering knife. So I guess that's how we're doing it. Okay. I'm also going to, and you might claim this is slightly cheating in some way, but I'm going to force having enough endurance to have the armor set in the testing that I'm gonna do. Because I think armor is quite good, quite nice, and I think, you know, if Power Slop is only better if you do it by sacrificing having armor, then, you know, that's at least a discussion to have. If I'm forced to have the entire armor set as part of my jump slop build, does that balance it? Question mark? Because the extra weight of the jump slop forces enough endurance? Question mark? Okay. My time? I'm not timing anything yet. Yo, Quenter! Thank you for the Prime sub. Holy, almost a year. Holy. Is armor even an argument in Souls games other than fashion-wise? Nope. Well, unless you're CBD or sometimes Aggie, depending on the day. But, yeah, in general, armor is, like, very clearly very good. Okay. So now give many a rune. So I'm gonna need 20 dex, 16 strength. It shouldn't be sacred though. Well, I'm making the strongest build I can anyway, so let's go get Savage Lion's Claw so I can travel to 3 Path Cross. Foot stomping is funny? What foot stomping? Oh, whoops. Too far. And then I'm... Oh, I didn't touch the grace, so it doesn't count as being collected. We're also gonna grab the, Ash of War duplication. Do you have to do that at Hugh? But so that I can duplicate Savage Lion's Claw. So that both of my butchering knives can have it. Maybe test with Omen Cleaver since it's arguably the best you can get. No, I will not. The reason I will not test it with that is because the idea isn't that the best that Power Stance could ever get is better. The argument that people have made is that there's no reason ever to do anything that isn't Power Stance, is the argument that's been made. That 100% of games, you're always doing Power Stance. You'd be silly to ever even try doing anything else. So I'm going to go with a random Power Stance build that this seed happened to have. Nothing special about it. I didn't specifically set up a seed for the perfect Power Stance. Is there other builds I can make that are just as powerful? Because if the best possible Power Stance is better than every other build in the game, fair enough. But for something to be banned, the random whatever Power Stance, I think, would have to be, you know, as good, better, whatever, than the best other builds in the game. I think that's the only reason it would be truly 4 bosses. All players, 4 bosses. Let's go. Aggie, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. I want to test some jump slop. I want to see how overpowered it is, because I don't think anybody ever actually, like,
4 bosses, Mitchage,
figured out how much better it is. I want to know. Can you make a build that's better than jump slop? Is it even possible? We're going to find out. Jump slop has been banned. Yes, permanently banned in the rules. So, I'd like to know, how egregious is it? Or not? Question mark. RKR per chance. Only using things you could get in the DLC, because we're going to pretend like, what could you actually get in bingo? I want to see how good would it be in a bingo context. And you can't get Royal Knights Resolve in bingo. Not really possible, so. It was banned. Yes, apparently it is officially banned. I have been informed in the Discord. Should be in the actual rules. Who banned the slop? Dom did. He is the bingo baron. He is the man who makes the rules. The rule man. Okay, how much endurance would I actually need? Oh, plus talismans. Jump slop is probably this, and Blade of Mitchja? We probably pick up Blade of Mitchja. Thank you for the hydrate. Deflect counter build? Okay, you can probably make a better deflect counter build. Obviously, my, like, anvil hammer build in all bosses 4 players is better, but that's a little unrealistic because you're not usually going to be killing... You can't just kill the fire or the furnace golem to set up your build. So I want, like, a build you could just set up, you know? A build you could just go out and get. So I'm going to do only testing with things that I think you actually could go get reasonably in a DLC game. Blade of Mitchja, absolutely something you could get as part of your build. It's in the pre-season 6 rules, not season 6 yet. Oh, it was like put in the wrong spot. Oh, well.
Bless you.
I'm pretty sure we were informed. I'm pretty sure there was a message in the Discord. Yes, banned. It's in the rules.
It's a good idea until maybe we nerf jump talisman by increasing price.
So I kind of think jump talisman maybe just would be gone. We'll see. We'll see. I want to see. I want to see. If you took away jump talisman, would jump slop be banned or be balanced?
The coin flip and chooses tails.
Is it only jump talisman that makes jump slop OP? Is it OP even if you took away jump talisman? That's what we're going to be testing. We're going to be testing all of it. You know what else we're going to get for testing? We're going to go to Temple Town Ruins. Now this is not every game. Not every game could you go get two-handed talisman. But you don't have to kill anything for it. It's a potential rush. There are absolutely games where you have it, so I'm also going to grab that. Two-handed doesn't help. Two-handed does help, so I'm going to get it. Can still get the jump attack bird bikini even without the talisman. Yeah, which one is that that gives it?
Should welcome back to the bunch.
Wait, where? Ah, there it is. You know, I finally just actually read the name and realized what that says. Pizzen. Thank you for the membership. Yo, welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Celebrates 1 month of membership. Riz easy. It was extremely crunchy today, at least on YouTube. Really? I'm not seeing any frame drops or anything. Is jump slop about only power stancing or is it about any jump attacking? It's about power stancing specifically. Power stancing is what is banned or being banned or discussing being banned. Randomizing together axe and great axe, hammer and great hammer is one of the reasons why power stancing is so easy to set up. Yes, but it's also one of the reasons that DLC has felt more consistent and fun, in my opinion. I think if you go to check the great axe check and you get just an axe, you could have a bad time. You could have a bad game. I like that there is great axe in Bonnie because that's my floor. If I check the classes and there's garbage, and I check roundtable and there's garbage, at least Bonnie's got my back. If nobody else has got my back, at least Bonnie Village has got my back. And if that's just an axe, then I'm sad. Then I'm very, very sad, and we're crying in the corner. Okay, so we've got that. Is that all the, like, talismans and stuff we want for testing out? Probably. So we could probably warp ourselves. I'm just gonna go with Gaius. I feel like Gaius is just, like, a simple, easy, testable one where he's relatively consistent in terms of the time it takes to kill him, I feel like. Shadow keep back gate. That's me in the corner. Now, Bonnie, the starting classes shouldn't have always had a great axe in it. They don't always have a great axe in it. They have a great axe in them less than half of the time. Okay, so I'm going to force. Okay, so let's make our jump slop build is gonna be this, right? It's gonna be Ritual Sword, Claw, Rotwing, Blade of Mercy. That makes sense to me. Thank you for the hydrate. What two-handed helps with it? It doesn't help with jump slop. It helps with what I'm going to test jump slop against. I'm going to test jump slop against things that are not jump slop. And we're going to see if I can make a more powerful non-jump slop build than jump slop build. That's the idea. Gonna force what? Gonna force enough endurance that I can be medium load with a full set of armor. Which, I will admit, is kind of, quote, nerfing jump slop a little, because that's one of the big downsides of jump slop, is that it's just really heavy. So forcing levels into endurance means less levels for other stats, but I think that's somewhat reasonable. Right? In the same way that maybe you wouldn't need a full set of armor if you're doing jump slop, but if you wanted the same amount of armor as other builds, you'd have to put some more points into endurance, and so you'd have a little bit less into damage stats. Didn't Tom do the math? That starting class or roundtable has great axe hammer approximately 90% of the time in the DLC.
The result is
I haven't looked through that math yet, but he said it was like 32% for it to appear in roundtable and 20% for it to appear in starting class or something for both hammers and axes, almost the same, which should be 1 minus 0.32, that number squared, times 0.8 squared, which should be a 30% chance to find none of them, which should be only a 70% chance to have Powerstancing, but he came up with a different number, so I'll have to look at his numbers later if I was mistaken on that. Okay. So anyway, jumping and slopping. It's without replacement. Gotta do your P's and C's.
Puked has been timed out for
oh.
a week. 07 in the chat.
The weapons you get in starting classes can't also appear in roundtable. Well, that actually just makes it easier. That just makes it easier, right? Because you just have exactly a certain number of weapons that you have. It's just exactly the number of starting classes plus the number of weapons in roundtable, and it's just the chance that all of those are not a great axe and not a great hammer. So you can just count the number of weapons that you have and count the number of total great axes and great hammers and just compare those two. I think they're different pools, but the pools are without replacement. I don't know, my brain is fried. It was over 90 Fahrenheit. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Okay. So jump slot build. We agree with this. Oh, I also need to equip the Wondrous Physic. We'll go Thorny Green Burst. Let's not worry about, let's assume a Skidoo level of 6. I feel like that's a very middle-of-the-road Skidoo level. In a high Skidoo level game, you're going to get to like 10-ish, but on more of your rush squares, you're going to be below 4. So Skidoo Tree 6 feels like a solid middle ground for testing. Is Millicent's Talisman not worth it? You can't... Well, we don't get Millicent's Prosthesis, if that's what you mean. We only get Winged Sword Insignia and Rotten Winged Sword Insignia, and Rotten Winged Sword Insignia is just the better version, and they don't stack with each other. So, yeah, all we get is Rotwing, basically. Okay, I need at least 16 Strength, 20 Dex. We'll start with that. 16 Strength... 20 Dex. Please start with that. We then are going to calculate how much endurance I need. I'm at 46.6. So 46.6 divided by 0.7 is 66.6. I need to have 66.6 equip weight. Okay, so 22 endurance. The rest I could spend on whatever, so I guess the rest would go... Oh, also I want them not to be... I want them to be heavy, probably. Oh, and I need to duplicate it. A lot of work to set up a build. Don't know who looks at the butchering knife and calls it an axe. Yeah, man, clearly a knife. I don't know how you could possibly think this is anything other than a knife. Just a little knife. Just a little tiny knife. Make them both heavy. Wow, which gives them a strength scaling. That, like, completely turns the scaling around on them. Crocodile Dundee's knife. Yeah. The Colossal Knife class. Okay, and then I guess the rest will go strength. Let's go to level 45. I feel like level 45 seems like a reasonable... Is that too low? Maybe level 50. Maybe give myself a few more runes when we go to level 50. He carries a knife. Yeah, let's say level 50. Sounds reasonable to me. So both tests will be at level 50 at Skidoo 6 with the best build I can come up with, but wearing full armor. And so the best build, I think, for just a random setup build, is Ritual Sword Claw, Rotwing, Blade of Mercy. Is Slop Stance good outside of jump attacks? The L1s are fine with it, but they're not, like, outstanding. They're not, like, the reason you do it. They're good, though. They're as good as most other types of attacks. How are you judging more powerful? Are you timing it? Yes, we will be timing it. I'm also going to... So I'm going to time it in a few different ways. First thing I'm going to do, just simple timing, is we're going to disable Gaius's AI. We're going to walk in and I'm just going to hit him. Just the simplest target test dummy that technically drains my stamina. That's our first thing. Give bird chest? No. We're not making... We're not going for things that you wouldn't naturally have in a game. Everything that I have here, except for maybe Blade of Mercy, but I always go get it, is just something you would just get naturally in a game. The bird... Which one does the jump attack in the DLC? Which spot, which position on the map gives you the jump attack bonus? Because it's only one of the pieces that gives you a jump attack bonus, right? Rao base, the close one or the far one? The one that's on the way to Rao base, or the one that's Rao base and then you go a little bit further? Rao base is the fancier one. The one near the Rot Ash Scarab. Yeah, people are not going over there just for the armor. That's not happening. People don't do that. People don't need to do that for sure. One that has wings for sleeves. Yeah. And then you said the other one is the other one's the one in Gravesite Plain past the dragon, right? That one people definitely don't go for either. So I don't think anybody ever goes for those. So I'm not including that in Jump Slop. People, if they're making a DLC build, they don't go for those pieces of armor. They're too far out of the way. How's it feeling so far? We have just started looking at it. So I'm going to just start the timer and hit Gaius until he's dead. And then that's going to be test number 1. Then we'll respawn him and try again with different stuff. If you go out of your way for 2 intelli, then it's pretty close by. Not really. Like, it's still a good 30 seconds a minute out of your way, even if you were at 2-ended talisman for the square. Like, yeah, I don't necessarily agree. If you had, like, 3 red bears as a square, yeah, you'd probably grab it on the way to your red bear over there. Maybe if you had, like, 2 catacombs and you didn't want to go to Jory. Otherwise, I don't think anybody's grabbing it. We're testing things. I want to be in the control group. Okay. You will have nothing done to you as the control group. All right, so first, I'm going to start the timer. We're going to make note of what the first hit amount of damage is, and then I'm just going to hit him till he's dead, and we're going to record the time. Sound good? Hopefully sounds good. All right. Ready. Steady. And go. 1812. I should be Blade of Mercying. I should be taking these riposts, but whatever. I'm just gonna not for the sake of ease. About 30 seconds. About 30 seconds. Almost on the dot. 1812 and 3 jumps to stagger. Okay, sounds good. Next, I'm gonna respawn him. Gaius. Revive boss. Hitless, GG, holy. Now I'm gonna fight him, like, for real. I'm actually going to fight him as I would fight him. And we're going to time that before I swap over builds. The reason we're going to do that first before swapping over is just because it takes more work to swap back and forth than it does to just try a bunch of things. Is the controlled group just getting butchered with a single knife? Love to get a measure of the time the boss is stunned by stagger. Why? It doesn't... It's stunned the same no matter how you stun them. Okay, so we're going to... I'm just gonna actually fight him as normal, and there's gonna be some RNG element to it, but... I would say good enough, close enough. We're just gonna test. Oh, whoops. I have to unfreeze his AI. Sorry. Oopsies. Go again. Alert. So 1812 first hit, 30 seconds frozen, and then we'll see how long unfrozen. Alert, test invalid. Alright. Go again. But with him actually active this time. Missed. That missed. I'm not the perfect jump slopper, but luckily Gaius is a good boss for it because he gives a lot of jump attack opportunities. This is Skidoo level 6. And I don't need to take that. Time 122. I stopped the timer late. I could have stopped it on Legend Feld, which maybe would have been more consistent, but whatever. 122 to Killing Blow. On actually fighting him with Jump Slop. And hitless, so I kept the Ritual Sword the whole time. Okay, next. Next thing to test. There's one more thing to test with Jump Slop. Which is... what if I wasn't allowed to use Jump Attack Talisman? Is it balanced if I only make one change of banning Jump Attack Talisman? What would I even use in that case? Is there even another talisman you can get for Jump Slop build? Like, what other talisman would you even use? Yeah, Skidoo 6. Turtle? It's a little more out of the way than Two-Handed Talisman, but I could see it. I could see Turtle. Is there a turtle in the shop? There isn't, but you can go pick it up in the DLC. Are we still debating testing Jump Slop and Powerstancing? Not debating, just testing. Test with Vile and Flame grant me strength. Now we're just introducing another variable that I would do both with Jump Slop and without Jump Slop, and it's gonna even out between the two builds. Nah. No, not bird armor. No, not bird armor. What's your physics setup? Maybe Stone Barb could be good? Stone Barb doesn't last long enough. I mean, it could, but, like, I'm using two that are really, really good right now. I'm using the Stamina one, which is why I don't really need Turtle, and Thorny, which is really good with Jump Slop. This is relatively early square. I think it's reasonable to include. We'll include Turt. I'll give Turt. Okay. 2-headed turtle talisman. Okay. So now we're going to redo those 2 tests. I'm going to once again freeze Gaius, and we're going to test out just jump slopping him while he stands there doing nothing. How better or worse is Starfist? That's one of the ones I'm going to test. I think that's probably the main one. I think Starfist is probably the best contender for the title of potential king of the damage, but we'll see. Why do you call it jump slopping? Because that is the nickname that has been given to it by people who hate it. And I think it sounds funny. So, even though I don't mind Powerstancing that much, I think it sounds funny, so I'm saying it. Because it's funny. That's what its detractors have been calling it. That is the wording that I was looking for. Alright, so once again, with this time with no jump talisman, we're going to see how long it takes to kill Gaius and how much damage we do on a single hit. Hope somebody's writing all of this down. Alright. Do the thing. And go. 1576. I'm once again just not going to take the riposts to make this easier. You got it? Thank you, Morp. But surprisingly, only like 32 seconds. Not a whole lot actually slower on him standing still and doing nothing. I don't expect that to exactly continue with actually having to fight him. I expect it's going to take at least a solid bit more time because of if it takes an extra couple hits, you actually have to find the time to get those hits. Turtle does a lot. That is true. Turtle does a lot. Did get more jump attacks on him being staggered since it was every 4th hit to stagger now. It wouldn't change the difference of staggering whether you have jump talisman or not. Wait, what's the verse 1450? What was the 1450? $122-ish. No jump talisman was with AI on. What? I don't get it. Does the Ash of War matter at all, or is it just the infusion that changes things? For jump slop, you wouldn't actually use the Ash of War. It's just the infusion. I'm giving it infusion to say, yeah, you would probably be able to use infusion. All right, so let's now do an actual fight. Hopefully I will still get it hitless. We shall see. And then... oh. A little unfortunate, but whatever, close enough. Stealth bonus damage with AI frozen. Oh! I hit him this time. When he does that. Alert. Blade of Mitstra is active.
Powerstancing, but have we talked about the far superior tactic of standing for maximum cuteness?
You know, I don't think we have yet. Okay, 127. 122 to 127. So it's actually not a huge difference, not having the jump talisman. The turtle is actually really nice. The turtle's actually really nice. I almost wonder if we should test without turtle, because, like, there's no guarantee you'd get to turtle. And so maybe with jump slop, you'd end up with just a defensive talisman instead, because there's nothing good. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe turtle was a little too kind to jump slop. Let's do one more test, just in case. Let's at least know. Let's know whether it's just that, wait, turtle is super OP. Is it worth it to channel Domo for a minute and consider something like Cragblade? Can't get that in the DLC. You just can't get that in the DLC at all. So I'm just gonna go with just 3 talismans. That's what we're just gonna try now, just 3 talismans. And we're gonna see how that is. All right, first we're gonna once again freeze his AI. Also do the same for 200 tally with the non-jump, right? Yeah, we would test with and without, yeah. Doesn't Kale have single turtle tally and DLC bingo? Yeah, I don't know that I've seen people actually buy it. I suppose you could. All right. Let us once again test the frozen Gaius, just with no extra talisman this time. Still 1576. And more like 33 seconds. So it actually didn't make too much of a difference. But let's test. Revive him. With an alive Gaius. Pretend the 4th talisman is Golden Scarab. That's a good point. Golden Scarab is a common 4th talisman. That's actually a great point. Is this Tarnish Tool? Yes. You can respawn bosses with Tarnish Tool. All right, unfreeze AI. Ah, missed this time. Well, but hit there, so kind of makes up for it. Okay, he's doing this again. He's stalling. And about a 128. Okay, so hardly any different without the two-headed turtle talisman. You actually just don't need it at all with the physic tier that I have. It just actually doesn't matter. Like, it's more down to RNG than it is down to the stamina. Just because the physic tier is so good already. Does prove Claw and Turtle not much of the effect on Powerstancing? Still like 3 to 5 seconds slower, that's it? It certainly proves that for the two-headed turtle, just because you don't need it. You already have plenty of stamina. As far as Jump Talisman, I mean, still definitely makes an effect, but well, yeah, whatever. Okay, so now a two-handed talisman setup that we can do the same tests for. Now let's go, or maybe not two-handed, because if we do Starfist, that would not use it, but let's revive Gaius. Turtle is just quality of life kind of thing. Yeah, it kind of seems like it. Okay, so let's cheat in some Starfist. Items, Starfist. And for Starfist, we would definitely use Axe Talisman. We would not use two-handed. Rotwing is actually still great, and Blade of Mercy is still great, so we would just use Axe Talisman instead. And as an added bonus for Starfist, we would actually change our Wondrous Physic, I believe, to just Thorny and Spiked. I don't think you need the Green Burst at all. They're relatively low stamina cost. Not like low stamina cost, but like low enough. Starfist, are they banned too? No. I could be wrong. It could be that that it turns out that Green Burst is actually so good that you use it even on a charge attack build. But I think the charge attack should be good. I do want to make... Can you make Starfist heavy? That's the thing, is in the DLC, you can't really make Starfist heavy. You can't really infuse Starfist, right? There's nothing that goes on Starfist that makes heavy, I think. Paired weapons are not banned. Are you consistently getting to +9, +24 weapons in bingo? Yep, 100% of games. There's no reason you ever would not, based on how it works. Okay, but I don't need as much dex. So if I'm going to stay at the same level, my dex can go down by 10, which means my strength can go up by 10. And I don't need as much endurance. Which means I can get more strength. Is this enough endurance? I'm still medium, even with base endurance like this. So there you go. More strength to help out the non-jump slop build. Does two-handed talisman work on Starfist? Unfortunately not. Paired weapons, it does not work on. Shriek of Sorrow can't make heavy. It can only make standard or occult. Maybe bleed, but it cannot make heavy. There's no heavy Ash of War in DLC for Starfist. Little unfortunate. Maybe Starfist won't end up being the best because it doesn't have heavy, and heavy is very important, but we'll see. We'll see. Enemies, disable AI. I think... Are we all in agreement that this is a good build for testing for Starfist? The equivalent make to a Power Stance build, but instead of Jump Talisman, I've got Axe Talisman. Seems like a reasonable test. Use Iron Whetblade. Any Ash can be heavy. Not any Ash can be anything. That is not true. Here, I will give myself Iron Whetblade. And I will give myself Shriek of Sorrow. And just to show, I will give myself Glint Stone Whetblade. It might be able to make heavy. I know it can't do cold, though. If I Ash of War on this, you can do heavy. It's true you can do heavy. So you're right about that. Technically possible. But you can't do any infusion. I can't make cold on it. But you're right, you can do heavy with Shriek of Sorrow. You're correct. I'm gonna... I mean, Shriek of Sorrow isn't that far out of the way, but I'm going to start with no. I'm going to say you don't go Shriek of Sorrow. That would be like not exactly the equivalent of going for the Gravebird armor, but for now I'm going to call it that's a little too far out of the way from your normal setup, is what I'm going to say. For now. I'll consider testing with it after. So, he should be frozen, and let's see if we can beat a 30-second kill time on Frozen Gaius. So, Blank's using Shriek of Sorrow and Fists earlier. It is a good Ash of War. Not gonna lie. It is a really good Ash of War. We can test with it for sure. Alright, let us see. Starfists also have a bleed proc. Yep. Okay, and go. 1892 is the first hit. I mean, in 28 seconds, that's literally faster than Jump Slop, even with Jump Talisman. So, you know, there's that. But let's do it with his AI active. Let's see an actual fight. Maybe the point of Jump Slop isn't that it's actually definitively more powerful in all situations, but only that it's actually better in a real-life scenario of actually fighting the boss. So I got a 122 as my best fight with Gaius, with Jump Slop. Jump Slop is way easier to hit, but a little slower than even like a Charged R2 on the Starfist, I think. We shall see. You can have a stronger build, you just need a weapon you'll rarely get, whereas you'll normally have Jump Slop. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know. I kind of think for something to be bannable, it actually has to be better than other things, but I don't know. Any whomst. All right. And go. I mean, like, way faster than Jump Slop. That's not close. Was there a bleed proc? There was definitely at least one at the end. Did I drink Physic? I did, yeah, before walking in. So, I mean... Fist Slop. It's genuinely, it's so much faster attacking than Jump Slop that you could see there were times where I could get 2 attacks in, where Jump Slopping, I could only get 1. And there were times where I could sneak in a little tap R2, where Jump Slopping, I couldn't get anything. If I even just tried to R1 with one of my axes, it would have been too slow. So, in a real scenario, Starfist gets even more benefit over Jump Slop. So... But this was, like, literally the most powerful weapon you can get. Maybe we tone it down 1 level. This was also without Shriek of Sorrow, which is an extra buff, 10% more damage, and I could have made it heavy. This is standard Starfist versus double heavy butchering knives, but just kind of goes to show Starfist still goated. Still genuinely goated, like so freaking good. And I didn't use grease, right? Didn't use grease on either of them. Didn't use grease on Jump Slop. Didn't use grease on Starfist. Technically, grease is slightly nerfed, I think, on Jump Slop. I believe it applies less when you're power stancing, and it applies more when you're not power stancing. So technically, I even gave more benefit to power stancing, and it still lost handedly. Technically, I believe. Just regulation Starfist, yep. Starfist is not in every game, but Jump Slop can be. True. So, let's go for something else. Let's tone the power down a little, right? Let's tone the power down a little. Let's not tone the power down all the way. Let's not start using whips or something. But let's tone the power down a little bit. What do you think? Alablaster? I'm thinking Alablaster. I'm thinking we go for Alablaster. I think that's like a step down, but not like a big step down. And we see, can Alablaster compete? My beautiful, how I had missed you so. Mwah, gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Okay. 12 dex, 18 int. Alablaster is too good, to be honest. Okay, well, I'm just saying, if we can find 10 weapons that are all better than power slopping, then, like, you know, I'm just saying, we're just coming up with examples. 12 dex, 18 int. 12 dex, 18 int. That needs us to bring the strength down by 10. To go back to the same level. Do I also need more? Yep, I'm too heavy with this. We're going to need a little bit more endurance. Does it change in real time? Can I see it go from heavy to medium? Still heavy. Medium at 15. What about at 14? Medium at 14. Okay. So then 4 less strength. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Same build. Ritual Sword, Axe, Rotwing, Blade of Mercy. We'll respawn Gaius again. If it'll let me tab out. Enemies. Boss revives. Gaius revive. Now, great katanas and backhand blades are hard to get because they're in a pool with regular katanas and daggers, respectively. Yes, that's one thing, is they are hard to get. Are there enough bosses in DLC that get interrupted by Jump Slop versus not easily by other stuff that would make a huge difference? Not seen in this specific fight. Well, I'm staggering him in this specific fight, aren't I? So wouldn't that be the same? But if you mean like NPCs and stuff, Jump Slop is actually kind of mediocre against NPCs. It's not that it's bad, but it is one of the cases where I have seen people two-hand their weapon instead of using Jump Slop is against NPCs. So I don't think that's really worthwhile for considering. Could be wrong, but that's kind of how I feel about it. All right, we're gonna once again freeze Gaius and just go for a pure hit him till he dies and see what happens. Just use Crouch L1, it's free versus NPCs. Kind of. It's worse than Crouch R1 with Colossals. Crouch R1 with Colossals is significantly better at that. And getting into the loop can be weird against NPCs. And if they get out, it's such a long hit animation that you can get hit back for it. It's not as though it doesn't work, but I don't think it's better than other options. I don't think Powerstancing is better than other options for NPCs. NPCs with good poise can get out of it. Yeah. Yeah, like, it works. Don't get me wrong that it works. I just don't think it's like, oh, power stancing crushes NPCs. It's like, power stancing is good against NPCs, but most things you would use are good against NPCs. I will say, power stancing versus Starfist, I'd much rather power stance. Starfist, I hate against NPCs. I don't like it at all. But I'd rather have Blaster versus NPCs. I'd rather have a Colossal against NPCs. A Great Axe, I think. Maybe I'd rather have power stancing, but like, I don't know. I think it's at least comparable to other weapons, and I think people would agree on that generally. All right, let's test Blaster. $17.92, thank you. Blaster, a little slower, 35. I think he is also resistant to slash. Oh, maybe Gaius was a little unfair for the iron balls because he is weak to strike. Maybe our testing was a little unfair to the power slop. He is weak to strike, but he's also resistant to slash. So if Blaster though can, in a real fight, still beat power slopping, then it's not looking so good for your boy power slop. I don't know why power slopping is so funny to you. Falling Star Beast has the same physical resist to everything, if I remember correctly. Yeah, but I'm kind of out of practice with Falling Star Beast a little, which I shouldn't because it's in our all bosses 4 players run. So I worry that my skill would affect the outcome too much. Whereas you can see I'm pretty good at Gaius, so like I get a more consistent fight against Gaius because I'm just not as bad at the fight. Alright, anyway, I'm just gonna test it regardless. Oh. Oh, not hitless. I'm bad. Whatever, it's close enough to the end. I'll count it as legitimate. If it was early, it would have made a difference. 119! I mean, still faster than power slopping. That's still faster than power slopping with or without jump talisman. So... And I did lose my ritual sword at the end, but I got an extra hit out of it, so, you know, whatever, we'll call it about even, close enough, who cares? So, you know, there are builds that are at least as good. Ban this too. Great Katana now? I could go for Great Katana. Great Katana, I don't think will fare that well. I know Great Katana was the meta in Season 4, I feel like with all the options we have, I feel like I don't love Great Katana that much anymore, but we'll see. Maybe it's a skill issue on my part. Maybe it is really good. Gaius is 20 all physical except slash at 40. Oh, right! And these count as slash. Gray tested this for us that Alabaster is Slash. He's 20% more resistant to Alabaster than he was to our jump slopping. And we still killed him faster. And Starfist destroyed. I thought he was weak to strike. He's actually not weak to strike. And Starfist still destroyed Powerstancing. So, yeah. I thought Alabaster was standard damage. It should be, because it says standard / pierce, but Gray tested it on Borealis and found that Alabaster just does basically 0 damage against Borealis because it's R2s only, not its R1s, count as slash for some reason. It sure looks like you're just hitting with like a normal blade, but apparently this is standard and this is slash, despite both being the same blade, apparently. So, are butchering knives not slash? They should be standard, yeah. Great axe, standard. I think every great axe except for Anchor is standard, I think. Try claws to even out the Starfist. I'm bad at claws. I can't fight with claws very well. That'd be a bad test because I'm just bad at it. I mean, I could try. I could try to learn how to play claws better, but... Elden Ring niche weapon oddities. Yeah, apparently. Okay, let's go down another power level, but let's try to keep it to a good thing. You guys said Great Katana. Let's test Great Katana. I think that's a good enough test. All right, items. Great Cat Katana. If you were going Great Cat Katana, would you... What would you infuse it? Okay, I need 18 dex, and I'm gonna need some more endurance. Player. I don't need the int anymore. 18 dex. Will 18 endurance do? It does. Will 16 endurance? Let's go by 2. 16 will. Will 15 endurance. Well, wasn't I at 14? Let me go to 14. And 14 is heavy, so I need to be 15 endurance, which means I can have a strength of 40. Would you do heavy? I don't think you'd do heavy on it, would you? Would you do heavy, or would you do keen or something? Flame art? Okay, I could do flame art, but now we're introducing like their weird resistances. So I'm gonna keep it to just like heavier stuff, just for testing, but then bonus good with strength scaling. Yeah, so I guess we would make it heavy, probably. No CVD versus Tom. I want to test this first. I'll watch them after. Heavy gives it B strength. That's probably good enough. That's probably good enough. Okay, now what talisman setup? You wouldn't do charge attacks, right? On Great Katana, you would do two-handed... I mean, I guess just like this? And then you would want the stamina tier. Like this? Would this be a Great Katana build? Any reason why you went for Butchering Knife when other Great Axes are better with strength? I went with whatever this seed happened to have. I literally rolled a random seed and used whatever was in it because I wasn't trying to test the best power stance versus everything else. I was trying to test a literally randomly rolled power stance against everything else. If you think that's unfair to power stance, if you think butchering knives are too bad, you'd never power stance with butchering knives. No, that's a bad test. I can retest with other ones if you want. But the goal was literally just have a randomly selected set of 2, because that's what everyone has been saying in the Discord. Power stancing is so good that even a randomly rolled set of 2 beats out everything else you can do, is the rhetoric that's been thrown around. And I'm just trying to prove that part's not quite true. If it's the best power stances beat other things, you know, that can be fair. And if it's a random power stance is better than the average of everything else, that can be true. But what's been thrown around is a random power stance is always so powerful that you would use it every single time it comes up. which I don't think is true. You would only power stance 2 handle hammers, TBH. True. Heavy greater than keen for Great Katana because of 2-handed bonus. Okay, cool. Then we shall do that. I don't think I respawned, guys. Boss revives. Get him back in here. $54.18 gives you $6.94 on heavy, and $14.58 gives you $6.53 on keen, so heavy is still like 7% better. Cool. Awesome then. Are we happy with this build? Everybody happy for me to go beat up on Gaius standing still for a bit? For testing purposes. What's the best power stance within the seed? I mean, it would be this. It's the only power stance you could do within this seed. There was no great hammers in the round table hold. There were no colossals in the round table hold. There were no great swords in the round table hold. So this is the best you could do in this particular seed. I mean, unless you went and killed 2 things that have great hammers or something. Like, if you went and got 2 great hammers or something. What did Gaius do to me? He's just the perfect punching bag. Oh, we are going to be slash, though, against Gaius, right? Well, slash pierce. Half the attacks will be full damage. Half won't. No, we're not timing until I actually start hitting him. Could do pokes, yeah, but you can't do only pokes unless you do running attacks, which takes too much time to do each time. So you're better off doing R1, 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 R1. Maybe a crouch. You could do R1, R1. I suppose you could do crouch R1, R1. Crouch R1, R1. Maybe that's good. We could do crouch R1, R1. Crouch is poke. Yeah, we could do that. We could do that for slightly better comparison. That sounds good. Blade will make up for the resistance. We shall see. All right. I think ready for testing. 30 seconds is the mark to beat for power slop. Okay, I'm just going to start the first one like this so that the timing is easier. I mean, 31, that's basically the same as power slopping. That's almost exactly the same. Reggaeton equals good. I mean, better than I expected, for sure. I thought it was going to lose for sure. I don't consider Great Katana to be one of my favorites anymore, but that was pretty good. That was very solid, yeah. Now let's try actually fighting him. Where I might be rusty on the Great Katana. I'm gonna have to do slash attacks. We'll see if it's a good test, but hopefully it will be. I'm just making excuses before I go in, which I shouldn't do. Just go in and do it right. Just go in and no-hit him, you know? Simply do it. Oh, whoops. I forgot to turn on his AI. 1 sec. Love this going to the lab. Yeah? Out of topic, I saw a lot of times speedrunners crouch when they're out of stamina. Is that a strat or just for fun? So after an attack, you don't get stamina back until your character goes through that whole animation of putting the sword back on their back. Whereas as soon as you crouch, now you get stamina back. So you could either get stamina back now, or you could get stamina back now. So faster stamina back is more stamina back. Obviously, if you need to roll after, then you're just going to cancel it into a roll, which cancels the animation of, like, putting it away anyway. But, yeah, it is an animation cancel. Technically, I don't think it's fully back on your back or whatever, but like the point is the same. It starts the stamina recovery sequence sooner. What about R1, the block? Oh, block, and then, yeah, that's a way to do it as well. Crouching, the problem is if you block, then for the frames that you're blocking, you get slower stamina recovery, whereas if you crouch, you immediately get full stamina recovery. So you could either lose a few frames blocking, where your stamina is slower, or you could instantly buffer getting full stamina back. So that's why people generally crouch. Okay, anyway, send it. Aw, missed. Oh, I'm not gonna get the riposte, am I? Oh, I got it anyway! He's goated! He's stalling. And this is definitely slower. The slash resistance is really getting me. Yeah, 149. Honestly, I feel like I played it decently well. We got a little bit unlucky, but that's definitely just slower than power slopping, for sure. Repose damage looked so much worse because slash. It's also possible that it just has a worse, like, coefficient of riposting or whatever, but I don't know. I don't know. Oh, also, two-handed sword talisman does not actually affect riposts. So yeah. That's the point of Powerstancing. Nothing resisted. It's always good. I mean, it's standard damage. Of course things can resist standard damage. AI is actually fighting him. Without AI is I just disable his AI and hit him like a training dummy. 149 still not bad. Still not bad, but significantly slower than the fights I was getting power slopping. Also significantly slower than Starfist, and significantly slower than Alablaster. I do think Great Katana, it kind of does just get a little outclassed by some things. What about single heavy butchering knife? We said, hey, that's a bad great axe. But what if we just did a single great axe versus the two great axes? I almost couldn't think of a more fair comparison we could make. All right. Now, I think it's obviously probably going to lose, but let's see by how much. By how much would single random heavy great axe lose? We need enough dex to use it, which is 20. We 8.5 versus 8.0, so we can have the same amount of endurance we just had. I think this talisman setup is still good. And so our strength will go to 44 for just random heavy butchering knife. Okay. Let's start with no AI. We shall see if this even comes close in the comparison. What have we learned so far? We've learned that there are builds that are better than Power Slop. For sure. There are builds that are better than Power Slop. But that not every build is. Power Slop is certainly on the higher end of builds, but is not the end-all be-all. So far. Maybe if you had a perfect one with like dual Great Omen Killer Cleaver or something, maybe it would be. Alright. Should I R1 or R2 spam for this? I actually don't know. We'll try R1ing. Let's just do that first. Alright. Ready, steady, go-y. $34. I mean, that's only a second worse than the time of power slopping when maybe 2 seconds or whatever. There's some rounding potential, but only a second to 2 seconds slower than power slop when I didn't have Claw Talisman and didn't have Two-Headed Turtle Talisman. That's not a huge difference. I expect we might see a bigger difference on actually fighting the boss. Faster than Alablaster? Was it? I mean, I could see that because Alablaster is slash, which he resists. But we'll see in the actual fight him. Just do that every time. True. Super weird question for DLC Bingus. Are the different whetstone knives in Kale's shop? Yes, yes they are. From Morp's notes at least. Oh, okay. 35 seconds was Alablaster. Oh, okay. Then I guess it was, yeah. The difference in resistance does make quite a difference. All right. Here we go. Oh, whoops, I forgot to unfreeze him. Oh, a silly me. Also, I wasn't crouching for stamina recovery for Alablaster. Yeah, but you don't have to. Like, Alablaster costs so little stamina that it makes, like, no well, maybe it would have made the 1 second of difference. It makes very, very little difference with Alablaster because it costs so little stamina, but you're right. I was forgoing to do that. Literally as fast as power slopping. That's literally the same time that I did with power slopping with jump talisman. Did anybody even ever test this? Is power stancing even good? Did we all freak out over literally nothing? like what? What? I mean, maybe it's like the very end of the game when... Because the one benefit right now that everything outside of power stancing has had is that I've been giving everything else a little tiny bit more strength because you get so much weight saved that you don't have to worry as much about your endurance. That's the one benefit everything else has had. But with just that one benefit, I can do exactly as fast of kills on Gaius. Test on more bosses? We certainly can. Gaius was just the pick because he's the most consistent in time. It kind of doesn't matter what attack he does. You always get a good punish after his attacks. Whereas something like Mesmer can have like a short attack where you get like a big punish, or he can have like a big long combo where he goes on forever, you know, and then you only get a punish after that. So that's why I've been testing with Gaius, is just because he's by far the most consistent in timing, where random attacks make the least difference. They still make a difference, but make the least difference. Because people don't usually get a set amount as a baseline. How much endurance do people normally get? Technically it depends. It depends on the player. I like to get somewhere around like 15, enough that I can wear a full set of armor just like this and be medium. But I would expect that CBD maybe never gets any endurance. He might just always, since he goes armorless, like you don't need any endurance. You can just go just like this, no endurance. But I mean, this was literally only 5 endurance. And even with double butchering knife, I think it was only like 8 endurance that I needed or something. So it's not even like that huge of a detriment that I was giving. Test on Bale or Senesax? That'd be so much RNG for the fights. But you're using two-handed talisman. Most of the time runners don't go for it though if it's not on the board. That's true. That's fair. I could swap it for axe talisman. I could swap it for two-headed turtle talisman. I could even just use claw talisman on a not power slop build. Or if it was Starfist, I would use... Well, Starfist, you can't use it anyway. Starfist, we were testing... You can't even use two-handed sword talisman on Starfist, so we were just using Lord of Bloods instead. Or no, we were using Axe instead. Gaius was probably the most fair test. Yeah, the fairest I can think of is Gaius. Like, anything other than that, it feels like the RNG is going to make a gigantic difference in your kill time. If CBD goes closeless, he can use Dancer Talisman. Correct. That is the benefit to going closeless, is you can use Dancer Talisman. This is true. I mean, I could test with no two-handed sword talisman and no replacement and just say, well, you would probably get Gold Scarab, actually. I guess I could test like that. But I think the point is fairly decently proven that, like, I just don't feel like power stancing is that much better, like, at all. Like, is it better than the average build? Yeah. But it's not even, like, significantly noticeably better than just two-handing a single one of the things you were gonna power stance. So, I don't know. I think if you were really concerned about power stancing, I think you could ban jump attack talisman. I think that'd be fine. I'd be okay with Dom saying, jump attack talisman, it's no longer in the mod. We just took it out. We think it's too much for power stancing. And with that one change, every weapon except for Great Katana beat Gaius faster than power stancing did. Every other weapon, Alabaster, Starfist, and even just a single random heavy butchering knife. So, yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. I don't know. Any other weapon that we would want to test? Any other, like, meta, non-power stance weapon we'd want to test? Was Domo's decision final? Probably. I don't know that this is going to convince anyone except for me. Still holding out for the one-handed R1s only. Let's make it super fair. Yep, surely. Yep, only one-handed. Worst greatswords? I could go for just a random greatsword. Yeah. We could just go for... Backhand blade is a good shout. I'm really bad at backhand blades, but we can see. If I can make backhand blades work, then truly, they are... You know, then Powerstancing truly is dead-ish IMO. Alright, let's give myself some backhand blades. Oh, I'm not going to be able to infuse them, right? No, if you find backhand blades out in the wild, they would have blind spot on them. Should I give them the lightning infusion, or should I go standard? Backhand blade. Yeah, they are slash. They are slash, which is not great. Standard? Okay, I'll just go standard. It's fine. I'll just go standard. I'll give it two-headed turtle talisman, which I also gave to... You know what? I'll give it no talisman. How's that? I'll just give it no talisman. Blade of Mercy is also going to be ass for it, though. What do you use with Blade of Mercy? What talismans did people get when they did backhand blades in Season 4? What was the meta? Obviously these two, obviously. What else did people get? I don't know. Blue Dancer? Okay. I'm not a Blue Dancer enjoyer though. I want the armor. Okay, let's fix up the stats. So this would actually, you would actually go all dex for these. And we can probably go way less endurance and still be medium as well. Let's try 20. Okay, yeah, 10 endurance, you still are fine like this. And then I can use this still with 10 strength, and then I can just pump the rest dex. Okay. Can you do Millicents? No, it's not in the shop. So I can't stack Rotwing and Millicent. Gaius is 0 lightning versus 40 slash. Yeah, lightning would be good. Is it worth it to infuse with cold? What would I infuse with is the question. Because if you get it, you can see it doesn't technically come with an Ash of War, and you can't put Savage Lion's Claw on it. Oh, I could put Shriek of Sorrow to make it keen. Feels maybe a tiny bit like cheating, but let's try it standard first. If it beats Jump Slop as just standard with its C strength, C... Wait, C strength, C dex? Standard? Wait, I thought Backhand Blades... Plus 171... Are they not dex? More dex scaling? Oh, they don't get the two-handed bonus, so it doesn't matter. Dex or strength. Right. Because they're paired weapons, not two-handed. $205 prediction. Well, we'll start with the frozen AI. So that one is usually around 30 to 40. We'll start with that. Just hit him while he's frozen. It's 68 strength, 83 dex, both in C. Okay, but more dex. Is there like a ratio that you want of strength to dex for optimal? Because right now I have 59 dex, but maybe you're only supposed to have like 40 dex and then put the rest into strength, like 29 strength, 40 dex? I don't know. They get S dex on keen, yeah, but you can't make them keen in this season because they don't come with the blind spot Ash of War. You could, technically, depending on how you found them. But usually you would find them in Roundtable Hold where they will not have an Ash of War. Anywho. Random standard pumped dex time. Yeah, this is gonna be like 40 seconds. This is not gonna be so great. It seems like a Bloodhound Fang likes split and scaling, so similar stats. But the thing is, Bloodhound Fang you two-hand. So that's what makes strength generally pretty good on Bloodhound Fang. Yeah, 44. Yikes. Why do people like backhand blades? Why is backhand blades good? Was it only ever good because of lightning? Is it garbage without? Because like I don't like that. I've never liked backhand blades, but it was the meta in season 4 and I never got why. Kind of need Keen. Okay. So they are just ass with standard? So if you got them, you wouldn't even use them standard? Okay. Let's retest with Keen or lightning then. If they're genuinely that garbage at standard, then I think we just have to test them Keen and say you'd only use them if you happen to get them Keen. Because I would take any Great Axe over this. Like, I would never use this as my actual build right now. Lightning scaling was very good. Yeah, but you literally have zero way to put lightning on them because the only Ash of War I know of that you can put on them in the DLC is Shriek of Sorrow, and Shriek of Sorrow cannot apply lightning. It can only apply heavy, keen, and quality. And occult. And bleed. And poison. They can apply the ones from like the black wet blade and the standard wet blade, but no frost, holy, fire, things like that. All right. All right, already looking better. I don't know about good, but better. Okay, 36. Maybe I split slightly earlier than I do on others. Maybe it's more like a 37, but okay, that's reasonable. Now let's try actually killing him. Try bleed? I could try bleed. Fine, fine. We'll revive him. We'll try bleed with him standing there. So I need to give myself the black wet blade. You get Swift Slash Ash of War from Leda Invasion on Hornsent. That's super uncommon that you would do that. You could, you're right, but Shriek of Sorrow is at least common enough that you'll be heading through Bellerot. Doing the Leda Invasion specifically for your Ash of War, I mean, yeah, technically it happens sometimes, but like... what was I doing? I was giving myself Black Wet Blade. What's the occult scaling, or what's the arcane scaling with bleed? D. The arcane scaling with bleed is D. So you probably still would not do that. But let's see. Bleed backhand blades. If you happen to get it in the DLC in the current season and you went for Shriek of Sorrow and you put bleed on it, would it be good? If Letter Rune is on the board, though, no, it's the opposite way. You get it from... Oh, why did I unfreeze him? The Letter Rune does not give you it. It's the opposite. You have to do... you have to be the invader on Hornsent, right? Isn't that how it works? Or am I wrong? Is it the Letter Rune? You'd never get it because you only do that invasion for the letter rune anyway. Right. You would do that so infrequently that I don't think that is worth considering as an option. We have the bleed talisman as well. Great point. I can now actually have another good talisman here. The bleed talisman. Good point. All right. Okay, like 36. That's around the same time as Keen. Solid, but not a market improvement. Remove Blade of Mercy, maybe? No, because I'm going to use it for the actual attempt to kill him. Which will be now. I'm going to revive him and try to actually kill him with this. And see if maybe backhand blades just happen to be more goated in a real fight scenario. You just get more chances to attack, which is what makes them so good. Maybe. With Keen or Bleed? That's the question. I guess I'll leave on Bleed. I don't know. Won't Bleed overtake Keen with higher HP enemies? I mean, Gaius is in the high-ish HP realm, but maybe. You ever go in Fog Rift Catacombs in DLC? There's a Lightning Ash of War for this weapon there. Fog Rift? Yeah, sometimes. Not super often, but sometimes, yeah. Is it also because of slash damage? It is also because of slash damage. Yeah, slash damage, unfortunately, is weak against Gaius. So we are really scraping the bottom of the barrel with this comparison. We are truly giving Power Slop every chance to shine here. Putting it up against literal slash weapons. The only thing he's resistant to. Oh, and I'm already hit. $140. Yeah. Not horrible, but definitely not within the realm of Power Slop. About as good as Great Katana, which also struggled because of slash damage. So maybe both of them are still about as good, but they're just slash damage, so they're worse. In fact, what is... So if Power Stance did a 122, which is 82 seconds, and then it's 20% versus 40%, so you're doing 80% versus 60%. So times 0.8 divided by 0.6 would be a 109. If I minus 60 from that, 49 seconds. These theoretically should be taking a minute 49. and they're only taking a minute 40. Just if you were only counting the difference of slash versus non-slash. So maybe these are even theoretically better than Powerstancing. They're just ending up worse because of slash resistance. Stalled a bit at the beginning too. A little, yeah. Worst Great Hammer, Great Sword, and Great Axe are the only realistic comparisons, I think. Yeah, let's go for a random Great Sword. Let's go for a random Great Sword. I'll say I'm a big fan of just random Great Sword. Random Great Sword. What do we think? I'm gonna try with another boss. Then we will see. The problem is I don't know of another boss that's consistent enough. Maybe Midra? I could maybe try with Midra. Midra is weak to slash, so you'd have to pick non-slash stuff. Iron Greatsword, Bastard Sword. What's the not worst Greatsword, but what's the most, like, generically whatever Greatsword? You know what I mean? Isn't Gaius also bleed resistant? Is he? No, Steeple's obviously way too good. I feel like Claymore is solid. I feel like Iron Greatsword is solid. Like, I want one that's worse, right? I want, like, Lordsworn or Banished Knights or something. Let's try Lordsworn Greatsword. I don't even like this one. I feel like this is one of my most, like, I don't love it type of greatswords. It's at least got the standard moveset, though, so, you know, you're happy enough, I guess, with it. I feel like it's fine. Fork has bleed, yeah, which I feel like could maybe be too good, like, throw off the comparison. Like, we have a greatsword at home. Greatsword, yep. You start with Forked sometimes. That's true, but you could also start with Lordsworn sometimes, so. Guy's actually strong versus bleed. I wondered why it took so long to proc it on guys. Oh, okay. So maybe that's why the bleed backhand blades felt kind of bad, is because he's resistant to bleed and he's resistant to slash. He was resistant to everything. I think Bastard Sword is better than Lordsworn, right? So I'm going to go with this one because it's worse. Provide a more fair comparison to power slopping. Okay, gotta revive Gaius. Disable his AI, change my stats. Definitely not Dex. Do I need any more endurance? Yeah, we are a little bit heavy, so let's get a little more endurance. Say, is 13 enough? It's not enough. Is 15 enough? Not enough. Oh, wait, I don't think it's actually applying when I do this. Never mind. Is 13 enough? There we go. Now it actually applied. No. Is 15 enough? It is. Is 14 enough? It is not. So 15 is the endurance I need for Lordsworn Greatsword, and the rest can go into strength. $54. Then we can make it heavy, like we've been making everything else heavy. Massive, huge bingo drama. NPT pulling an Aggie and cheating. Holy. Alert. Drama. Alert. All right, we make it heavy. Seems like a solid build. Let's go beat up a boar riding guy that's standing still. This one is something that makes it better crit damage, maybe? Oh, does it? Is this a good greatsword? Flamberge might be the most middle-of-the-road greatsword, not sure. But Flamberge has bleed on it. I mean, he's weak, or he's resistant to bleed, but I still feel like bleed is just too good of a benefit. 110 crit rate. Okay. Is its AR kind of bad then, or is its AR actually still kind of good? Whatever. I don't care. It's a random greatsword. I thought it was kind of bad. Maybe it's actually middle of the road, not bad like I expected. We'll just send it anyway. All right. I think you should only do 3 hits at a time, not 4. Maybe even block cancel to do 2 sets of 3. "34 seconds, okay. About as fast as Powerstancing without jump talisman. There's no such thing as a bad greatsword. I agree. I love greatswords. They're all very solid. Well, you could argue there's some that have such high stat requirements that they can be hard to use in a game sometimes. This one has lower AR. Okay. Good. Then we shall continue with this one. Random greatsword, and then we can power slop it with a second greatsword after and test that. Okay, and now unfreeze. And we shall see. The Elden Ring researcher, yep. Oh, that was dumb! Oh, and then I buffered. My bad. I was doing so well on Gaius too, and then I... that was dumb. I kind of wanted to just see if it would work, and I was like, this probably doesn't work. It doesn't work. That was stupid of me. No reason to do that while just testing stuff. Okay, anyway, go again. L weapon, because I died. True. It's the weapon's fault. It's not my fault that I died. It's the weapon's fault. Trust. If I was power slopping, I would have lived there. Literally as fast as power slopping, with just a single random greatsword that arguably is below average, or about average. Let me now, just to see, maybe within the last 2 2 hours of testing, maybe I actually have leveled up so much on my Gaius. I'm just better at Gaius than I was 2 hours ago. So let me retest with Powerstancing with 2 random greatswords. So we also are getting a new weapon check, a new type. Instead of 2 great axes, we'll use 2 great swords, and we'll see if I can maybe beat it. Because I've been saying 122 is like the fastest I was doing Powerstancing, but maybe I'm better than that. Maybe I'll go back and do Power Stance now and I'll get a 115 or something. Who knows? Best Poker is already certified goated. Yeah, but you would use the weapon art on it, but yeah, basically. Researcher, we need this for control. Yes, we need to control. Because right now, it's literally looking like Powerstancing isn't even better than anything else. It looks like it is literally your preference right now. Great Stars at 1 minute flat is insane. That's the best weapon in the game. Great Stars is... Oh, Starfist. Yeah, Starfist. Yeah, Starfist was like... Starfist destroyed Gaius. Oh my god, Starfist is good. Yeah. Did you try Cold Starfist? If you haven't, why would I want to make it even possibly more powerful? I don't think we need to do that. Okay, what second great sword should I give myself? I've done Lord Sworn. What's the other? Banished Knights. Banished Knights Greatsword, I think, is the other one that's like really whatever. No, actually, let's give ourselves a better one. Let's give ourselves Claymore. I feel like people like Claymore. I mean, not like better, like actually like, oh my god, it's so good, but like, you know. Like a solid one. And one with very slightly different... Oh, it just requires 13 decks. We'll make them both heavy. Claymore's mid, AR-wise. Okay. I guess that works then. It's just basic Starfist. Yeah, that wasn't even heavy Starfist. That wasn't cold Starfist. That wasn't heavy Starfist. That was standard Starfists. A Season 6 date's been announced. I don't think so. I don't think so. Unless it was announced today. I don't think it was announced yesterday. Alright, double heavy. We need to get to 13 decks, which means I need to take at least 3 out of strength. 13 decks. And we'll see how much endurance I need. Let's see if 20 is enough endurance to be medium. Nope. Wow. See if 22 is enough endurance. Nope. See if 24 is enough endurance. It is. And we'll check lastly if 23 is enough endurance. It is. So 23 is the endurance I need, which means I've got to bring the strength down a bit to compensate. All right. Wait, didn't I? I didn't apply heavy to it? I thought I did. Oh, I applied it to the Lord Sworn a second time. Oh, and to give it the best chance, I think we put Lord Sworn in main hand, so when we take riposts, it's with the Lord Sworn, which does slightly more damage. Ah. And yeah, we just put in we put in Claw Talisman for the last one. Okay. We tried Cold Great Stars with 2-handed tally. Okay, I know that would be good, but just because Great Stars is good. I could test single Great Stars versus double Great Stars, I suppose. Okay, disable AI. What was Power Stance time? We're about to test it, but my original 2 Great Axes Power Stance time was 122 when actually fighting him, and it was 30... about flat. It was like 30 to 31 or something when hitting him when he's just standing there. So those have been my general timing comparisons. And go. Oh, whoops. Should I redo for that? For accidentally pressing L1, L1 instead of jump L1, jump L1? Okay, 29. Better than the great axes. Invalid slop. Contaminated the dataset. Fine, we'll redo it. We'll redo it. We'll redo it real quick. It doesn't take that long. Fine, fine. Our Greatsword Power Stance is also same as Greatsword Power Stance, but it takes more stamina for some reason. Oh, weird. That explains why nobody... Not nobody ever uses it, but it's rarely used. $29. I mean, it's the same. It's 29. Maybe, you know, verging on 30, but it's around that 29. For our jump slop. Have we seen bingo players go to Milady check much in practice to get second greatsword? I kind of feel like that variety... I kind of like that variety as an option IMO. Very rarely. It's a little bit too far out of the way that most people don't check it right away. And once a player kind of locks in on their build, very few players want to actually go and like get a new weapon later in the game to change their build. So it's very rare. I don't know. We've probably seen it more than 0 times, but it's been rare. All right. Bingus bongus. Let's fight Gaius with Power Slop. Oh, that's bad. I probably should just redo it. I'm just gonna redo it real quick. It would be weird to try to like heal and get back to full and whatever. It is a lot easier to get hit with power stancing. That is one downside, is every attack that it has is way more committal than a standard two-handing. But for now, I'm not counting that against it. For now, I'm just trying to see raw speed if you happened to play perfectly and did not make any mistakes. How was Power Slop? Great Hammer? Excellent. Possibly the best Power Slop. Hey. Rude. 124. I mean, it's around the same time. It was a bit unlucky. There were a couple of attacks that missed, but that's also part of power stancing. It's very, very common for an attack to miss while power stancing because the tracking on power stancing is significantly worse than regular attacks. But you could certainly argue that wasn't like the absolute fastest power stancing, that I should redo it till I get it perfect. But it's not like I redid all my other trials until I got them perfect. So yeah, genuinely, there are tons of builds in the game that are better than power stancing. Like, wasn't regular single greatsword that time or faster? 123, yeah. So, I don't know. Rigging the test, big drama, true. You know, I could redo it one time. I could redo it one time. I could give Power Slop even better odds of winning. Two-ended tally do be strong for sure. But so is jump tally. They're both 15%, right? I'm only giving both of them the same 15% they would always get. Not always, because you wouldn't technically always get two-ended tally, but I'm quite sure Bloodfiend's arm with Faith and the right talismans is stronger. Oh yeah, no, I haven't even tested that because it would be unfair against Gaius because he's minus 20 to Holy. If you went Faith Bloodfiend's arm, I bet I could have like a 40-second fight. I bet I could do it like half the time of jump slop. Genuinely. Jump tally is 15%. Unless I'm wrong. I think jump tally is 15. Claw tally is 15. Yeah. I think. Unless I'm wrong. Can you get bird set for jump attack? Not really. It's a little too far out of the way, generally. It's not in a spot that you go to. In 95% of games, you would not go there. In 5% of games, you would go there. Maybe that's too much. Maybe it's like 80% of games you wouldn't go there, and 20% you would, or something, that you could go close enough that you could get it at some point. It would never be a rush, though. You'd never get it at the start of the game. That would be like if you got 3 red bears, you would go over there. Or if there was full grave bird armor set, you'd go over there. Otherwise, you'd never get it. Like, ever. But okay, I'll give it another try for the sake of fairness. We did get a little unlucky on the Gaius. We'll see if I can do better. What are we testing here? The same thing again. Yeah, same thing for a second time. Just because that was one of the worst Gaius lucks I've had in a test. Oh, that was quite fast. Okay, all right. Hold. That was quite fast. 109. Maybe Power Slop is just unlucky. That was basically a perfect Gaius. I don't think he did a single stalling move, but I mean, if you get that lucky, it's possible. I would say 2 more jump L1 is better than taking riposte. Maybe. I have Blade of Mercy, so I thought riposte would be better with Blade of Mercy, but maybe. It was so perfect, it's not fair. Now it's unfair the other way. Warrior always starts with 2 of the same weapon in Bingo. Not in DLC. Every class has exactly 1 weapon in DLC Bingo. It did go up in the air once. I don't think he did that on the single sword fight. That's true. Because I staggered him out of it, yeah, in the single sword fight. Because I happened to get the stagger at the right time. But he also, I think, did the stalling, like, long combo in single sword fight as well. Okay, what was I looking at? It's only fair if it fits my agenda. True. Oh, let me try to genuinely make this unfair. Let me try to actually show you what a busted build looks like. We give ourselves the chicken leg. We need 11 dex, 16 arcane. Dex, 16 arcane. And how much strength to two-hand? 28, 27 would be 18, so we need 19 strength. And this is not enough endurance yet. 25 endurance is enough, is 24. 24 is not, so we need 25 endurance, and then the rest would go into faith. And then we give ourselves the sacred... It's not called sacred whetstone? What's it called? It's not holy whetstone. Well, if I just search for oh, blade. What blade? Sanctified. That's what it's called. Sanctified wet blade. And I make it sacred so that it scales best with faith. And then I also swap out this for this. Well, Thorny's actually probably kind of bad for this. This for this. So we've got spiked and green burst. And then I respawn Gaius. Have we tested Jump Slop with Flame Grant Me Strength and Golden Vow yet? No, because theoretically that's the same increase no matter what weapon you're using, so it kind of just muddies the water and makes it so that if I got a little unlucky, I'd lose a lot of time because now all of a sudden my buffs would fall off. I was trying to do them frozen first. Yeah, since it's just a % increase, I don't think there's any reason really to, do that. Yeah, I still think Jump Slop is OP. In a test of 5 matches where one player Jump Slops and the other does not, I bet Jump Slop wins 4 out of 5. I don't think so. Based on our testing, that doesn't seem to be the case at all. Well, it does seem good. It does seem good. But our literal perfect fight with Jump Slop was not close to our completely imperfect Starfist fight. So, and Gaius is really resistant to bleed, apparently. So, like, with everything going for it, Jump Slop has still not matched Starfist, and is not going to match this. I tell you what. Watch this. $26. 4 seconds faster than Jump Slop on just standing there hitting him. 2 seconds faster than Starfist. And now let's see the actual fight. Here's where, I'll admit, the chicken wing might struggle a little. It can be hard to get charged attacks with it, but I still think this is gonna shred. And this is with like all the downsides of Blood Fiends. You had to get all the stats to be able to wield it, which is a lot. So it would scale even better if I had more stats. And I'm forcing a full set of armor, which if you were using this, maybe you wouldn't do, so that you could save some endurance. But again, I'm enforcing the same rules on all weapons. You must have a full set of knight armor, and you must have enough endurance to medium. So let's see. Oh, wait. Enemy disable AI off. That should be fine. The buffs last long enough. Are the squares like Kill a Boss 30 seconds or faster? No. That would be quite silly. Oh, missed. Under a minute. So, there you go. Starfist was 100 for comparison. Yeah, basically the same as Starfist. Little bit harder to use because of the longer time it takes, but like, I mean, that's the real OP. Ethical bonk gameplay. Starfist was regular. That's true, that's true, that's true. That's true. Starfist got a slightly unfair shake. Starfist might actually be better. But yeah, Blood Fiends, broken. Starfist, broken. Alablaster got just as fast of a fight of power stance, even though he is resistant to slash. Which apparently it does slash. I don't know why it does slash. It's bugged or something. Single greatsword compared wasn't necessarily faster, but was like close. Single great axe compared, it was about the same. It was close. Backhand blades and great katana were significantly worse. Both of them significantly worse. Not gonna lie about it. The slash damage on these, combined with him being very bleed resistant, made both of them not as good as jump slopping for sure. But that's basically what we found. Jump slopping is solid, it's good, but it's not like the definitive end-all be-all. There are better builds for sure, and even just a generic two-handed greatsword or great axe, not that much worse. 6 million runes. Maybe Holy Shrouding instead of Spiked, if you're not getting enough charged R2s, would be better. Yeah, I mean, I was getting a lot of charged R2s. I think the Spiked was there. Does Axe Talisman only enhance the physical part of charge attacks, or does it also enhance the Holy? So there are 3 better weapons, just need to get them 80% of the time. Okay, there are 3 that blow it out of the water. And there are 80%. In fact, there's 100% of the time you can get a great axe, and a generic great axe is about as good as power slopping from what we have found. Literally about the same speed at killing Gaius. A little slower, I'll admit, a few seconds slower. But like, not even that noticeably slower. And if you take away Jump Talisman, if you just remove that from the shop, a two-handed great axe actually can be faster than Jump Slop. So That's a good question, Mr. Mitch. Blood Fiends is that strong for it because Holy is physical. Yep. Also, he's weak to Holy. This was a silly demonstration. Blood Fiends was a silly demonstration just to be like, look at something that genuinely counters Gaius. This counters Gaius. If you went full Sacred Blood Fiend's arm, that counters Gaius. That was me being silly. That's not like an actual fair comparison. But I would say the comparison of just using a butchering knife or just using Lord Sworn's greatsword, I would say we're both very fair comparisons, I think, and both of those did very well. What about NPC fights? Does that change things? Kinda. Powerstancing. Let me show you an NPC fight with Powerstancing. Greatsword Powerstancing. Greatsword Powerstancing. Let's go with Greatsword Powerstancing. Very well, but not as well still. Sure, okay. But if you're banning something because it's like 5% better, like, what are we doing here? Like, if Powerstancing isn't definitively, like, so much better that it's like... if it's like, oh yeah, if you happen to get 2 of them, it's 5% better than having 1 of them. Like, what are we doing with our lives? You know? Like, it needs to be banned. It's 5% better. It's the equivalent of if I actually remembered to go back and get Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength. In fact, Golden Vow, Flame Grant Me Strength is 38% while it's up. So, over the course of a fight, probably averages out to like 20 to 25% better. Like, literally, you are more... I guarantee you, with 100% certainty, two-handing with Golden Vow, Flame Grant Me Strength is better than Powerstancing 100% of the time. 100% of the time. I guarantee you. I guarantee you of that. So, seems silly. I think. And we're still just testing base requirements. I've been testing always at level 50, at rune level 50. Cause, well, 50 is maybe too low. Maybe I should have upped it. Maybe redo all the tests at level 80, cause you would get to level 80 for a square in the board or whatever. But like, you know. You're saying we need to ban Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength. Please no, I'd like Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength. And... since I remembered to do it, I get an advantage over everyone else, because not everyone else remembers to do it. So. Biggest issue as a player, it's giga boring way to play a game. That's fair. You know, that's fair. I don't find it that boring, but if you just don't like it, that's fair. But, I mean, personally, I think that's a bad way to go about it. Like, right... let's say, for example, you said, oh, I think Starfist is boring, which there are people that do. Swed hates Starfist. I think it's Swed. There's at least one person that hates Starfist. Imagine if we banned Starfist because Swed says he really doesn't enjoy the playstyle of Starfist. I don't think that's valid. I don't think that's valid. Like, oh, yeah, I really don't like that weapon. I wouldn't use it if I had the choice. So we should ban... like, I just don't think that's valid, personally. I think you can dislike what you dislike. I hate backhand blades. If I played in Season 4, ooh, I hate me some backhand blades. But it was the meta, so I would have learned to use it. Like, I don't enjoy backhand blades at all, but I'd have done it, you know? I don't think you can ban something just because you don't like it. IMO. That's my opinion. No matter how much I don't like something, I would never want it banned, personally. IMO. That's my opinion. Unless, you know, if I came in here and Powerstancing was so good nothing else could compete, you know, we'd have some room to talk. We'd have some, like, okay, maybe, you know, we need to ban Jump Talisman and we need to, like, do all this, which I'm still okay with banning Jump Talisman, by the way. I think it's totally okay to say we want to bring Powerstancing down. Let's remove Claw Talisman from Kale Pool. I think that'd be a great solution. But saying we want to ban something that is maybe 10%-ish, maybe, better than your other option on average. Again, on average, not your strongest other option because Starfist is just genuinely better. Bloodfiend is just genuinely better. Alablaster is just genuinely better, etc. But, like, you know, it's a little bit better on average. That seems so odd to me. Can we mass ban enough things that deflecting tier becomes meta, please? Yeah! This isn't the World Championship with 100k on the line. If most players want something gone, I'd say remove it. That's, you know, that's fair. That's a fair opinion to have. It's the exact opposite of the opinion I have. Because what if most players want it gone, but some players really like it? And now all of a sudden you're taking away something that some players really like? I think Roma likes to use it quite a bit. I don't know. Like, is that not just, like, disadvantaging players based on their literal preference? I don't know. Jeez, you mean we chose to ban something off of feeling and not stats? Whoa, surprising. Yeah. Weird. I think most players just don't want to learn it, and yeah, I really like it. Yeah, so is Roma not entitled to the opinion of, well, I really like it. Why can't I do it? So, I wonder if it was people keep arguing about it, so let's just ban it so there wouldn't be complaining later. Yeah, that might be it. That might be it. It's very possible. Anyway, what was I testing? I was doing something with Power Stance Greatswords. Oh, I was going to show how NPCs work with Power Stance Greatswords. Was what I was going to do. I'll go to Night of the Solitary Jail because I can get there easily. Democracy is a thing? Yeah, but we're not in a democracy. We're in a domocracy. Domo makes the rules. Whatever he wants goes, regardless. We can voice opinions, but at the end of the day, he gets to say. Let me fix the stats. Okay, that's enough for medium. Was that exactly enough for medium? It was. 23 endurance. Dex needs to be up at 13. I don't need all of this faith or arcane. So the rest can go into strength. Again, I'll just keep it rune level 50. Not that it really matters because we're testing something entirely different. Weapon rando existed because people complained. Yeah. Sometimes things do just get changed because people complain. This is true. Wait. There we go. Okay. Dictator Domo. You also warped the NPC with Tarnish Tool. No need to travel there. Oh. Whatever. I'm already on the way. It would take me more time to figure out the warp than it would to just ride over, I think, at this point. Oh, I didn't fix my flask. Whatever. This isn't a real test. I just wanted to show how well it works against an NPC so that people can get an idea. Not the exact damage values. What kind of builds surpass Powerstancing? Mostly charge attack builds. Charge attack builds goated. But even non-charge attack, just two-handing a greatsword was close. It was a little worse, but it was very close. Just doing a two-handed greatsword and just R1ing, and then when you get the chance, charge R2ing was pretty close. At least we know damage of stuff. Yeah. So generally, with Powerstancing, you do crouch. Oh, wait. Does it not work with greatswords? I don't know that it works with greatswords. Because you can do this, but the problem is he can very easily roll out of it like that, and you get into a little bit of trouble. So generally, it's crouch, L1, crouch. But it's too slow, yeah. It doesn't really work on greatswords. I guess I'm gonna have to try it with great axes. Excuse me, sir? I would like to try this with great axes. Are we sure the damage output on Power Stance is really high? Only according to my testing. And you could... Maybe I have a skill issue with Power Stancing. Maybe I'm not good enough at Power Stancing to showcase how good it can be, but that was my results from testing. Maybe if you're better than me, you could figure out a way to make it significantly faster. Okay, let's get to 20 dex, and I think these are a little bit lighter, so I can get a little bit less endurance. Oh, maybe not. They're about the same. I could get one less endurance, and then strength there. They're not gonna be heavy, but whatever. This is the idea. You crouch L1, crouch L1, crouch L1. The problem is it's not actually truly locking him down. It works often, but it's not a true lockdown like a Colossal can be. Colossal, you can genuinely just stun lock him the whole time. Power stance, it's like solid. Or you can do jumping L1s and hope that he just stands there, but if he rolls back, you can get kind of screwed. It's like, it's fine against NPCs. It's not bad. It's not my favorite thing against NPCs, but it works. Ah, yeah. He did not care. He did not care again. Oh, jumped over his attack. Aha! Ah, he rolled. I'm not gonna kill him in case I want to test with something else, but yeah, that's generally how you fight him there. And non-power stats weapons often have the benefit of perfectly timing the stagger to skip phase transition. Well, that doesn't seem like a fair comparison. I'm sure there's a way to skip the transition by jumping. There could be. I mean, I was just spamming jumping when he was doing the transition and it didn't happen to stagger. I guess that's, yeah, some RNG. There were some weapons that skipped the phase transition when I was just charge R2ing. That's true. But also, charge R2ing is more stagger than a power stance is. So you are more likely to skip the phase transition while two-handing than you are while jump attacking. Because it takes 3 charge attacks with most weapons, like great axes or great swords. Maybe not with great... I don't remember with great swords. What was with Alablaster? Does Alablaster have extra? I don't remember. Whereas it took 4 jumping L1s to stagger Gaius. So it was generally easier to stagger him with charge attacks. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't, like, set up some sort of conspiracy. I made sure to always stagger him out of the transition. It just happened to happen on some of the tests. Per hit or DPS wise? A slight combination of both. Per hit, absolutely charge attacks, and then stagger per second if it's like kind of close-ish. But the thing is, in an opportunity for a boss to attack in Elden Ring, you can get 1 power stance and you can get 1 charged attack. You will never, well, not never, but rarely get 2 jump attacks, and basically never get 2 charged attacks, but you can do a charge attack and an extra R1. So a charge attack plus an R1, I think, is approximately comparable to 2 jump attacks. But if you can only get 1 jump attack or 1 charged R2, then the charged R2 is better. Is kind of a thing. If the boss lets you hit it, nothing beats power stance, DPS / poise. When the boss moves, that's the issue, I guess. Not true, actually. If the boss lets you hit it, power stance was consistently around a 30-second kill, whereas Starfist was faster. Blood Fiend's arm was faster. Alablaster was technically slower, but only because Gaius was slash resistant. Otherwise, it would have been faster. And even just R1ing with a Lord Sworn's Heavy Greatsword or a Butchering Knife was only 2 seconds slower each, I think. Whereas Starfist was a full 2+ seconds faster, and Bloodfiend's Arm was 4 seconds faster. So, Blaster's not a slash weapon. That's what... Gray said it's a slash weapon. I'll go test myself right now. I'll go test. We'll solve this once and for all. What's the closest Grace to Borealis? My kitchen. It says standard pierce. I know it says that, but apparently it's not. According to Gray's testing. I will go test now. We will disbelieve what we have been told, and we'll test it ourselves. All right. So we all agree the R2 on Alablaster should always do more than the R1, right? What, she talks to you in mountaintops? Oh. She wants to give me Torrent. Go away, Melina. Wait. No, she wants to abduct me. Stop it, Melina. Stop. No! I'm being taken away. Also, missing a hit with Powerstancing is way more punishing than two-handing. Oh, never mind. She didn't take me away. We're good. Okay, fix my stats. I'm not going to worry about all the stuff. I'm just going to give myself enough ints to use it. Okay, there. So now, we all agree that I should do more damage on an R2 than an R1 with Alabaster. But if I actually do it... Only the neutral R2s are slash, everything else is standard. Wait, so the charge R2s are slash, or are standard? That's even more confusing. Okay, because an R1 does 345, but an uncharged R2 does 186. Very clearly much less because it is slash, and Borealis is so resistant to slash, but not that resistant to standard. Where are you? Let's try it with a charged R2. So an R1, once again, is 345, and a charged R2, 353. Nope, that's definitely slash as well. That's definitely slash as well. There's no way it would only do a tiny bit more with a full charged R2 than an R1. That is definitely also slash. Turn off AI and compare regular greatsword with it. Okay. Enemies, disable AI. We do have a random greatsword to test with. So. Two-hand, charge R2, 353. Alternate greatsword, two-hand, charge R2, 665. Yep. Clearly it's getting the slash penalty. Yeah, so charge R2 and tap R2 are both slash for some reason on Alablaster. Jump roll, running R2s are standard. Oh, I expected that, yeah. It's also the only one that gets the stamina reduction. Jump R2s don't get the stamina reduction. Running R2s don't get the stamina reduction. Yeah, only the riposte is Pierce. Neutral means from a standing position only in this case. Oh, I see. I gotcha. But both uncharged and charged R2s. Gotcha. My whole life is a lie. I know, right? It's silly. It's silly. Mm-hmm. Jump, roll, running R2s. Yeah, yeah. There's actually no rolling R2s. Rolling R2 is actually a standing R2. Oh, yeah. 465. Yeah, yeah. Standard slash Pierce slash reads slash. Yep, yep, yep. Is Powerstancing banned? It is, but in our testing, it doesn't seem like it needed it. I don't know, unless someone else can come up with some other results that contradict mine. Me trying them out all against basically training dummies that just take the same amount of damage, we found that it's barely better than two-handing a weapon. Better, but barely better. And we found that it absolutely loses in many cases to actual good builds, such as Starfist or Bloodfiend's Arm. It only beat, like, just two-handing a random kind of bad Great Axe or a random kind of bad Greatsword. And in actual fights with Gaius, it also barely beat out two-handing the weapon. It's also fun to have new ways of playing the game. A bit sad that it's banned. Yeah. What we could do, if somebody thinks maybe my test is bad as well, you know, somebody else could absolutely test it with different stats or with different weapons or whatever else, but the results I'm getting do not show anything that to me points to this is ban-worthy. Outside of what Gray said, Gray just doesn't like it, but to me, I don't think that's valid because Roma does like it. So if you ban something that one person doesn't like and another person does like, that feels like an artificial, you know, advantage that one player gets and disadvantage that another player gets. Based on preference, which I personally don't think is, you know, is that cool? If literally none of the players liked it, yeah, sure, whatever. But as long as at least one person likes it, it feels like people should, you know, learn when it's good, learn when it's bad, play it with it when it's good, avoid it when it's bad. Powerstancing is very boring to watch. The whole game is Jump Bell 1. You say that. A lot of people like watching it. Maybe not the majority, but a lot of people like watching it. I've absolutely had people, I'll say it again, when I'm just playing the game, like in like a randomizer or something, I've had people come in and go, hey, why aren't you powerstancing? I powerstanced on my first playthrough, and I would love to see you do it as well. That is absolutely, casuals do like seeing powerstancing sometimes. Or people just like seeing what is the most powerful thing because they want to see the pros destroy bosses or, you know, whatever else, a million other reasons. So, I don't know. Not the majority, so the minority? Sure. Are you really going to ban something because 51% of people don't like it and 49% of people like it? You're really going to be like, ah, this is worthy of a ban? Like, a ban is like a big thing. I can tell you a whole lot less than 50% of the players like the Rolling Giant Lightning Ram. That's still in there. I think that's, like... For banning something is such a big deal. If you said take out the jump talisman, I agree with that. That's the mod. That's something that Domo has direct power over and is arbitrarily inserted into the game. If he decides these talismans are at Kale, these talismans aren't at Kale, I think that's all 100% valid ways to balance around the game. 100%. I think just saying, you can't do this. Sorry, I know you like it, but you're just not allowed to play this way, I think is silly. IMO. IMO weapons are boring to watch. Season 6 should only contain bare fists. True. IMO. IMO. Incant only bingo, please. See, a lot of people would like that. Players probably would not. Jump talisman or auto upgrade gone? No, we kind of... I really like the auto upgrade. I kind of like the auto upgrade. I think just jump talisman being gone would put power stance well within line of other playstyles. I think Jump Talisman is the only thing that puts it ahead of other playstyles on average, because they for free get an extra talisman, whereas if you're going for like a standard build, it's like you can always get Ritual Sword, you can always get Rot Wing, and then it's like, what else did you get? You could go Blade of Mercy, which I like, but a lot of people don't. If you don't go Blade of Mercy, it's like, what even do you do if I'm just doing a random Greatsword build? Like, I guess Axe Talisman, but I'm not using that very often. I guess Two-Handed Sword, but I only get to do that if the square's on the board. I guess Two-Handed Turtle, but only if the square's on the board. Like, I think that's the only problem, is Power Stance always gets 3 good talismans, whereas every other build only always gets 2 good talismans, unless you happen to have Bleed, or you happen to be a charge attack build, or you happen to have Two-Handed Sword Talisman on the board. I think that's the only thing that makes Power Stancing a little too good right now. What's the point of banning Power Stancing? Kills too quick, then ban Grease too. I'd be okay with Grease not being at Kale. I'd be okay with that. There's a big meta around it. Maybe there would be more pushback from the players. Maybe the players would like that less, but I mean, I'd be okay with it, because it's, I think removing things from Kale to me makes way more sense than completely banning a normal playstyle in the vanilla game. That's my thought. Auto upgrade has more impact on Power Stance build than the talisman, but auto upgrade have more general benefit to bingos. That removing it just for that wouldn't be worth losing what it offers elsewhere. That's, yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Ban playing bingo. True. My other silly solution, and I don't think this could work, would be at the blacksmith, find a way to make it so you upgrade weapon slots. And this is like Matt would probably have to work for, you know, weeks on this, or I don't know, whatever. But make it so that you go to the blacksmith and you upgrade your main hand weapon slot, and whatever weapon in there is that upgrade level, and whatever's in your offhand is not that upgrade level, until you go to him and you upgrade your offhand weapon slot, which then upgrades your offhand weapon, whatever weapon gets put in there. And if you swapped your main hand weapon to your offhand weapon, it would get like unupgraded or whatever. Would be super cool. And then there's an extra cost associated with Power Stancing. You have to upgrade both weapon slots, whereas if you want a two-hand, you only have to upgrade one of your weapon slots, etc. But I mean, that would just take so much work. We don't need to touch the mod. We can just ban Jump Talisman. I agree. I think that would fix it. But if somebody wanted to go further, I'd be more okay with that than saying you can't do it at all. If you jump slop, you need to jump IRL. Oh, this is good. Yeah. Programming hell. Yeah. I don't think that will ever happen, but I don't see how this would work in context of Elden Ring's game engine. Neither do I, but I don't know. Matt's a wizard. Maybe he could make it work. The soundtrack just adds the intensity of the argument. True. Recent Kale allows like 4 status square. Yeah, but I hate that square. I want that square gone. I think most of the players want that square gone as well. It's almost always a double up. It's like a rush double up. And I think getting rush double upped is the worst feeling in all of bingo. Like, it feels like the game is over at minute 5 when that square is on the board sometimes. If there's that square and Ancient Dragon Man, and both players go for it, and one player gets the double up square, and the other person was 5 seconds behind, it causes crash outs. It causes crash outs so bad. I think that square is probably worse even than the Rolling Giant Lightning Ram in terms of the actual impact on bingo. I think that square sucks and should be gone. What if Kale gets randomized to only be at a random grace and you have to find him? A little prop hunt, hide and go seek. He's hiding as a prop. You have to roll into him to reveal that it's Kale. He could be anywhere on the map. What are we solving again? I don't know. We've gone into a lot of stuff now, but the basic thing, the overall discussion has been banning of power stancing, of whether you can do this. And I have yet to see any strong, compelling argument that it is overpowered. I certainly have seen strong, compelling arguments that it is powerful. I have not seen compelling arguments that it is overpowered, as in, like, unbeatable by other means. And I especially don't think there is almost any argument, unless somebody proves me wrong. Somebody could go do their own testing and prove me wrong. I don't think there's any argument that it's even, like, too powerful if you just got rid of Jump Talisman. I think with that gone, it's, like, perfectly in line with other forms of dealing damage. But yeah, that's my take. I don't know. That's probably all the testing we realistically need. Why doesn't Domo simply nerf power stance move MVs? Oh, that sounds like hell. You have to find every MV for every power stance, and and then you're like changing the way the vanilla game works. Ugh. I would much prefer just changing the mod that you created, because the mod is something outside of the game that's in your control. I'd prefer you change the mod than change the game. You know what I mean? Change Kale's shop, because why does Kale even sell Jump Talisman? Because it was an arbitrary decision made at one point to give Kale the Jump Talisman. Just reverse that arbitrary decision. It's not like Kale has every single talisman in the whole game, and Jump Attack Talisman would be the only one missing. You think that many weapons can do PCR sub 90 like Blank said? I think he made a really good point in his message. Also, good game versus CWD and Sweat now if you want to watch it. You know what? I will, but would you be convinced if I killed PCR in under 90 seconds right now? Because I bet I could. I betcha I could. With parry, because that's how I fight PCR. Parry is better than jump slop IMO on PCR. I'm not doing it without parry because I'm bad at the fight without parry. But with parry, I betcha I can. I betcha I can. Ban parry too OP. Banning a core game mechanic is a shame because it impacts your stats and gear. Being heavier means either more stamina or less armor means less resistance. It generally speeds up boss fights, but if you mess up, you'll still get hit. Yeah, there is also a risk-reward trade-off in power stancing.
Challenge issued. Timer started.
Timer start. No, the timer's already started. I'm not even there yet. Oh no. Travel. What's it called? Divine Gate Staircase? Divine Gate Front Staircase? Is bingo a mod or something? It is, yes. There is a mod for bingo, specifically. Do it at minimum stats. No, I'll do it at... No, sir. No parry there in that argument. What do you mean, no parry there? What? If the argument is you can't do Radon without power stance in less than 90, and I say, yeah, I can with a different strategy, and you say, actually, any strategy more powerful than power stancing is banned, actually. No, power stancing is the best because I said that everything that's more powerful isn't allowed. There are more powerful things than power stancing. That's the point. That's the whole point. There are more powerful things. No attacks allowed. Do it with regular weapons like I did to Gaius. Just good old fight. But I'm bad at fighting him regularly. I don't know if I can do this. Fine, take a little Aloe Blaster. Do you happen to know what approximate stats, what approximate level he was at? Did he have Rakshasa armor? Do we have a clip of it? Do we know what I should be copying? 8's could do at least level 70, but you know he was 8. He wasn't like 9 or 10. This wasn't a board with higher. This needs 12 dex, 18 int. Currently medium, but I haven't put on all my talismans yet. I guess this is an axe talisman build. Definitely a Blade of Mercy build. Oh, or is it just two-handed? I want both, though. Rotwing honestly can go for two-handed. Sure, that makes enough sense to me. That was my guess for optimal PCR and bingo. Oh, okay. If you could check, that would be helpful so that we can have a, you know, relatively fair comparison. Okay, that's probably good enough on endurance. Level 70 would be 64 strength. Honestly, kind of feels like too much. Maybe you go to 54 and then... What's the second best scaling on Alablaster? Is it int? Both dex and int are both kind of meh. This game is so bad. You need to memorize every boss attack to win, and it is so trash. So true. So true. Whatever, we'll just go full strength. I don't know what else would be good. No physic tier. No, I'm gonna fix it. I'm just fixing the stats right now. We'll probably go Thorny Spiked, I think. From the perspective of a viewer, genuinely there is a difference between watching a parry fight and jump slot fight, other than one being maybe OP. There is a difference? Or is there? Was that a question or was that a statement? Can you make the weapon plus 10 as well? I can. I figure most people don't actually take the time to go back and make it plus 10, but you could. You would have to get a Somber 10 and then go back and use it, which I feel like most people don't. There's no difference to me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have that much difference, but... Parry is also kind of boring. Mitch will 99% parries and skip 100% of the boss attack pattern. Yeah. And isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? Alright, Creeper. Cool it down. We entertained for a bit. If you're just here to start fights, I'm just gonna time you out for a while. Alright, I don't think Gray has found the specific stats yet. We have a Creeper in chat. Aw, man. In arguing against the ban, is that still my position? After testing, even more so. Like, honestly, I expected to find that it was more powerful, like, noticeably, but not, like, so noticeably. I have easily been able to find much more powerful builds than it so far. Unless my testing is flawed. I'm fully willing to accept maybe my testing is flawed with the constraints that I put on everything, where everyone had to be the same level, everyone had to be wearing armor, everyone had to, you know, only use talismans that are relatively readily available. You wouldn't get the bird armor on power stance build, etc. Like, I'm willing for somebody to challenge me on any of those assumptions, but barring that, barring my assumptions being challenged, I am quite convinced that... oh, I also want enough faith to cast Golden Vow, Flame Grant Me Strength. Should be level 85. You get to level... You would always be at level 85 at least getting to consort, right? Because just like Mesmer and Romina basically get you there. Yeah, so we should definitely be at least level 85. I've been testing pretty consistently tonight, though. Yeah, yeah. Search VODs for a bit, hard to find on the fly. Maybe he did it off stream, IDK. He might have, yeah, I don't know. So I don't know exactly how to test. I feel like when you get to consort, you're probably also around Skidoo 10. I mean, I would be. I would be at least Skidoo 10 if I get to consort, because I get to Skidoo 10 plus even in games where it's not on the board. I know for others, they skip a lot of Skidoo, but I'm a Skidoo goblin, so I'd be at least Skidoo 10. And I'd definitely be at least level 85, so that's all I currently am, is level 85 with 10 Skidoo. So we'll see if I can do it, I guess. No player uses Golden Vow or Flame Grant Me Strength. Yeah, no player, ever. It's never been done in the history of Dota. Okay. Well, that was strange. He went, like, off-center to me, and then I got double hit. Well, let me tell you, that was not shorter than 90 seconds, so, all right. Under 90 seconds, let's go! Successful. New record. Oh, his AI is... Oh, that's why he went off-center. Okay, well, now it makes sense. His AI was disabled. Oops. Oopsies. Oh, I also forgot to drink my flask on that previous one anyway, so... What are our findings so far on the power stance debate? It is 100% possible to make a build that is more powerful than power stancing, and even very generic builds, such as Lordsworn's Greatsword two-handing or Butchering Knife two-handing, are not significantly worse than power stancing, worse by probably 10 to 15%, which in my opinion would be entirely solved if Claw Talisman was not at Kale. That's my findings so far. That's more of my conclusions than my findings, but... But now I'm in the bad start because of this. Oh, but now he's gonna stall. I would bet Blanks didn't get the stall because he didn't transition on a riposte. Aww. The damage was good, but... I'm not that good at fighting him straight up like this. I'm much better with parries. I'm also much better if I have some random bone darts. Bone dart. To keep his posture up. Reset the fight to before the first attempt so he spawns in the gate. I don't think so with this mod. It would be nice, though, if I could. Alright, already a bad fight. I'm so bad when I don't have parry. I don't know how to fight him. Me when I'm bad. Which am I using? Tarnish Tool or John Practice or something else? Tarnish Tool. You can do it with Tarnish Tool, I think. Oh, okay. Well, then let me see. Because I can revive. Revive at first encounter. There is actually a button. You're right. Consort. Revive as first encounter. You're right. Perfect. Why are we arbitrarily banning parry? Because Gray said to arbitrarily ban parry because he thinks it would be too good because it's definitely better than power slop. So I'm arbitrarily following the arbitrary ban in order to give power shot or power slop the best chance of possibly being better. Whoops. Okay, that's on me. We'll have to respawn him again because I accidentally threw a dart instead of buffing. See, I'm so... It's just... It also gets in my own head when there's... When I'm not allowed to parry. It throws me off. I'm so bad. You will not have parry in the majority of games? Sure! Okay, but you also probably won't have... Blanks' perfect build plus perfect fight that gave him a new PB of fastest Radon he's ever had. You're gonna have a parry in more games than you're going to have a perfect build that leads to the fastest Radon kill you've ever had. No? Is this not true to say? Oh, I'm bad. Oh, I'm so bad. How did I manage to become this bad? Oh, that was so risky for no reason. Yeah, you might need to get somebody else to test because I am genuinely just not good enough at this fight, I think, to properly test. Like, I definitely could not do a power stance kill of Radon in 90 seconds, because I am not good enough. Uh-oh. Yeah, about a minute slower. But I don't bet I do any better with Power Slop. Okay, same stats. Same everything. Power slop. Let's see if I can do it better. Parry slop, I would destroy him. I would destroy him. It'd simply be an unfair contest. Okay, I need enough endurance for heavy, which I think was 23. Let me try 22. 2 still heavy. 23 it was, which means to be back to level 85. This up, this down. This there. Okay. Every time you duck an attack of his during the recovery of your jump attack, you have to say, get ducked. Oh, that's true, actually. Wait, maybe Parry Slop wins out just on that. You just duck enough of his attacks that you get a faster... Oh. Okay, I need 1 more endurance. Because of the seal. Okay. Close enough. There's 2 parry daggers in the game, right? I think so. There's Mongosh, and there's just parrying dagger. Move charge attack buff as well. Right, we will have to, yeah, go to the other things. This is that exact same stats. Exact same, sorry, total. Exact same total stats. Sorry, is what I meant. Exact same stat total. Exact same level, 85. Okay, anything else to swap out? Yes. This for jump. And this for Rotwing. Alright. Can I do better with jump slop? Oh, and also... Let me make sure he's revived at first encounter. Parrying daggers are randomized amongst daggers and backhand blade for some reason. No, it is no longer with backhand blade. Backhand blades are now with curved swords. That has been changed, fixed. I mean, I definitely wasn't 90 seconds. I was on pace for about the same time of kill, it looks like. But then I died. Alright, go again. That stamina management, it's hard. It's hard with this. Especially when you're bad at the video game. It would have been slower. It was looking slower. I'm not gonna lie. It was genuinely looking slower, but... I don't know. What? What the hell was that? I mean, way slower. I don't think I played as well, but like, did that really feel like, oh my god, power stancing is so much infinitely better than non-power stancing? Did that really, like, did that look like, oh my god, you're so overpowered, but you just played badly? I feel like that looked like I was less powerful and I also played badly. I don't know. I don't know. Like, that doesn't convince me. Granted, I'm bad at it, right? This is maybe a bad thing for me to be testing because I genuinely am not great at power stancing, and especially not great at this fight. But like, yeah, I don't know. That is world record time. Oh, okay, yeah. What if you were power stancing 2 great stars? Ooh. Do we see Blank's version? Apparently, we haven't found it yet. We don't know where he did it. Maybe he did it off stream, or if he did it on stream, we haven't been able to find it yet. I think power stancing should be allowed when you have the exact same 2 weapons, so it's not going to happen in every game, but when it's there, the players who have trained to it have an advantage. I think that's also I think that would also be relatively fine. I mean, I don't like limiting it at all. I like just getting rid of jump talisman because I think this is the only problem, and without this, it's balanced. I think that's literally all you have to do, and it would be balanced. Like, eliminating the whole playstyle seems silly, but I don't know. Yo! Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. He was stalling a bit, too. He definitely was stalling a bit. That's true. There's a lot of RNG in the consort fight. Like, getting a 90-second consort time is going to be a mixture of an incredible build, incredible luck, and incredible play. And unfortunately, my power slot build was none of those 3. Like, I'm sure Blanks was probably a higher level, maybe higher skidoo, maybe with better weapons than 2 random great swords. Probably was greasing. Probably had, like, 85 strength and was level, like, 112 or something. But yeah. A lot of hits in the power sword were only hitting with 1 sword instead of 2. Over half of the hits in phase 2, I think. Really? Over a half? Okay, I mean, that could just be a skill issue then. We tried 2 great hammers. We can. We're getting a lot of testing out of today. You want double great stars? Now show us parry slop? Oh, you want parry slop? Okay. I don't want buckler. What's the random... What's the samurai starting shield? Red something shield? That's the one I'm most used to. Had a random fight during post-game the other day that may or may not be as good as your offline practice if you want to see an example. Sure, yeah. Do you happen to show within that example your, like, level and stats and stuff? Red Thorn round shield, okay. About 5 hours in. It is possible to link with the timestamp, but I can find it. All right, let's first observe. All right, so I'm assuming it's this one. Let's go from pressing the button to enter the fight, because that'll be the easiest comparison. Presses the button to enter. 52-15. Let's just observe the fight. Timer? Oh, he's got the timer on his screen. This is his timing. Eroded wooden shield is peak fashion. Peak. Oh, an immediate stagger in phase 2. That's nice. You do have enough damage that you got into phase 2 before the first stagger, which is definitely more damage than I was just working with. Very nice. I feel like his damage is better. Yeah, his damage was way better than mine for sure. Oh, he does have Rakshasa's armor as well. Rakshasa's does help a lot. Yeah, that would make sense for a fast fight. Oh, and happens to get it right there. And so the Legendfeld pops up at, or Godslain, 54:05. So from 52:15 to 54:05 is a minute 50. Minute 50? Okay. I mean, with a much less powerful build, I did a 230 with Alablaster, while also playing badly and getting hit and having to heal. So it's still not blowing me away as like this is definitively much better. Definitely better build. Definitely better build than what I had. But let's give myself the Rakshasa set for testing. Rakshasa armor, gauntlets, greaves, helm. Do you happen to know what Skidoo level or stats you were at, or total level or anything? Definitely better than any two-handed build, to be fair, but not the ceiling for Power Stance. I don't think it is better than any two-handed build. I think I could... I mean, Starfist is a little awkward, but I'm positive you could do faster with Starfist. I'm positive you can have a better Starfist build than that. Maybe I'm good enough at Starfist to do it. Maybe. And I won't even parry slop yet. I won't even parry slop yet. Even though parry slop would be optimal. Also got buffs off of tanking hits first phase. Which is... Or attacks off by tanking hits first phase, which is when you had all the buffs active. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that does happen. Okay, so for Starfist... Don't need the dex. Don't need the endurance. Would really just pump strength. Again, only to level 85. And I'm gonna... I think it's fair. I'm gonna make them heavy. I know you don't always get... Oh, actually, I do need some endurance. I know you don't always get the Shriek of Sorrow, but... Okay, 15 is not enough. 20 is enough. Is 18 enough? Is 16 enough? It is. Okay, 16 endurance is what's needed. Wasn't cold, Great Katana, Impaling Thrust good as well? I would bet so, but It's a little cheeky because you can't really get Impaling Thrust on Great Katana in the DLC. Do we know Skidoo level? I do not. SL 105. Oh, you can see the stat allocation. Did you also see Skidoo in the stat allocation then? Okay, 105 gives me a bit more strength I can work with. I can get to 93 strength. Or, since I'm bad, I can get to 83 strength and 60 vigor, because I'm bad and I'm gonna need it. Okay. Can I get better than in a minute 50 with Starfist? Is the question. And keep in mind, I'm worse at this fight than Blanks is. Blanks, that was nice and clean. I'm sure I'm gonna get hit some, but I bet it's faster enough that I can still make it happen. Wait, I didn't swap out my physic. Green Burst is really good against Consort, though. Yeah, I think I swap out Thorny. I think it's too hard to keep it up. Okay. Knowing Skidoo would be huge. Yeah, if he showed stats, then you should be able to see Skidoo in the stats list. I think, but... Stalling. Oh, just kidding. Knocked him out of the stall, although now I don't get my riposte, so I don't get my Blade of Mercy. I don't know if that was good or bad for me. Not 150. No. But like a 2-minute. $205. Yeah, I didn't have Ritual Sword up like that entire time. That was a weird one. Missed my riposte in first phase. Like, that was a very, very less impressive fight. Less impressively played fight. And, like, almost as fast. Like, it was pretty sloppy. Like, I'm still not convinced that Power Slop is way better than any other build. Do you think proving Starfist is good doesn't prove much, though? Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, that's true. We do all agree. Starfist is quite good. Didn't get the bleed too. We didn't either? Oh. Parry slop, please? Yeah, let me parry slop. Parry slop is what I'm actually kind of good at. What would be the best parry slop weapon? You know what? I'm just gonna do it with a random greatsword. I feel like that proves the point better than almost anything else, is random greatsword parry slop. Parry slop. Oops. Red. Shield. I'll just look for shield. Red something shield. Red thorn round shield. Okay. That's one that I'm just used to. It doesn't really matter which one, it just has to have parry on it. How much endurance do I need? More than this. 25? 25 is enough. Is 23 enough? It is. Is 21 enough? It is not. Is 22 enough? It is. Okay. 22. That doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. Two-headed turtle, I guess. Not literally every game. No, you cannot get a power stance build literally every game. You can get it most games. Not literally every game. And, in most of the games where you could get jump slop, you could get power stance online. Maybe not most, maybe around half or whatever. You do that via a great hammer, which then requires you to go to an area and kill a guy to get the great hammer, so there is a time cost associated with it. Okay, yeah, so physic is set. I think that's everything then. Oh, I don't... My strength needs to come down a little to match level 105. Alright. Wait. Why am I heavy again? Oh, because I changed around my talismans, and that slightly changed the weight, I guess. Yeah, there we go. So, one less strength. Yeah, this one even only scales B with heavy, so it won't even be like a great sword to test with. Mm-hmm. Pierce for miss damage. Hammers for staggers. Yeah. Lordsworn for the sweet crit buff. Oh, true. I didn't even think about that. I'm going to be parrying. That's true. I'm cheating. I'm literally cheating. Better than power slop when you just use a weapon that's got slightly increased crits. Oh, I might have messed up. Yeah, he's gonna now do this. Oh, that's bad too. Oh, and he's stalling so much. I didn't even start the timer. We'll have to backtrack to find the time. This is so sad. This is like the slowest consort RNG I've ever seen, though, so this is just not even going to be a good comparison. Hey, yeah. What? What do you mean that didn't get me the riposte? Oh god, yeah, okay. Yeah, just never mind any comparison. This is buffs have long since worn off. This is the worst fight you've ever seen. Alright, try again. With a timer this time. Great sword also doesn't seem great against him, but... 307? Yeah, I wasn't expecting that to be very fast. I mean, it's still faster than I jump slopped him. With the worst RNG known to man, but that's also because I'm just bad at jump slopping, so... Not exactly a fair comparison for it. Well, okay, whatever. Lose a second, because it didn't walk in right away. That's fine. What? Okay, you apparently can't get two R1s in with a greatsword. What? Why would you do that? When I'm right next to him, he just stalls anyway? Okay, and I got the parry, but the attack went off anyway. Bro, what is this stalling? Okay, well. I give up. I'm not good enough. I cannot outpower the slop. This greatsword is mega ass. Like, I am so surprised that this greatsword is doing this little damage. All right. That it genuinely takes Blade of Mercy buff to even get to yellow. Ugh, that's disgustingly bad. Is 300 plus 327 that bad? So many games where I've just used just this sword. Compare that to Power Slop. Yeah, I think it's... How much damage was it doing per hit? Hold one sec. Player. Dex. 3. Endurance, we're gonna need more. Endurance probably like 28. Very surprising. Oh, even more. 30? Even more! Holy, this is heavy. Okay, 32 does it. Okay, so if I respawn him at first encounter, and I'm just gonna look at the opening two-handed R1s versus power slops. Just gonna look at the opener just for a silly little comparison. All right, opener. 1947 twice. You get hit for it, though. It's not fast enough to be safe. It was 4,000 something. Versus... Parry Slop with Bleed Misericord. I don't think Bleed Misericord would help much. I don't think that would be so good. Versus two-handing, we'll go with Claymore, since apparently Lord Sworn is kind of meh. Is Claymore actually bad? 300 plus 355. Wait, Claymore... Yeah, Claymore is better. Right? 300 plus 3... Yeah, Claymore is just better. It's just strictly... Oh, like, much better. Okay. Claymore charged R2 is Pierce for comparison. Ah. You can get more damage out of the charged R2. This is also without Axe Talisman. But it's a little bit slower than a Jump L1. Oh, more stagger though. Look at that. Oh, come on. Bro is trolling. Ah! Yeah. Forget the timer again? I wasn't initially going to test the timing. I was just going to test the opener, but... Oh, whoops. Respawn at first encounter. Yeah, Pierce is best for him. A charge attack Claymore build would be kind of funny. I don't think you'd actually do it. I think you would just go this build and call it good enough. I forgot the timer again. That is true. Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, like, me comparing against him is just so weird because, like, I'm just not good at the fight unless it's with parries. So it's like, we're just comparing, oh, I sure hope I don't get unlucky here and just kind of lose out on a ton of time. And or get hit and lose my talisman and... I don't know why that keeps hitting me. I swear you could do that. Uh-oh. Ah, missed. Bro is trolling. I'm literally throwing his stuff at him so he doesn't do this. Bruh, the stall is unreal. Bah! Ugh. Okay, whatever. Okay, anyway, yeah, I'm getting nowhere for this because I'm just not good enough to even make a comparison to Blanks. Like, Blanks' time is just always going to be better than mine because I just genuinely cannot fight this boss. I'm just so bad at it. I'm just getting hit over and over. Let's just, for one last point of note. Let's look at the RNG that Blank's got. Oh, that is a stall there. A new slowest record. Oh, 2,600 on a jump slop? Okay, he is either higher skidoo than I am or something. His weapons are doing way more than what I was doing still. Okay, there is one stall in phase 1. But the thing is, Blanks, I didn't get any better when I did a jump slop. Me doing both jump slop and non-jump slop, it wasn't any faster for me. It was no faster for me. I'm just bad either way. I can't compare to your time, but comparing my time to my time, my jump slop was equally bad as my non-jump slop. So I still have no evidence to show that jump slop is too powerful. All I have evidence to show is I'm really bad at that fight. Yeah, incredible luck so far in phase 2. The only thing is he didn't get a stagger out of this move, but genuinely nothing to stall. He doesn't even do the stall here. I mean, technically, this isn't, like, the fastest move, but, like, the simple fact that he didn't do the T-pose there is ridiculous. Double hit glitch helps a lot. Double hit glitch? Max damage in phase 2 is miles higher than mine. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but that might just be... I don't know. I don't know what that... I don't know why. I don't know what I'm missing. It's more... While Powerstancing, you can hit multiple times on the way down. It's more common on hammers. Oh! Okay, I mean, if I'm not getting that and you are, and it's literally just multiplying your damage, then yeah, that I could see being broken. That, yeah, if it's literally just glitching and hitting multiple times, that I could see being broken. I see the bar jumping twice. Well, it's supposed to always hit twice. One with each weapon. Weapon, weapon. It's supposed to be 1, 2. But if you're saying it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's hitting double per hit, then yeah. Watch Gaius 2, he gets melted, I think. Oh, I'd believe that, yeah. Maybe some other boss would be better to test. That's why we've been testing on Gaius for so long, because I'm actually pretty good at Gaius, and Gaius's RNG is relatively minimal. And on Gaius, we have not been able to find any significant speed differentiation between the two. On Radon, we've found speed differentiation between Blanks and me, because I'm bad. On Gaius... Let me actually see how long even you take. So technically, the timing I started, I was doing it with second try Gaius, so it was as I walked through the gate, so we'll time from when you walk through the gate. You walk through at 54:57. Yeah, this is like a super endgame build against Gaius, so pretty good. Killed at 43. From 57 to 43... 46 seconds? That is faster than any of our testing, but we were testing at lower level, lower skidoo. And without Rakshasas. Let's see if I can find him showing his gear anywhere. Doesn't show it here. So I can see maybe what his skidoo is at. I mean, I could go back until the last time he actually upped his skidoo. Got the glitch a couple times versus Gaius where the hammer gets stuck in his head. Ah. Let me see. I wanna see it. Let's go back to Gaius. I wanna visually see that happen. Uh, 2890. Or 2980. Three, 4, 4, 2. Was that one? Well, it did the same twice, right? Approximately, at least. 3, 4, 4, 2. That's only... How much higher is that than when he was not staggered? Because they do take more damage when staggered. No, that's only the difference of being staggered, I think. There is a damage difference when you have something staggered. It's in the knockdown? The second one? Or... this one? Where it goes 5, 6, 40, then 7, 8, 0, 6. I only see 2 ticks. Yeah, only 2 ticks, only one of each weapon, right? It hits Gaius and the boar? No, they're the same entity. Using winged sword with claw, yeah. I don't know that I could definitively say that any weird glitches happened there. I don't know. That the damage numbers seemed consistent with the amount you should do once you stack up Rotwing and have him staggered. I don't know that I saw any shenanigans there. Was there a consensus from your research? No, there's a bit of a contention. When I play, have not noticed any significant difference. But Blanks is way better than me at Consort, so our Consort testing has been very inconclusive. And then... our Gaius testing thus far has been relatively inconclusive as well. Did you buff for Gaius, or was that no buffs? Let me see. Buffed on Torrent. Only Flame grant me strength. Okay, only Flask and Flame grant me strength. Okay. Okay. Oh, and swap my physic. All right. Oh, he's dead. Right, I've killed him before on this file. Let me respawn him as first time. Gaius. Just in case the first encounter is any different. Ah, missed. Ah, bad. Also bad. Alright, alright, alright. Don't be bad. We see the Skidoo level in the leveling screen. Blanks upgrades the Skidoo at 4:21:21 in the VOD, but I can't see to what level. So it would be... parentheses. See the parentheses there? Skidoo Tree Blessing parentheses? It would be that number. Alright. His face cam is over it. Oh, well. You'd have to keep track of every Skidoo level up he does for the entire game then. And I doubt you want to do that. Aw. I mean... that was the same time as power slopping. Starfist is indeed a good weapon, turns out. And if I did power slopping, I bet it would be slower. I don't know why, but it's gonna be slower. Blanks' setup is just doing more damage than mine, and I haven't yet figured out why. Well, doing more damage unless I use Starfist. Maybe it's just great hammers are better than great swords or great axes or whatever. I don't know. A random great sword? Well, that's what we've been doing. Swap this back. Swap this back. We'll do the same, only buff with that. I also need to adjust my stats to have some dex and some more endurance. I'm not going to worry about the exact minutia. Close enough. This will probably have to be redone. This has been not a good Gaius. Yeah. We'll redo it real quick. You have great swords, and these ain't even the best strength scaling ones. Well, that was kind of the point, right? Isn't what people have said? Am I wrong, or isn't what people have said that? Oh, your average run-of-the-mill power stance, if you just get any 2 random weapons, is so overpowered every single time that you have any 2 weapons that can be power stanced. It's always so overpowered. Isn't that what people say? They don't say, well, actually, if you had the perfect optimal setup of the singular best set of 2 weapons in a power stance, and you also have everything go exactly your way, actually, it can be 2% faster than alternative options. Like, that's not what people say. But it's not ban-worthy if the literal perfection version is slightly better than something else, right? It's ban-worthy if the random average throw 2 things at the wall is so good that it makes other things look not good. Right? Right? Alright, go again. Oops. Close enough still. Oh, not close enough. Just kidding. Just kidding, it was not close enough. Did it get banned? It is banned in the rules, yes. It has been banned. I am retroactively trying to figure out, was it worth the ban? Thus far, I don't have a single shred of evidence thus far that it is ban-worthy. Aside from the fact that Blanks is better than me. That we do have that piece of evidence. That one, we're 100% sure of. Powerstancing, we're not so sure of. We're 100% sure Blanks is better than me. We're not 100% sure that Powerstancing is worthy of a ban. Why does he keep hitting me? I thought this was supposed to be safe. He just doesn't hit you if you run. Like, what? What is up? Is it ban-worthy if a better player power stances 20 seconds faster than another player with the same setup? Obviously not. That would be a skill issue on the part of the worst player. Me. There we go. Oh, missed. But I also missed with the Star Fist, I think. Okay, 51. Definitely slower than Starfist. What about Alablaster? My beloved. That is technically bad against him because it's slash damage. Careful, if Domo doesn't like this testing, he might not call you for official commentary. Well, this will not be the worst thing I've ever done in bingo. So, I think we'll be okay. I hope, at least. Okay, now I need enough int. I'm just gonna give myself the int, and I'm just gonna not worry about the rest of the resetting stats, because it's just getting tedious, whatever. As long as I'm still medium. There we go. Did not for the second attempt. Oh, okay. Oh, what? Jump off torrent, please. Oh, God. Well, now it's going to be a weird comparison. Yeah, okay. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. Oh. Well, missed this time. Oh, and we get the immediate stall? Oh, and the kick to... Okay, alright. Well, if this is even remotely close, we'll know that Alablaster is the true OP, because this should be way slower. This is horrendous. It's not close. Yeah, no, we've already passed the time because of how bad this Gaius was. Yeah, that makes complete sense. That could not have gone worse. Pretty much. All right, surely one of these times I'll actually play good. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting tired for just doing testing over and over. Like, I'm not playing nearly as good as I was earlier, where I would do hitless after hitless Gaius, and now I'm just getting hit after getting hit. All right, 57. 10 seconds slower, which is 20% slower, which is because he's 20% more resistant to slash. So, no proof there. He's too resistant to slash to test with a slash weapon and try to have it keep up. But Domo banned power stance because of how easy it is to obtain setup while being competitive with top tier weapons, not because it is the absolute best option. It's more a viewer experience concern than a balance concern. I guess. I mean, maybe then that's just a difference of philosophy. If a lot of times you can get something that's kind of good, or maybe not even kind of good. If a lot of times you can get something that's pretty good, and then if you search hard enough, you can find something that's even better. That, to me, sounds like fine. Why? Like, viewer-wise. If, you know, the floor is power stancing, and then you can find builds that are better, especially if it's, you know, bad power stancing. And you don't even find power stancing every time. Just more than half of games you find power stancing. But if you happen to find Bloodfiend's Arm, Starfist, Alloblaster even, against enemies that are not Gaius, and that becomes better and you end up switching off of it, that doesn't sound horrendous to me. Explain what is power stancing. It's using the same weapon type in the main hand and the offhand, so that if you do jump attacks, it attacks with both of your weapons together. They both do a bit less than they normally would if you just hit with one of them at a time like this, and it takes a bit longer. You can kind of see. You're kind of stuck in the ground for longer. So it's a bit slower, and it's not like double the damage. But it is a lot more damage for not that much more time. So it is more effective if you're jump attacking. And especially in Bingo, where you get a free talisman called the Claw Talisman, which will buff every single attack you do, because you're always jumping. It's very powerful. I wouldn't call it overpowered, but I would call it very powerful. If the Claw Talisman did not exist, I would only call it powerful. I wouldn't even call it very powerful. IMO. Only based on my testing, which is only at my skill level. If Blanks shows me up and does the same testing and suddenly finds he can kill every boss 10 seconds faster with power stancing, and I'm just bad at it, then fair enough. But at my skill level with what I do, I genuinely can't see it being like that incredible. Maybe power stancing is too high of a floor for how consistent it is. I guess, but like, I don't know. It's only a you know, marginal, maybe not marginal, but it's only so much more powerful than the current floor, which is always getting a great axe. The current floor right now is the worst thing you can possibly have is a great axe from Bonnie. Right now, that is your literal worst case scenario, is I have one great axe from Bonnie, which is pretty good. If you happen to find two, which will happen more than half of the games, then your floor increases to power stancing. And if you happen to find something that's better than that, then you're, you know, then you go above that. So I don't really see a problem with, let's say, 30% of games being great axe, let's say 50% of games being power stance, and let's say 20% of games being something better than power stance. To me, that sounds about as varied as you're gonna get. Yeah, the problem is the jump chess piece you're not really gonna see in an actual game. Usually. There are situations where you could get it, and that would improve power stancing further, but it's unlikely that you're gonna get it. And if you just get rid of Jump Talisman, I'm still not convinced that power stancing is actually genuinely better than just two-handing. It could be. It absolutely could be, but none of my testing has definitively showed that. Has showed it, like, to an amount that I am certain of. I think if you got rid of Jump Talisman, then two-handing a great axe versus power stancing great axes is close enough that I don't think you'll see huge differences. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. That's all I can conclude from the results we've seen today. Not a single result so far has convinced me that power stancing is overpowered in any shape or form. The only argument I don't have an argument against is, well, people just don't like it and find it boring, and if you see it even in 30% of games or 50% of games, then people will be unhappy. And it's like, I guess that's fair enough. But outside of that, I don't see the power argument. I mostly did the ban because of power stance, great axes, and great hammers, which is a moveset that's just fast for how hard they hit. Well, I did testing with great axes. I didn't do great hammers, it's true. Maybe great hammers are even better, but great hammers are also much less likely for you to actually have. Because great axe, you always get one guaranteed, whereas if you want a great hammer, you have to go out of your way for it. Did I try Jump Talisman? I did, and yeah, I tried it with and without Jump Talisman. You'd have to go down here, which most players don't do in a game. Maybe for a kill a 3 red bear square worth picking up. Yeah. The jump chest you would definitely get if kill 3 red bears was on the board and you were power stancing. You certainly would grab it then. Yep. But I mean, if a strategy is powerful in the case of a board specifically synergizing with it, I think that's kind of cool, actually. You have to come all the way down here. You do get a consolation prize of 2 Skidoo tree fragments. And then you have to kill this guy. Which, he's kind of a pushover. He's not hard to kill. But just the time spent there is about a minute out of your way. Ooh, and Celebrant Skull. Yikes. That's not a good one. And I think if somebody wants to spend a minute to, again, get like 10% more powerful than me, maybe 20% at the most, I think I'm okay with that. I don't know. Specifically with two-handed Bloodhound Fang, jump buffs are pretty good. With two-handed Bloodhound Fang, really? I never use jump attacks on Bloodhound Fang. Not in, like, any speedrun. What do you mean, 20 runes per hit isn't OP? What? Can you test if jump attack double hits with power stancing? Like, just in general? It does hit twice, but do you mean double? Like it hits like 4 times or 3 times? Because it is supposed to hit twice. It is possible to miss with one of them. Or it's possible to kill on the first one, so the second one does not. I think these guys might just be getting one shot. Bloodhound Fang has a hidden 10% jump buff, which stacks with the 10% armor and 15% talisman. Oh! That's neat. And also, Bloodhound Fang's jump attacks are still really bad. I think the motion values on Bloodhound Fang's jump attacks are just so garbage that even with that, I think jump attacks on Bloodhound Fang are not great. There are, actually, I lied. There are a couple times you use one. When dismounting Torrent, we use one. Or at the start of Morgott to set up his scripted thing. You're behind a square by 1.5 minutes versus the opponent. That doesn't really matter if you lose a square by 1.5 or 30 seconds. So time loss often matters less at times. Yeah, but that's the risk you have to take, right? Are you guys seeing extra hits? I think that was the same. It made the noise multiple times on some of those, but the actual damage was the exact same as when it clearly only hit once per attack. I don't think there's an actual bug with it. I think there's just a sound bug, just an audio bug. I don't think there's a bug. Is greasing good on power stance? I don't know if greases get a debuff when power stance. I could test that. Let's give me freezing grease. We'll just count how many R1s it takes. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 for a freeze. On one-handing. Setups buildups are 65% on Powerstancing versus two-handing, if I remember correctly. Does that apply to greases, though? I would believe that would apply to infusions, but I don't know if that applies to greases. Players will two-hand just proc the status, then switch to Power Stance after if they want. That is, yeah, something they could do. I was scrolling through the VOD quickly. I'm pretty sure he was to do level 9. I know this is a bit late. Blanks during the concert fight earlier in question, I meant. Ah, okay, cool. Thank you for checking. I don't know why, even when power stancing, my damage per hit was significantly lower than his. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna kill him, though, before I can test it. Doing too much damage per hit. What if you double greased? You can. It would cost you twice as much grease and more time buffing, but you can. Gaius will live. Gaius will live long enough. We can test on Gaius. Oh no, my lobster is too buttery. Yep. I'll even just turn off his AI so we don't have to just worry about it at all. So Power Stance was banned because everyone would use it. More or less. Everyone uses everything that's powerful. So, alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13. Is it now officially banned? It is, yes. You just check with the R tool, display the status bars. Oh. Yeah, that would work. What are my agreements? When is the actual season? We don't know yet. Hasn't been announced yet, I don't think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. 10, yeah, it's too close. You don't even get a frost proc. Pop out resistances, target. I have enabled target options on, but it's not showing. Oh, it's because I wasn't targeting him. Oh, that would do it. Haha, of course. You have to actually target something for the target options to activate. Are you double hitting him after the stagger? I don't think so. I don't know. I wasn't aware enough. Yeah, this time I will target him so I can actually see. Okay, Frost. 696 is his resistance. Two-handed R1 gets him down to 633. I'm gonna let him just regen to full. He's back to full frost resist. Gets him to 657. So yes, it is much harder to proc statuses while power stancing. So with greases or frost infusions or whatever, power stancing is at that disadvantage. Is it equal to one-handing or less? Let's see. One-handing is actually the same as two-handing. It's only when you power stance that it's less. I can see it on the number. It still gets him down to 633 here. What if you grease both weapons? That is possible. Then it does a little more in total. Got him down to 617. So it is exactly the 65% modifier, I think, that was stated. So with 2, it's 130% or whatever. It makes sense it would be the same as one-handing, but it seems not. No. There are specific limits put in place for power stancing. Power stancing is not literally just hitting with both weapons at the same time. That'd be really overpowered. Like, that'd be very obviously overpowered. It is 2 weaker hits that add together to more in total than one singular hit. So around 62% should be 65%. Yeah, but I'm also seeing it a fraction of a second after it happens when it has had time to refresh a little. Because it's gaining back, like, every frame he's, like, gaining frost back. You check elemental greases next. I could. They probably all have the same effect. Where if you're gonna grease, you either grease both or you're gonna get slightly reduced effect compared to two-handing. And honestly, the extra amount that you get from power stancing is probably not counteracted by the fact that R1ing with a two-handed weapon is obviously much faster than power stancing. So if you want to apply statuses, you're almost certainly still just better off two-handing a weapon than power stancing. Even if you have infinite greases, I think your build up per second is still going to be slower. They've been more build up on release. I remember some status nerfs from years ago. Oh, maybe. The power stancing is not that good on Benito. I mean, it's still good. I don't know. It's like I am not convinced, but I have also not convinced the people that initially thought it was too good. I don't think Gray is convinced. I don't think Blanks is convinced. I think Roma is convinced, but he always wanted it allowed. So we're kind of back to where we started. I initially went in thinking I probably don't think it's that overpowered, and I went to prove whether it was that overpowered, and especially without Claw Talisman, I have seen no evidence of it being overpowered, but I show that exact same evidence to Gray and Blanks, and they say, well, yeah, but it's still really good, and you can get it most of the time, and if it's good and you can get it most of the time, then I don't want to see it. So, you know, even if I say, okay, it's not overpowered, all they have to say is, okay, but it is powerful, and I don't like it. And I have no counter to that, so. CBD and Sweat just started a practice DLC match if you want to do some commentary. Let's swap over to it. I don't think we're going to discover anything more at this point. I think we've discovered all we can discover. I think I am more firmly rooted in my position than when I started, because I was, honestly, even if it was overpowered, I would still probably say don't ban it, but try to find ways to make it more balanced. But I didn't find personally that it is overpowered, so I am even more convinced that I don't think I would vote for a ban, because I don't think it's overpowered, and even if it was overpowered, I don't think it should be banned. I think it should be brought into line by removing Claw Talisman and maybe some other changes if we need it. So, that is all that I can say. Alright. CBD is red, and Swed is on Discord only, I think. Swed is not streaming, I think. Is this correct? This looks to be correct. Alright, so I have to set up the Discord stream. There you go. There's one, and now the other one. It's confirmed we live in a domocracy. Well, this was already known. Okay, bringing up CBD. Alright. And now I gotta join the board. Content theft in progress. Yippee! Oh, and then this opens it here because Discord is annoying. Why does it open it on the pop-out player when you try to look at the chat? Is so weird of a choice from Discord. All right, here we are. Where have we done? It looks like CWD has finished the hefty pots first. Looks like Sweat is going for Kindred cookbooks, is what it looks like. With Powerstancing, it's lame to see someone use Death Knight's long half-stacks, only for it to just be jump turbo. No weapon art, no build around. Well, no one would ever use the weapon art of Death Knight's long half-stacks. Are you kidding me? That thing is garbage. Oh, I'm a little surprised Two Blessings America is still up on the board. I wonder who's going to pivot out to it first. If CWD just goes and gets that, that's spend a minute, get a square. Oh, looks like Swed is getting the the third Kindred cookbook here, which is on the way backside. So he actually was ahead of CWD going to backside, but will now be a little behind because he's doing the Kindred cookbooks. I wonder if afterwards he'll pivot to Blessings America. No, CBD's pivoting to Blessings America. He's going to win this one as well. Blessings America was definitely a bit better to go for than the Kindred cookbooks, I think, from Swed. But there it is. There's the Kindred cookbooks. Yeah, the Blessings America is just really fast and gets you a skidoo. Like, almost a perfect square to rush. Whereas the Kindred cookbooks take you to places that you don't really care about going. One of them does get you one skidoo, I guess, but is also slower. So he did grab one of the blessings already. I think he goes for it pretty soon. He is going for it right now. Yep, yep. What do the stars mean? They mean, look at this. Looky there. Look at it. I'm talking about it, so look at it. Look with your eyes, with your special eyes. My brand, or my square. All right. What else? What else could they be headed for soon? You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if CBD does soon. Moonrathil. A little Moonrathil. Sweat is doing a forge? It does give a max upgrade material. Feels a little early to do forges. Forges are pretty slow. But okay. They both obviously went backside because of ulcerated tree spirits. You drain the water, you get access to 2 of them. They're also going backside for Death Mask Helm, Winged Serpent Helm, and Salza's Hood. You know, also something where you have to drain the water. And Skidoo Tree Avatar. So 3 squares at least, unless I'm missing more, because I'm trying to just lock in on this right away, that require that backside access. It's also easier to get some things like DLC Spirit Ashes. There's one up in the loft if you go backside of Shadowkeep, so... Bottom row pressure could be... It just feels like Hippos is like the more obvious block on that. So even if you win Forges and you win max upgrade materials, I feel like you lose Hippos and you lose something else, because Hippos is just like something somebody could go for now if they wanted to. We've seen this play from Tom before. Oh, the Forges max upgrade materials? Okay. Could see that. Sweat also grabbing a ton of smithing stones. I wonder if he's going to use those to make his upgrading cheaper, because he looks like has not upgraded his weapon yet. Looks like CBD is already actively upgrading weapon. That makes sense. Also grabbing some Skidoo. How do you have Sweat's POV? It's in the Discord. He's streaming it. He's streaming his POV on Discord. Oh, that was his second unique max upgrade material. What does that one give? Did that one give a somber or a... Oh, he probably grabbed the glovewort in backside before... No drain the water. He probably just grabbed that, and then whichever one is with Telu, he just gets it. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Okay, and now he's headed further south. What's down here? Well, actually, it's technically west that he's headed right now, but further towards Lower Row. A Spirit Ash? He went Telu for the Spirit Ash, and then he's also headed south here for another Spirit Ash? Okay, and then he can finish it off in Fort of Reprimand? Okay. Okay, that's synergy. Spirit Ash, Forge... DLC Spirit Ash, all from Telu? Or Spirit Ash, Forge, and max upgrade material, all from Telu? Okay. Okay. Good synergy. Good synergy. So can people bulldoze row 5? Nah, he probably loses on Hippos. But he can people bulldoze 4 of the 5, which is pretty good. That was also a DLC Spirit Ash. Yeah, and he's going to get another DLC Spirit Ash right here. So this is, yeah, this is clean. This is clean from Sweat. Trying to jump into the middle of this game, I got confused, but he, looking from the beginning, absolutely found that. So great job by Sweat. Way more powerful than I gave him credit for. I thought, a Forge? Why are you doing a Forge right now? Forges take so long. But when it's got triple synergy in total, that's a worthwhile Forge. That's very nice. Link was tested to iframe through Metter's laser back in the days. Sadly, it was not enough iframes. Always love Forges. Maybe not 2 of them, but 1 of them. What up, Chris? This first time chatter up in here. Yo. Never seen this Chris guy around here before in my life. Can you believe that first time message? About to ban him. What did we learn from the Powerstancing? We learned it's not as good as several other builds in the game. There are ways to make things more powerful than Powerstancing. We learned that it is better than two-handing a single one of the same weapon, for sure. But It's only more powerful by maybe 20%-ish. It's not, like, so much more powerful that you can't compete. And we learned that if you take away Claw Talisman so that you don't get a free extra talisman from Kale specifically for your Powerstancing build, that it's pretty close to the same power as two-handing a weapon. At least in a relative sense. It's maybe like 5% better. However, I didn't test with great hammers. I tested with great axes and great swords, but not with great hammers. So maybe the math is different on great hammers. I don't know. But great hammers also are probably the least likely one for you to get because you'd have to go all the way out of your way to kill the knight. That row 5 pressure is already so heavy, CBD doesn't know that Swed has prio on forges too. Yeah, but CBD still is ahead on Hippo if he goes for it. We shall see if he does. Like, if Swed had skipped draining the water here and had gone straight to Hippos, he maybe could have just people bulldozed the line. Because CBD did go for the drain the water first. Maybe not, though. CBD is already here at Golden Hippo. So CBD can do this Hippo and use this to get to another Hippo faster than Swed probably can by going up the backside elevator and then down to Jory. I don't know. It could be somewhat close. The strength of Power Stance is just being able to stun bosses so much more, thus dealing more damage and taking away interactions. But it doesn't stun bosses more than charged attacking does. Charged attacking is still better stance damage per interaction than Power Stancing, better stance damage per second than Power Stancing. So if that is what your concern is, charge attacking is still more... The power of Power Stancing is that it's solid stance, like better than R1ing, but less than charge R2ing, while being good damage, usually better than either. That's the power of Power Stancing. Not that it is just, oh, you never have to interact. You do less interactions if you do charged R2s. You can get like 2 jump L1s instead of 1 charge attack when something is staggered, for example. Only in the event that you could do a charge attack and an R1. A charge attack and an R1 takes about as much time as 2 jump L1s. If you only barely have enough time for a charged R2, then you only have enough time for a single jump L1. At least with great swords and great axes that I tested. I didn't test great hammers. I don't know if great hammers are slower charged R2s. What builds did you find that were just always stronger than Power Stance? Starfist, always stronger than Power Stance. Alablaster, equal or better. It was a little hard to test because I was testing on Gaius because he was the only one that, like, wasn't so RNG that I couldn't tell what was better. Because anytime I tried doing Consort, it's like, oh, he just stalled for 30 seconds. There goes my entire timing comparison. But Gaius can't really stall for 30 seconds, so... But he's resistant to Slash, so Alablaster was hard to test. Blood Fiend's Arm, always better. And then outside of that, it was mostly I just tested a bunch of great axes and great swords that were a little worse, but yeah. Alablaster is not Pierce. It is Slash. You know what? Maybe we need to test the Pierce versus Slash, but it is not standard on its R2s. We know that for sure. Go for it. Fight Borealis with it. Well, that's the thing. Borealis is weak to slash. That's what I said. That's exactly how we determined that it's definitely not standard and definitely not strike. Borealis resists slash. Yep, and Borealis resists pierce. So you wouldn't know between those two on Borealis. That's what I was saying. The R2s are slash is what I was saying. This is what I have been told. I guess I have not actually tested on a boss that is super... What? Is there any boss that's way weaker to slash versus pierce? Or way weaker to pierce versus slash? Like, actually resistant to one versus weak to the other that you could test on? We'll test on Ramina. Oh, what's Ramina's resistances? Let me look at it. Let me look it up. Ramina. Only 2040? I don't know that that would be definitive enough to, like, really tell. It might be. Mesmer. What are Mesmer's resistances? Rolana 040. Oh, that would probably work. Yeah, Rolana would work. Rolana, Twin Moon Knight. Yeah. Okay, that's a great test. All right, booting up. It's gonna cover my camera here as we go. Should not cover the camera, cover chat. But the scoreboard is over there. Alright. And of course I closed Tarnish Tool. What a fool. Of course I would need it some more. Yep, there's the 2 hippos from CBD. Not surprised, not surprised. So you got 2 hippo squares. Yep, makes sense, makes sense. He kind of had to as a block, so makes sense that he would have gone for that immediately. All right, so what's it called? Castle Lord's Chamber or something? Ah. If I kill Rolana, I get to mark the square. Yippee! Alright. And just to make it easy, we'll just disable her AI so that there's no weird interaction. Okay, so if I R1 her, that will be standard. 1067. If I R2 her, it should do a little bit more, but she'll either be 20% more resistant or 20% less resistant, depending on whether this is slash or pierce. And, ooh, I mean, that's technically slightly higher, but it's certainly not 20% higher. It almost looks to me like it does 20% less damage, but the fact that it is an R2 made it do the 20% more damage, so it ended up at about the same as what it looks like. It sure does look like that is slash and not pierce. It did 1,150. Which is definitely not 20% more. If we compare with a different weapon that does have a Pierce R2, the Claymore, if I R1 her with the Claymore, it does 1,187. If I R2 her with the Claymore, which does Pierce, it does 1,890. That is the actual difference if it was Pierce. So, yes. Alablaster is, in fact, Slash. And now everyone, you see how easy it is to find this out, and Fextra still has it wrong. Well, Fextra just has what the game says. You probably can't read it because it's tiny, but it says, in-game, it says standard / Pierce. That is what, right there. That is what FromSoft themselves put. And they were, oh, sorry. It's actually more like here. Sorry, here. So FromSoft themselves is wrong about it. That's why they have it like that. Yep. Well, Chris, pay up. It would seem the stakes have been raised here. You do the test again? I couldn't see the numbers. All right. We're losing Bingus for a few seconds. Sorry, everyone. Sorry. Alablaster, R1, 1067. R2, 1150. Claymore, R1, 1187. R2, 1890. There's your proof. All right, making it small again. I have multi-hit talisman. Oh. Okay, it's off. Wow. Okay, now it's 1187 with Claymore, or it's 1890 with Claymore with it off because I didn't hit fast enough to activate it. Or with Alablaster, it's 1067 for an R1, or 1150 with an R2 because I didn't hit fast enough to activate it. Now Chris can't see again. Oh no! All right. Claymore is kind of goated though. I mean, Claymore is very good, but that's just to show that, yeah, if it was Pierce, it would do significantly more damage instead of doing barely more damage because the motion value is higher, but her resistance is higher. Anyhoomst. All right, so now we've got CBD going for a Letter Rune here. Letter Rune being... there. Ooh, CBD maybe setting up a couple of threats, but all threats lead to Lamenter. Possibly trying to force Swed into going Lamenter. Or if he goes it himself, he's got two separate line threats here. Could be quite tricky. Oh, and he's even going... Well, I mean, he's just going into Shadowkeep now. He could go for incantations as well. He could head towards Romina and get those quite easily. Riposte is Pierce, right? Yeah, the Riposte on Alablaster is Pierce. Yeah. Why does it list it as Pierce? I don't know. The FromSoft had just messed up with that weapon, I think. They had no idea. Isn't Alablaster only Pierce on crits? Yes, exactly. What are the base damages per weapon attack so we can understand the math instead of just going off numbers the game displays? That's a whole big calculation. There is a motion value, which is probably, I think, the closest to what you're looking for. There's a table of that that I don't have on hand, but there is a big table of every weapon's motion value, which is the multiplier that it gets for each attack that it does. Ooh, Swed going for the incantations here, including Salza here. CBD does already have the incantation from the Hippo, so a little bit possibly ahead on that. But Swed had enough into Romina's area that he could absolutely get this first. Nice riposte. Nice. Yeah, and picking up the Salza hood. So, yeah, a good synergy. Oh, and that was even his last incant. He didn't mark, so I didn't know, and I was testing random stuff. Oh, just kidding? That was not his last. Technically, that was 8 seconds between marking and unmarking. Officially locked out. I don't know if CBD is going to call him out on that, but apparently that was not his 5th incantation, maybe his 4th. Heading back to High Road Cross. Why High Road Cross? There's not an incant here. We're going for Rolana. Okay, never mind. He doesn't want to be here. He warped and he's not sure. He's thinking, he's thinking, he's thinking. The wheels are turning. He's stuck. I don't... Okay, he is going back towards where he just warped out of. CBD cannot stop getting cheated against. Aggie, Tom, and now Swed. I can't believe it. Can't catch a break. Okay, looks like he's heading over towards the Mesmer side. Could still go to Gaius from here, but, oh, maybe he's going for the incant here, actually, on the cogwheel. Is this faster than the ones on the way to Romina? I mean, I guess if he just needs one more, maybe it is. It was literally like 8.2 seconds. Well, it's in the log. There's a log on the... Okay, now he marks it. Will CBD protest? Yeah. CBD looks unhappy with that. I think CBD did assume that Swed was locked out because it was 8 seconds. Golden Vow for free. Let's go. Did not know there was a log. Yeah, it's nice. The log does get cleared if we ever get disconnected and reconnect to the board, which is a feature that will hopefully be fixed in a future board iteration, but yeah, it is possible that the log will get cleared, but for the most part, we have a log of when the events happen. Only down to the second. We don't get milliseconds on it, but we do have down to the second. So if I say 8 seconds, that technically means like within 7 and 9 seconds. Sorry for interrupting. I'm new to Twitch and bingo. Is it worth getting the pole blade in a hypothetical Altus heavy board? Probably not. Pole blades are pretty bad. They're like okay. I mean, one possible reason that may not fit with exactly what you asked, but I can explain, is there is a weapon randomizer where whenever you pick up a weapon, it's not going to be the normal weapon. It will be a random weapon of the same type. So instead of it being specifically like Eleonora's pole blade, which has nice bleed on it and stuff like that, it'll be a random pole blade, a lot of which maybe don't have bleed, and just the attacks of a pole blade are really meh. Even Eleonora's pole blade, I don't think is that great of a weapon. Maybe it's usable, but all right, CBD going for the Death Mask helms. Okay, there's the Kindred Cookbook for more. He still has not blocked off CBD's potential column 4, or sorry, row 4, but he has now set up a little bit of his own row 3, but CBD is going immediately for the Death Mask helms to block that off. I don't think I've seen anyone do anything with a twin blade in a hot second. Yeah, they can be fun, you know, casually. I think a lot of people like twin blades, but you know, purely optimized strategies, twin blades rarely make the cut. Is Euphoria good now? It's all right. CBD setting up Mesmer? No, he's heading to the last Death Mask helm. I mean, after the Death Mask helm at Mesmer, he did go up there and grab the Grace, I think, which makes complete sense. There's a skidoo you get along the way. It gets you closer to Promised Consort eventually, so I think that was a good call from him to grab that Grace, but he is finishing off the Death Mask helms first. Doing Skadoo here to promote diagonal and block seems strong. Skadoo is the center. Block... does block the diagonal, yep, and promotes his row. Yeah, I see what you mean. Now, by the time he gets there, he's already going to be blocked on that row because of Death Mask Helms, but getting that block on the diagonal is pretty good. That's not bad. Also sets up his column 3. So they're doing a really good job of blocking each other so far. They've kept, like, almost making threats, but not, like, really making full threats on a lot of lines, and then blocking each other as soon as those almost threats are being made. So both of them doing a really good job of just, like, not letting themselves be put into a bad spot. Flame Spear from Swed. He did... Has he killed the Death Mask Helm one that gives Flame Spear? Because, I mean, if so, that's by far the best thing you can do against Tree. Okay, he sees that now he doesn't need to do Skadoo right now. Death Mask Helms got blocked. I don't need to do this right now. Looks like he's headed for Rolana instead. I like this. It also gives him a dupe. So he can do... Wait, no. Rolana's already been done. So he's doing Rolana only to be able to steal... No, he's doing Moonwrath Hill.
Done about Mitch Powerstancing.
Of course, of course. Yo, disasters are gone. Yo, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. When will something be done about Mitch Powerstancing bingo streams? This is true. I've got a ban having 2 streams up at once. It's too powerful. Remembrance Weapon. That's... Could have been. Or dupe. Yeah. But, yeah. Having the synergy taken away from Rolana makes me not really want to do Rolana as my Membies. I would rather do Mesmer, Skadoo Avatar, Romina, something that sets me up for something in the future than Rolana personally, but it's possible. You could do it. I really like this quick Moonwrath Hill from Swed. Also takes away CBD's favorite square. Ooh, CBD is going for Membi using the one from Rolana on Skadoo Avatar. If he doubles up on this, that'll be very powerful. Unless Swed heads down there and beats him to it using some fire damage. Oh, Swed I think is going for the ulcerated tree spirits now. He is not going to block out that Skadoo tree that that CBD is now setting up. So all that time he spent riding the elevator down and getting closer to Skadoo tree... Uh-oh. Sweat has to quit out. He jumped into a spot where he was infinitely falling. That's not good. I forget Skadoo is Remembrance. Yes. Yes, it is. It has the sunflower, the big sunflower weapon. That's all you got to remember. If a boss has a weapon associated with it, that is... gonna be because it's a remembrance. I mean, technically, it could be like their weapon that drops from them, you know, for like a minor boss. But if it feels like a somewhat major boss and it has a weapon that you can point to as like that's their weapon, then that's generally gonna mean they're a remembrance boss. And the sunflower has the sunflower weapon. There are exceptions, because Lion does not give any weapon. Just gives an Ash of War and a Talisman. And Bale, yeah, does count as a Remembrance boss for Bingo, but technically gives a Dragon Heart that can be exchanged for incantations. Let's see how CBD does with the Sunflower. His damage should be good here, because Strike is good against the Sunflower. It's decent, it's solid. Not as high as you would expect from a flame weapon, but this should go down decently. CBD will get Sunflower, but Swed will have Prio on Tree Spirits. Yeah, but CBD is going to get 2 for 1 here. He's going to get both Sunflower and Remembrance. So we'll star those, the things that he's currently working on. And he takes away the priority that Swed was holding on Skadoo Avatar, because Swed already went down closer to it. Okay, Swed does not know how to get around to the other tree spirit from here, I think. I always go for the other tree spirit first, then come down to this one. That way I don't have to walk all the way around. It's really slow going from the lower one to the upper one, because you have to walk all the way around. Whereas if you go to the upper one first, you can just drop down to the lower one. So I always do the upper one first. That's not a flame weapon? Correct, it is not a flame weapon. It is just strike, and I think it's split magic as well for the gazing finger. I do like that weapon, though. It's a good colossal. It's a very solid weapon. CBD bought the golden scarab talisman. I'm not sure I've seen someone do that. You have it? That's a very common one. If you have no idea what to buy as a talisman and you have a talisman slot open, that is your generic, just get this talisman. It's not damage, so, you know, there are better ones to get for damage. It's not defense, so if you find yourself dying, you might want a defense talisman. But if you have absolutely no idea what you're going to want, never a bad idea to just have the golden scarab, get more runes, get to a higher level. That gets you more power eventually. It's like a delayed increase in power. He says more about me not paying attention to people's purchases. Could be. Okay, CBD is on the final phase of Sunflower. As you can see, he is taking it down quite nicely. Every hit on the head is doing sizable damage. Even gets a stagger on it. Takes the riposte. Is that going to be enough to kill? Not quite, but should be able to maybe hit it at the end here. There it is. There's the double. 8-6 in CBD's favor. Uh-oh, uh-oh. It's damage in the future, yeah. Get money if you don't know what you want. Yeah. I feel like that's just life advice. Okay, Swed heading down to the tree spirit here. Taking a little safety on the Tialier skip, doing a little double jump there. Group remembers 3 times square coming in the next 5 to 10 minutes. I don't know that either of them has gone through Ancient Dragon Man to get the lower dupe. That's, I think, the main thing that's stopping them. Both of them have backside of Shadowkeep access, so both of them could do the dupes back there. But the one south, I don't see any reason on this board that either one of them would have killed Ancient Dragon Man yet. The only reasons on this board to go south are Lamenter, double dupe, and Metter. And painting rewards. I guess that's 4. They'll definitely have to go down there eventually. Okay, CBD is working on the tree spirits that Swed is already working on. I think Swed wanted to do the tree spirits, I guess, as a diagonal block. It feels a little weird that he set up Skidoo Tree Avatar to block the diagonal, then pivoted out to ulcerated tree spirits instead to block the diagonal. But this does also block row 2, and it does also block column 2, so it is in a very nice spot for Swed. I'm not gonna say that it's not a good spot from... Oh, but he pivots out of that. He's not even killing it yet. He's holding on to it. He's like, CBD probably won't go for this. If CBD takes this away as well, he is screwed. If he goes all the way to Ancient Dragon Man first, it's rip, probably. Double dupe, you mean triple dupe. Oh, true. That's right. Triple dupe. I feel like a lot of squares got longer this season. They absolutely did get longer this season. A lot of the rush squares were just straight up removed, and a lot of the ones that... other ones that weren't removed but used to be rush squares have now had their numbers increased, so they're no longer rush squares. They're instead like super late game squares. An example is there used to be as low as collect 3 perfume bottles, which you could do by Tialier, the one in front of Ensis, and then going down to the Lightning Ram. So it wasn't exactly a rush square, but it was a solid, like, early mid-game square. You could just go collect 3, and then sometimes it would say 4, then you'd have to go either to Lamenter, or you'd have to go past Jory. So it was like, sometimes it's kind of rush, sometimes it's a little mid to mid-late, and now it is always... you need to collect at least 3 that are not Tialier, which means you always have to do Lamenter or Jory. And sometimes it's 4 that are not Tialier. So you have to do both Lamenter and Jory, and that's a really late one. So, yeah, it got changed from a sometimes rush, sometimes mid, to a sometimes mid, sometimes late. Where's the third Illustrated Tree Spirit? Right where CBD is right now. And it looks like he's going to get to it before Sweat is able to kill Ancient Dragon Man, grab the Grace, and pivot out. So CBD is going to take this away, and I think that's going to basically seal the game. Sweat just held onto it a little too long. I mean, holding onto it a little bit kind of made sense because, like... he just did Skidoo Tree Avatar. What are the odds he already has some Tree Spirits? But... he just left it for long enough that CBD has caught up on Tree Spirits and is now going for the last one. Why would he kill ADM? As we mentioned, to eventually do the Duplicate, Metter, Lamenter, and Painting Rewards. There are 4 things down here past Ancient Dragon Man. None of them are, like, super fast, but they're all things you're going to want to have access to. Okay, levels up some. Equips the Golden Vow. Very nice. And, yeah, is heading back for the third. Unless CBD just randomly dies here, which would be very odd on a Tree Spirit. This is still going to be CBD's square. And a major time loss for Swed. Lamenter is also on the board, though. 2 jails sucks, but it's still a double mark. That's true. That's true. Lamenter is probably your synergy for jails. Yep, Swed, he's just going to enter combat and then see the mark, I think. Yep, literally just entered combat, saw the mark. Rip, and now he can't even pour it out immediately. He has to run away and quit out. Lost even more time because of it. I kind of wish there was a square or two that as you go through Bellerot Sewer, because no one ever goes there. People do go there. There's a Tree Spirit, and there is Horned Warriors. Horned Warriors is now at, I think it's 4 or 5, and if it's 5 Horned Warriors, most of the time you have to go into the sewer. There's also enemy/NPC dropped talismans, and the Tree Spirit down in the sewer gives a talisman. I've seen people do that as well. So there are 3 squares where you would want to go into the sewer. It doesn't happen every game, but happens maybe 20% of games. It happens enough. So is Blaster slash or... yes, Alablaster is in fact slash damage. We have confirmed it. Don't know why it's slash damage. Seems very strange, but that is what it is. Link said it yesterday. Yeah. Whereas CBD heading
you got
ADM.
pods earlier.
Yep.
I think we can just say GG. I think you're ahead on this, right?
I mean, I wasn't going to go for jails, but we can concede. It's fine.
Yeah, I think I got sniped. I tried to hold Tree Spirits. Got greedy.
Yeah.
Did you already have one killed?
I had both. I had all 3. I had the Alac River Grace too. I went and did some other shit and came back, but I waited too long.
Oh, okay.
So did you have one kill before Avatar?
No.
Did you have like really good fights?
Yeah, I have a cold Great Katana.
Yeah, I didn't get mine cold yet.
And
Yeah,
Scotty
the cold makes a
7.
big difference.
5, but I have like Golden Vow, 2-hand Talisman, and all that.
Oh, you did go to Fortelu.
Yeah, that opening play was fun.
Did you win the bet from Chris? 100 subs. Well, he hasn't paid up, so I don't know if Did he agree to 100 subs? Do I need to check the logs? Slash user star O Chris.
And I felt like
100,
this one, I felt like I just lost that. So
Let's
it's
see
like
his messages.
Kind of Jover.
Don't blame you.
Yeah. But I had time to sneak in ADM.
Oh, he did say 100 gifted. He did say but I don't think I don't think
No time.
I don't think I like saw that message and said yes, deal. I don't think we shook on it. I don't think he's gonna pay up 100 gifted. Should have.
No.
Should have caught him because I did know it was slash.
Well, hot diggity, dude.
Hot diggity darn, dude.
You know if in-game time still continues when watching cutscenes? It does, yes.
Scotty Trees Grace for a while.
However,
because I was gonna
buffs
go
do
for,
not expire
line
during
3, I was
cutscenes.
setting
They're
it up.
like paused.
And then you marked masks, and I was like, "Are you fucking?"
The
kidding
game
me,
works
bro?
as
Why
though
is
it's
he, bro,
paused,
doing
but
this?" And then that was kind of
in-game
bad.
time continues
So
to run.
I had Scotty's Grace for nothing. And then...
Did you have any masks at that point?
Yeah, yeah.
Yo,
It's salsas
Chris,
for the
thank you for the
incants.
one gifted
Oh,
sub.
okay.
You know what? We'll call that
Fucking
even.
incant
We'll call
gate
that
again
even.
today. Jesus.
Bro, I counted 4, and I was like riding
Let's
torrent for a bit.
go.
I was like, was that 5? Did I like what? And then I stood there looking at the map trying to figure out which one I forgot for like 2 minutes before I figured it out. Like I was like, what? Incant did I
99
get?
left. Yeah, yeah.
So stupid.
Wait, so what map did you have that I didn't? Did you? Because if you had
To
Scotty's
your mom.
fucking tree avatar's Grace, like,
Yep.
what?
I didn't have a
Classic.
weapon until you killed Rolana on board. Like I didn't. I I was setting up a weapon when I realized, oh shit, Rolana is really important.
Over the next
right now.
99
Like, we
months,
kinda,
Chris
like,
has to
obviously
gift a
it's just, like,
sub
kinda was like that moment where it
every
was super
month
important. I
for
didn't
the
have a
last
weapon.
for the next
So
99
I was like,
months.
well,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
gotta hope that
You
he
sleep
dies.
good night. All right, have a good one, Chris.
Didn't die. So.
Is that Gray in VC?
Yeah,
Yes.
my fight was pretty.
Gray, CBD, and
fast.
Swed.
Yeah. So I ran and got a weapon online, and yeah, I had a lot of map. I was just running around. I was being a little.
Is he up for
map guy,
Bingus?
little map goblin this game.
I don't know.
No map
I don't know.
genie, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I was everywhere in this game.
You weren't like by Deathlight Catacombs, or Darklight Catacombs, whatever. Jory's Catacomb.
No, I didn't go down
Okay.
there. No. Those are two
That was
hippos.
Yeah, or I mean, one of them was my hippo.
I went for okay.
I killed Golden Hippo too. Yeah.
Were you just like really worried about it? Is that why?
CBD had a really clean
Just
and
like, I
quick
need two of those, or
Renala
fucking
or
hell.
Rolana kill
Kinda
early on.
Well,
to kind
yeah,
of give him a
because
lot
you
of
were
power
like
he
ding,
needed.
ding, ding.
Ah.
Like, all right, I just gotta fucking get this. And
Yeah.
maybe I wouldn't have gone that way. Maybe I would have gone over
41
to,
degrees out right now, Celsius. That's really high.
Into Ral, but Catacombs was on the board.
I
so
mean, I don't know
okay,
exactly how high because
Swap right here.
I tried just to bulldoze 2 lines this game.
I know
That's-
exactly
that's my
how
whole
hot
strat.
water would be.
Bulldoze line
Water
5,
would be
bulldoze
41%
line
of the way from freezing to boiling. But
Respect
I don't know
that.
how hot I would be, but it sounds like
Okay.
a lot.
I respect that
Respect
stat.
that.
3. Oh yeah. The bulldoze strat.
Yep.
Oh, the streak.
It
Gosh,
didn't
really?
work out.
Like 106.
Look at now, Gray has eaten
That's
all
over
his
100%
vegetables, and it's time for
hot.
bingo vegetables.
Oh,
That's
come on,
that's
this
way
simple
too
game.
hot.
Oh, easy, even better. All right, CBD.
Even better?
Ramon.
Okay, dude.
Well, I mean, like, I mean, with now I
Otherwise,
meant
when
like
you
we
die
could
of
both
fever, probably.
spectate,
Yeah, you
that's all I meant by
certainly
that,
could.
yeah.
No, I think you need to read into it way more than that, Gray. He just talks shit. Let's get Mitch's opinion. What Mitch was Spud talking shit? I don't know.
I'll be honest. I was discussing Celsius and Fahrenheit in my chat, so I don't know.
These
What the-
gosh darn fence sitters are disgusting shit.
What is there to discuss? Celsius is objectively correct. That's it.
Well, not like
Okay,
discussing
no,
like that,
oh,
like
okay.
doing conversions. Like somebody was like,
Okay.
"It's 41
Bro,
Celsius out," and I was like, "I don't know how much that is. Convert it for me."
You guys want to see a
CBD, what was-
Pavlovian response? Just
What was your
bring up
next move on this
Fahrenheit. Sorry, bring up Fahrenheit next to a European. They'll fucking blow their mind. Next square, you said?
Bro, it's so to God, I will never understand that.
There it is, dude.
Freezes at 0, boards 100. That's it. End of
Anyways,
discussion.
next square was Lamenter.
Was ADM alive?
I like Celsius a lot for
when
science stuff.
you
If you're obviously if
unmuted,
you're working
no.
with water, it's very nice.
Shit, I would have sniped you on it.
For weather, Celsius doesn't make as much sense to me. It's hard
I mean,
to
yeah, it would have been. I mean, it was just objectively
figure
the
out
right play
the like
because
And then I would have been ahead on
NPC boss.
fans
Shit,
of
dude, I
where
would have been
things
ahead on
feel
NPCs at
hot
that
or
point,
not.
'cause I would have
Whereas
two, and I
Fahrenheit,
would have
I am
killed
very
Bane,
used
killed
to and
Bane,
find
and then I would
very
have had
easy
two
to go.
forges, and then I would have been head on
Ah.
jails, copium.
Oh,
It's
would've
somewhere
been a-
between
would've been
60 and
50-50 on
70.
jails and NPC bosses.
That's
for
like
you. I mean,
a
not
little
really.
bit
You
on
would
the
just go
cool
for
side, but
jails
like
and then-
pretty nice. Oh, it's between 70 and
for
80.
jails.
Honestly,
Oh,
I'd
that's
probably agree.
a little
Yeah,
bit
I
on
mean, honestly,
the
maybe I should've
warmer
gave up
side,
on
but
this
very
one.
nice.
I just kinda thought
Oh,
you were
it's
gonna go
80 to
jails 'cause you
90.
had pods.
Okay, that's hot but bearable. Oh, it's 90 to 100. That's real hot. Oh,
But
it's
the more
over
I'm looking
100.
at
I'm
this,
dead.
like, man,
Get
maybe,
me out of the
maybe
sun.
Not. Maybe this game wasn't over.
I mean, like going to south. So I already had Remembrance killed. So
And like,
I
you know,
need to get
below
closer to the
60 is
dupe.
like how close it gets to freezing, where freezing is 30.
then-
Yeah, you're head on dupe. For sure.
And meta is what I needed.
So
over
like
here,
50s
that's
is like
kinda
chilly,
why I went south.
40s is like cold, 30s
that's
is like
just
feels like
important.
it's freezing, but
he just
technically it isn't
progressed
yet.
so much.
And then under 30s is
I would have had a one.
literally
the
freezing.
2 bird warriors. Pretty. Yeah, that would have
So that's just what I'm
probably been my
obviously
move after
used to.
Lamenter. Yeah, honestly, then you would have taken NPC bosses because I didn't know I sniped. Yeah, no, I was cooked. Nah, I was cooked.
My perfect temperature scale
Should I-
for
should I
weather,
answer Romain?
specifically,
Did
obviously not
Yeah,
for
you should
water
plan.
or for scientific things. My perfect weather scale would have freezing
Hop
as
in.
0. So same as Celsius, freezing is 0.
Sweat's just hungry? He's
But
just hungry, Joe.
would have 98.6 the human
Stare at
body
him.
temperature.
Stare.
98.6 Fahrenheit. I don't know what it is in Celsius. Sorry, I don't know. As 100 in that scale. So it goes from freezing
4
water
possible bingo lines?
to
Oh yeah, there was 4. Oops.
fever in human.
Well, I had forges, so it's only 3. Okay, because like we both know he's not going for it.
That would be my ideal
I don't
weather
know, that
scale.
one game.
Oh yeah, true. I was pretty upset with that.
And then 50
Fuck
would
it.
be about
Yo,
nice.
guys.
Jump, dude.
50 in that
Hey,
scale would be pretty
What's up?
nice. So it would feel
Hello,
like
hello.
50 is about right, and anything above 50 would feel
it's
hot,
summertime,
dude.
and anything below
Yeah,
50
it's
would
gonna
feel
be
cold.
Exactly.
going
It,
food and
would
watch
be
you guys play.
a very nice weather scale.
So who
but
am I
I don't
playing
think that
against?
exists.
I think CBD.
Guess
Okay,
you're
yeah.
playing against me because
I'm
Sweat's
gonna watch.
hungry.
36.6
hungry. I'm
Celsius.
leaving.
Oh, okay.
Chilling.
Yeah.
All right, GG
Chilling
CBD.
indeed.
Bye,
GG.
Gray. Bye, Mitch. Bye, Roma.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye, Swed. Bye bye.
That's it.
I'm sticking to my guns. Is it like
I'm
still
now a
okay if I
proponent
call
of
you
the
Romain?
mid
Like,
scale.
is that
Yeah, yeah,
like,
don't
alright?
worry.
Okay.
Even for me, it's easier. Don't worry. Romain is
Okay.
quite, yeah, it's difficult to say, I know. So don't worry.
Okay, cool.
Nice differs from place to place. Yeah,
Okay. Do you want to play base game DLC? What do you
that's
want
like
to do?
It is-
1
it is
Celsius
always up to
equals
you,
3
never
Mitch
up to me.
is
Maybe we could
yeah,
play
something like
Power
that.
Stance game.
Yeah. we could do a
About
power
that.
stance versus a no power stance, so we could see if we can, you
Oh.
know, suss out the differences.
Let's
Let's
start with base
swap.
game, and if you want to do another one after, we can do DLC.
Yeah, I could start with base game.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Dude, this jump is like always. I always die to this skip down to the dupe, and
100 degrees
have a lobby or
Mitch
anything?
grade.
yeah, it's
So time in
the
Australia,
last
use
lobby that I-
25C
that I
as your baseline,
posted.
over 25 hot, under cool. Oh, okay.
Okay.
25 is an
sorry,
easy
I'm-
enough number to remember.
I'm trying to figure out this skip over here. Does it matter what horn you land on?
You just need to learn.
Just because one relates to water doesn't make it better, it absolutely does, considering how thermodynamics is a massive application of temperature measurements. You heard of steam engines. That's true.
Yeah,
we
buddy.
we only ever measure water. That's 100% of the
surely
things
if we
we
get it one
measure.
time.
Yeah. You're just
We've
naturally.
literally
gifted, you
never
know?
measured the temperature of anything that isn't water.
That's always Dan's logic. So yeah, I got it once. It's fine.
You actually nailed the intonation that he speaks.
Nah, but like it genuinely like different uses have different
Okay,
things. I
making
mean,
you see it
if
as
we're
well.
really talking
That's fine.
like
I'm gonna
what is
send
the
it.
best scientifically
Making
whatever,
the okay.
Yeah, it's
everything
okay,
should
don't worry.
either
I mean,
be
I'm used to it.
Kelvin or rank.
Yeah, sorry,
rank-
I'm over here. I'm setting up the
something-
lobby, Gray.
the-
Sorry.
The other equivalent where also has zero is
where-
absolute
where-
zero,
where are you playing,
because
Gray?
zero should be absolute zero.
What are you doing, Ray? Come
Because
on.
that's the only universal zero,
lunch
as opposed to water being zero is very
Do you
arbitrary.
really need to eat? Is that like something important in life to eat?
I do
Is-
believe so.
Isn't being
Fahrenheit, at
more
what
important
temperature does
than
water
eating?
boil? I don't know.
That's a hard
Yeah,
question, Roman.
I'm gonna have to have these set up.
212 or something? 216
City
maybe?
versus the world always has been.
Everything should be electron volts. Yeah. 212. Let's go.
I have a Fire Knight's Greatsword.
Is
you have what, sorry?
Roma is streaming.
A Fire Knight Greatsword, I think.
Let me pull
Yeah.
that up.
Okay,
And I
I
have a
have,
tree. Crest Great Shield.
and I have the Electric Crest Great Shield. Exactly. Yeah, perfect.
Cool. Alrighty. Good luck.
Can I have like 2 minutes just to go to the bathroom?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Here we go.
Okay.
Does Gray seem like he eats a lot of healthy food? What's for lunch, Gray?
212 was weird. 212 hard number to
I was
remember. Yeah, but you also have to
making,
remember
cucumber salad with,
the temperature that
breast.
you get a fever at as a
Sounds healthy to
human.
me.
Apparently 36.6, but some people just
look
put
like
it
I
as
eat healthy, but I try.
37. You also have to remember what number is a nice temperature, which is 25. You also have to remember there are two numbers that you don't have to remember if you
not
have
the
Celsius,
healthiest. I
and
track all my
millions of
macros
numbers you do have to remember if you want to
every
know
day.
all the numbers.
That's good.
And
I mean, right now I'm trying to gain weight.
in Fahrenheit,
No,
for example.
Yeah.
0 doesn't
bulking.
really
Saw it,
correspond to
but,
everything. That's why I
I
said
don't
0 should
eat
actually be in water.
as many
bases.
vegetables as I should.
But the human body is close
that's
enough
about
to
it.
100 that if you
that's why
use that,
don't go
you'd be
for
like,
fingers. Okay.
you know, you'd be within the margin of error.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Either way, you generally have to remember numbers no matter what scale you're using. You also, in Celsius, still have to remember absolute 0, whereas in Kelvin, it's just there.
Backhand blade check is. Oh, you know what? With Powerstancing out, backhand blade check is on the table again. It's crazy.
Cool temp water
I've
is
checked
pretty
it 5
trending these
times
days.
so
It's
far.
water at like 67
Did you ever get
Fahrenheit.
the Falcons?
No.
I don't like that.
Yeah,
I got Shamshir or whatever its name, Eclipse Shuttle.
What we've learned is they're
Other
both fine. Yeah, they're both
scavengers
fine
too, so
depending on the
that's another-
application.
no,
If you're gonna do a lot of stuff with water and you're gonna do a
Yeah,
lot of
like-
boiling and freezing of water,
I guess that's another thing. Like,
I would
be
absolutely
nice
recommend
if-
Celsius.
if Powerstancing was only like banned for like
If you're gonna do
the three
anything with
classes that
pressure,
it's bad
you
for,
gotta
because
use
then
Kelvin,
you can-
or
basically,
there's another one that
yeah,
also
pretty
has
much.
absolute
and the
0,
claws,
but I
maybe,
forget
because
the
then
name
you
of
can
it.
get 2 curved swords, and that could be kind of interesting. Because that's not really overpowered.
For
Like,
me, it's
literally, you
CB2
have to.
than,
You can't use
Persons,
Celsius
but,
if you're dealing with with
Yeah,
like
I
pressures
think that
and
the mod
stuff.
should just be changed. But I'm a broken record at this
Romer,
point.
that might
Yeah.
be it.
It
Okay,
is what it is.
Celsius
is what it
doubled,
is.
add 25. That's
Good
close
luck.
enough temp in Fahrenheit.
Good luck to you. And yeah,
One chance.
perfect. Thank you.
For normal ones, yeah, close enough. All right, here we go. Match starting. Boiling can be important for sanitizing. Yeah, that is true. It's Rankin. It was Rankin. I wanted to say Rankin, but I wasn't confident. Okay, 4 whetstone knives as the center. It's CBD versus blue team. Sweat, get out of here. Sweat, get out. It's versus Roma. Sweat, get out of here. I can't kick him. I'm not admin. Hey, he's been changed to spectator. Let's go. Caught. Are you interested in having co-commentator? I'd say up to you. If you'd like to, we can totally do that. My brain's a little fried. I've done so much testing that I'm like kind of like just autopiloting through. But if you'd like to, and you know, maybe you take over more of the stuff, that's totally fine. Because I'm bouncing around. My attention span, negative. I was gonna rest up a bit. Sure, sounds good. Otherwise, I was just gonna probably yap for most of the time, like, not even necessarily about the bingo. Hello,
About
hello.
Celsius and Fahrenheit.
Yeah, the pluses and minuses of each. Kelvin, though, with
I'm sure.
absolute 0. That's a good one there.
That makes sense. I mean, I'm sure that each has their own strengths and weaknesses. in general. That's what do
All
we
right.
have. Do you want to talk more about the game or about the random stuff?
We should probably talk about the game. Definitely, I think that would make sense. 3 friendly NPCs I see as a possible rush. Dropped Ashes of War. I still don't know what the optimal route is for that, but I believe that's a good rush.
It's one of the quickest square that you can do right now in the base game.
Okay. Do you know how long it takes, like, out of your way? Like, how much of time do you spend getting that isn't time that you would have spent progressing anyway?
I think around 5 minutes, 6 max.
Hmm.
But you're still getting, depending on how greedy you want to be it, I would say as well, because you can get something really good like wild strikes that you would want to have over the game as well. So
yeah,
but
or
wild strikes
Sacred
is not
Blade
most optimal.
potentially, or
I think Sacred Blade is a bit pushing it though.
It's probably pushing it, but yeah.
Yeah.
If your opponent didn't go for it, you could.
If it's fully left out of it, yes, I would say it's good. Yeah. Devil is there also. Yeah, and O'Neill. O'Neill is a corner square.
Yeah. You could baboosh him for sure.
Do we have any synergy with FSB on this board? Because we have some bell bearing.
Oh yeah, Somberstone bell bearing. I'm not seeing any.
Does not seem so. Maybe we can see what does access to Sovereign bell bearing gives us. Maybe the Worm Face. No. Not much. I think this is board where you do 1 or 2 opening plays and get weapon set up.
Yeah,
and then
I agree.
What's up next? Yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the powerful plays is Radon. Obviously there's Restore Radon's Great Rune. There's also Kill a Remembrance Boss with daggers only, so you could do Dagger Radon. It's there by Elder Lions that you can get to with Radon.
Access to Cemetery Shade as well, one of them at least.
Yeah, a Cemetery Shade is close, and obviously eventually it gets you access to the capital.
30 Faith as well.
Oh, 30 Faith, that's a good call, yeah. I think Loma was saying that he generally does not go for those squares and is happy to let his opponent go for them, and CBD I think is the exact opposite. He's very happy to go for those squares as soon as possible.
I can agree with you on that one. Although I'm not fully sure how I will classify CBD's playstyle, but I will classify Roma as somebody who really likes to go for bingo lines. If he sees one strong bingo line, he's happy to full send it.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see that style of play because I think in the America, like, pre-qualifier, that was very much not a style of play that we saw. Everybody would kind of like, oh, if there's a line that's already half-formed, I guess I'll get 1 or 2 more in it, and then force my opponent into the last one.
Into the last square. Yeah,
that was how it was treated. Like, lines were only threats to make your opponent do something. So I'm happy to see somebody that actually wants to win off of the line instead of just use it as a tool. Okay, CBD having a tough time here with this this Vare kill. Ooh, getting bleeded again. Oh, those flies are so annoying. A third blood loss. Oh, there's the repeating thrust.
That's like a 4th or 5th bleed proc on his body while he was still dying.
The classic. Now, would that count for 3 statuses, do you think, if you procced a status on a boss's dead body?
Yes, actually it does.
It does? It's in the rules?
It does. It does. Nike, for you chatters who don't know, Hadraf for being a brawlers, he was screaming at my ear to do that when I was going for 4 status effects in DLC, and I had only 3, but I did not attack Red Bear when he was dying.
And Aggie could have been saved as well. Aggie was apparently half of a hit off when Divine Beast Dancing Lion died.
In that case, you can just keep attacking the corpse, and if it procs, you will see, you know, it will work out.
Aggie exonerated? Well, not really, because he didn't keep attacking the corpse is the problem. He did the attack that killed, and then he stopped, and then marked it. Oh yeah, Roma is naked. Interesting. I feel like he's usually an armor enjoyer.
Did he just start with Wretch?
It could be. It could be. I did not get a chance to see what class he started.
I cannot see what happened. What weapon is he in his hand because of his board placement?
Yeah.
One niche thing, which it's not that niche, but it's a good thing if you start Wretch, because obviously armor is good. I like to pick up the Black Knife Assassin armor set in Ordina if I'm picking that money.
Oh,
any armor is better than no armor.
Yeah, where exactly is that? How far off the beaten path?
it's like 10 seconds off. Like
Oh.
if you are picking everything that is there with money, it's like 10 to 15 seconds off.
I mean, that's probably less time than it would take just to go through the menuing of buying the night set. So, yeah, that's not bad at
True.
all.
It's drippy, yeah, as well.
Mm-hmm.
Can you turn the grain volume up a little bit?
I can do that. I've turned you up to 200%, which might make you too loud if Gray
200?
was at an 8
Oh,
before.
yeah. I have everyone around 70, 80%.
I have everybody generally pretty high, and also my Discord high, but I don't know. Maybe all my sounds are too high.
Well, this is about the time where the first squares would be marked on this board, to be fair, with 3 NPCs. So I'm curious what they are thinking right now, seeing that none of these are marked yet.
Yeah. Does feel like, yeah, friendly NPCs, I think especially, like, it's usually
Yeah, that one would have been the quickest one. Yeah.
Yep.
Depending on how many Ashes of War are there as a square, that can be like around 4 to 5 to 6 minutes, depending on the variation of the square. I know that you have quite a few of them in Altus. Those Ashes of War are really quick, and you have a lot of them in the K-lid around O'Neill.
Yeah. And Roma is now in Altus, so he could be going for that. Right now, though, it looks like he's going a more
I think he's
normal
being weapon
upgrade
online.
route. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's getting his weapon online at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did grab the smithing stones in Shifra. And CBD now finally going for his last friendly NPC.
It's a slower one, but it's a good talisman, considering the fact that he died. He assumed, I will go for a slow but efficient way. If Roman is going for it, I will get sniped either way.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
I like that a lot as well.
You can put the wild strikes on Spike Club, right? Yeah, you can. It's
almost certainly, yeah.
Oh, that is good with the Alexander Shardin.
Yeah, did
if
he
ever picks up the Ashes of War.
Yeah, I wouldn't assume he already has wild strikes, but he certainly could get it. It's not too far out of the way, and obviously is the synergy.
What is exactly towards? Okay, he's getting the Liania upgrade out. Okay, picking up 3 here, grabbing the last heroines, and going to buy 1s and 2s from merchant. I like this. This is actually the quickest routing from what I've heard. I like this for stones, but you are required to have some money in.
Yeah, that is what Hyperion was saying to me, that the absolute fastest is this, that you can actually grab the twig on the way and sell that for some of the money. I think he said you sell that and one other thing. I don't remember what the second thing was, but that apparently gets you most of the money you need.
That is quite interesting, actually, to grab a twig and sell it.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm CBD, I would be eyeing up O'Neill slightly more than upgrading weapon at this point. I think getting 2 squares, then upgrading is good on this board.
Yeah, I mean, he's already bought a lot of the stuff, so I would at least cash in the upgrades before going O'Neill, but he is not doing that.
He's doing what I said as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're going to baboosh him, then I guess you don't really need the weapon upgrades.
Exactly. It doesn't really make sense to upgrade first if you are doing baboosh tech, because you are upgrading for nothing at that point.
Mm-hmm.
But I've seen more and more people actually trying to fight O'Neill, but I guess if you have only +7, that is not the best case. Maybe if you have +15, in that case it's good. But
is there any spot that you could fight him that's not in the rot, but that his summons can't get you? Because if so, I feel like that's better than babooshing. But if the choice is babooshing or you have to deal with the summons, then, I mean, the summons are pretty rough.
It's the place where the grace basically is, but summons can get to you. Like, if you're having bad luck with the babooshes, summons will get to you even there. Like,
really?
They will come there, so you'll have, they will get there. I had pretty bad RNG yesterday, and I actually got jumped by the summons. So even this place where babooshes is not completely safe.
Mm-hmm.
He's not currently having the best RNG possible since he did miss that second baboosh.
Yeah, but not bad. He's gotten, 2 out of 3 so far. That's not bad.
Usually it can be done like
Nice.
sub 6 minutes that I know, like the complete rush and the most optimal way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he's got a lot of setup for it already, so this is not bad.
This is really nice way to control the fight if you know how to bait him to attack with that trusting move, because that is the best way that you know that he will certainly follow you. Like nothing unexpected will happen.
Yeah, and he will certainly follow you and certainly miss when he does do the attack.
Yeah, and obviously for phase transition, you want him to be inside Baboosh for the most efficiency. This is really good, actually, from him.
Yeah.
Quite quick fight so far.
How many runes does O'Neil give? Is it a good amount, or is it kind of a whatever amount?
I think like 10 to 12,000, something like that. Okay. It will give enough to upgrade a weapon, definitely. Oh, yeah. That one missed.
Not enough to help with like 30 faith or anything. Oh, there is a summon!
No. Yeah, there is a summon. And then like, if it's going slightly longer, because his opening was slightly long. Yeah. Summons can be there. But that was very clean, O'Neil. And now all of a sudden, column 1 is a big pressure point. And if anyone, I know that CBD likes to go Millennia early. It's a bit tricky depending on the weapon, but he likes to do
Millennia dagger only for the double?
That's a bit wild.
I'm imagining, though.
Although, if you have a double status effect on the Spike Club, that is not bad at all. I'm selling double status if he heals the Red Wolf, and he will have cold because of the middle square, obviously. That is not bad at all. Having both bleed and frost, it's pretty okay for her.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, the main problem, well, the two problems with doing Millennia early, obviously low damage, so it's going to take a really long time.
Time investment
but then
as well.
Also, if you die, which is likely because you will get one shot by everything, then it's like, well, there goes all of that time. So you can spend multiple minutes, die, and have just lost multiple minutes with nothing to show for it.
Most of the time it's 5-ish minutes because that fight is slow. Oh, Roman is actually full level 10 Somber at this point. Like full maxed out weapon right now. And we'll see whatever he goes for next, he'll melt it completely.
Looks like he might be eyeing the Tibia Mariners in order to block that line. I like this. It also is on a corner. So it's the one remaining square along that line that is along a corner. If he, after that, went for something like whetstone knives to start threatening the diagonal, diagonals tend to be very powerful. And he would also block off any chance that CBD would go through the diagonal the other way.
By going this way currently, this actually promotes the diagonal even more, because he will have this grace. He actually iron up invaders immediately. That's why I wanted to highlight. Like this way, you have the hammer shield guy, and when you are going to the first tibia, after first tibia, you have Anastasia as well as the invader. So he might be eyeing up the diag indeed, although he's not doing that. But he has a grace for it, Although I would assume this tibia and the tibia mountaintops are two quickest one that he can do right now.
Yeah, that would make sense to me.
But the CBD is eyeing up Somberstone Bellbearing to promote that row 1 even more, it seems, and also getting the upgrade stones this way. I like this. Actually, it's optimal way of getting upgrades.
Yeah, he found some good, fast, but some synergy ways of getting here. Very nice. He has upgraded his weapon some at this point, CBD has, right?
+7.
+7. Okay, yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, yellow damage. Very nice.
More than enough for FSB.
Yep.
At least for this one, it's much better arena than in DLC. Actually, he did upgrade it. I remember seeing. I think, yeah, he did. He bought Mariah's sword. I think he dropped as well from Round Table when he was there.
Yep. Right, sword. That's it's a. I feel like that's a lot of stats. If I remember correctly, it's like some arcane that it needs as well.
It is. I think he used it because that was the only summer weapon that he had for the auto upgrade to use
Yeah.
for upgrading weapon. Although Roman did get the rotten sword, like rotten crystal swords, whatever the name is, so that one is definitely cheaper to upgrade.
Oh, he's also going for the Knight of the Solitary Jail greatsword here, doing really good damage against this tibia. I think he's fully upgraded, +9 or maybe even +10.
It is +10. It is +10.
Oh, wow, yep. That's big. So even though CBD has 2 squares ahead right now, Roma will just be doing everything faster from now on until CBD takes the time to upgrade back.
Roman is going for slightly slower tibia. He's going for the one in Altus right now, although this may help him set up some of the Ashes of War and potentially a bit quicker grace towards Elema. But this one is slower.
A little bit, yeah. But I mean, especially if he gets the Ashes of War along the way, it's hardly any time loss. Like, it's... I think once he's up at this grace and grabs this grace, I think from that point, this would be the fastest tibia. Because it's got to have less health than the one in Mountaintops, right?
I would not be 100% sure since this one is a boss and the other one is not. So I could not be 100% like sure to say that confidently, but...
Okay.
With +10 weapon, I would not mind either.
Yeah,
like,
should be
when
fine.
you have max level, yeah, you should not be having issues anywhere.
Yeah, does this one summon anything especially scary, or is it more regular skeletons on this one?
The first move is a bigger skeleton that one-shots you. The first move that he does.
Yeah. But if you just ride on by it and it just misses, then you're kind of chilling?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
But the issue with this one that I know is because it will teleport to the opposite side, and you can aggro a lot of enemies that are in these ruins.
Oh.
The enemies in these ruins are actually a bit annoying, and they can be overwhelming.
Mm-hmm. Yep, here's the regular summons. I don't see anything else that he aggroed, so it should be good. Didn't quite get the stagger there. Must have been close, though. Yep, 1 hit away is what he was.
Yeah. That would be nice to interrupt the summon. It's always nice when that happens.
Mm-hmm. Okay, 1 more hit will do it. There we go. Yep, and honestly, it didn't even hit him that hard. Less than half of his health, so he was relatively comfortable there on that kill. Oh, and he just mogs away 20,000 runes there.
You see, those enemies did not respawn, did not disappear. Those were the enemies from ruins that kept chasing him.
Maybe that's happened to me before, but I just thought they were summons.
Yeah, he spawns a lot of them.
Yeah.
But he also did a lot of it by default.
Wyndham Catacombs is around the corner with an Erdtree Watchdog boss. Oh, yeah? Some synergy there.
Is that the quick one, or is that the long, annoying one?
I feel like that's the long, annoying one. I'm pretty sure that's the long, annoying one, but...
I think that's the one that is like the end of the French runs for a lot of people.
Yeah,
like
that one definitely has
enemies.
ended French runs for me, for sure.
For me, that one and the one in Weeping, like the Impaler's Catacomb. Like I have age untouchables there a few times.
Yeah. Yeah, I had an aging untouchable in the Wyndham Catacomb that I remember that was just... I could not possibly get away from it and get through it. I had to go for a parry and I missed it, and there went the entire run.
Yep, feel bad indeed.
Yep.
That's a CBD with third square. I'm really curious what Roman is eyeing up. He's eyeing up Catacomb or Radan immediately? It is Radan first.
Mm-hmm. Could be going for the Elder Lions along the way. Well, I guess you can't actually do the 2 in there until after the festival's over, right?
Depending if you activate festival or not. Depending if you take TP, he did activate festival.
He did activate a Grace in Altus, yeah.
He can still go regular way in it first without TP. Will that work? I guess
don't
it
think
will
so.
work if you just walk in.
If you can't go backwards and see them, then I don't think they would appear regardless. It should be in the same state. You can still fight Lion whenever you want, says Swed. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. That is one of the things that appears regardless of the festival.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Okay, he did get Crackblade, which is the second Eshafo that he has.
Very solid one. You cannot put it on this somber weapon that he's been using, but, I mean, if you find something to put it on, it could be really good.
I think just for the row 5, it's really good. Overall,
Yeah.
you have the Teddy Fate from killing Radan, most likely. You will have access to 2 Elder Lions, and you are in a close-ish proximity of the Watchdogs, being killed already, although you need the, what's the name? The Crystal Darts for them, most likely.
Oh, also, on the diagonal, because I really like diagonals, I don't know about you.
Yeah, you get Misbegotten Boss.
He's got a Misbegotten Boss. This is a boss that rides a horse that gets him access to a whetstone knife. Not really NPC invaders, but 3 of the things along the diagonal are all progressed by Radon, so...
And we already said that basically 3 invaders are already progressed by his real earlier moveset, so he may be bomb rushed in this one. I would love to see that, actually.
I think it could be cool. It could be very powerful. And a lot of it is ones that looks very, like, hard to do, looks very long, looks very like, I wouldn't really want to go do that to try to block. So even if he threatens it a little, it'll be like a tough spot for CBD to find something to block with. Especially if he's just got some priority on each thing.
All of those squares are long investments of time, and I would like to see him making the pressure point, although everything will die pretty quickly when you have plus 10 weapon for Ma as well.
Yeah. So if he wanted to sneak it, let's just live in a fantasy world where that's 100% what he's going for. How much progress do you think he could hide and hold on each of those? Like, would you get, 4 bosses that ride a horse and 2 misbegottens and 3 whetstone knives and 3 invaders before you mark any of them? Or are you like, I'll just go for whetstone knives right away, then kind of start splitting the rest?
I would say in this case, horse bosses are not that quick to do, so I would say 3 is enough-ish. Although you have to leave a 3 cent in the Limb Grave as the last one because it's so easy to kill.
Yep.
I would not worry about misbegotten bosses that much because it's either this one after Radan or the Crusader, and you don't really want to fight Crusader early on. So I would say your main focus are invaders and whetstone knives if you want to rush this one.
Yeah, misbegotten bosses is just the Tunnel in Weeping, the Crucible and Misbegotten, the Leonine and the Crusader. Are those
Crusader? That's
those
you
are
actually
all 4?
have one more in Altus actually.
Oh, which
you
one?
You have the Trisha and the Misbegotten do as well.
Ah, yes. Is that one gone for? Do people do that one?
I never seen that one been done in bingo.
Okay, so 4 that people actually do. Oh, Roma went too greedy on it. He just attacked while Radon was still invulnerable. Yeah, the attack would have hit, but there is a period of invulnerability that Radon gets after you riposte him, because this is not Night Rain.
Yeah.
Oh, that's rough. And that greed just cost him because he did not have time to roll after. Either that or he was out of stamina, I'm not entirely sure, but he could not roll for some reason afterwards.
That was on the last hit, practically. That one hurt.
Yeah, it would have been the last hit for certain. Looks like CBD is maybe going for bosses that ride a horse here, trying to set up for his own line. So Roma, if he wants to set up for the diagonal, probably has to do this one first.
It's progressing row 1, and potentially, if he wants to Giga Prep row 1, DTS is one of the bosses that... Oh, it's actually also the Ash of War, because all the Nightcaps drop the Ash of War as well.
Oh, that's a great point. I mean, with how fast you can get it, you don't need all this synergy. It's kind of surprising it's still on the board, because, as you said, you can just go around and go, kill, kill, kill. Okay, I got it. But...
especially when you have upgraded weapon, you just smack the Scarabs once and you will get a kill on them.
Yeah, much better damage from Roma this time.
Could be they did not practice that square much, because I know if Tom was there, that most likely that could have been an opening that he will be doing. Because I know
Yeah.
that Tom really did practice that one.
Yeah, that does feel like one that if you practice it, you're gonna go for it. And if you haven't practiced it, then you're like, maybe I'll go for it later.
If you are racing square like that at the beginning, you need to be certain and confident in the picks that you are making, because just the moment of hesitation or porting to the wrong race can cost you that square. So you definitely need to know which one are you going for.
Okay, goes for chamber outside the plaza. Looks like he's not racing on bosses that ride a horse. So if CBD does go for this immediately, he will almost certainly have it. Whereas Roma looks like setting up for misbegotten bosses. Oh no, actually for Elder Lions and or Whetstones first.
This is the way towards Elder Lion. Whetstone is to the right side. It's the opposite way. Yeah. There is somebody told me in my chat that actually you can make these lions fight each other.
Really?
Yes, I don't know what do you need to do in order to do that, but if that's the way you like, it works for Watch Dogs. It's allowed for Watch Dogs. I would assume that it's allowed for lions as well. So
yeah, it's maybe a little unclear in the rules because the rules like say that you can't get another enemy to kill another enemy for you, but yeah, it is definitely allowed with Watch Dogs. So,
but I also seen that some of the people, if I remember correctly, been doing what's the name of it? The Theodorics with the octopi that is there.
Yep. Yeah, so definitely help is definitely allowed. It's maybe like if you didn't touch them at all, maybe it isn't allowed. I'm not sure.
Like you need to interact with them, maybe.
Yeah. Feels like feels more like maybe what the rules should say, because I know there's one interaction Dom does not want, which is using the Furnace Golem to kill the Rolling Giant Lightning Ram. And aside from the fact that maybe that square could just be removed entirely, if he doesn't want that interaction, maybe the rule should just specify that one thing that's disallowed, because it feels like every other instance of enemies killing each other tends to be, you bring it up to Dom and he says, yeah, that's allowed. So I would generally say maybe that square wording ruling maybe needs to be just a little adjusted to specify exactly what is allowed, what isn't allowed, instead of just, in general, enemies are not allowed to kill each other, because a lot of times they are.
There is one instance that we in Bingo Club presented and we added that ruling. It's for the Deathblight Lion that you need to quit out in front of Deathblight Lion, because that archer golem that is shooting at you, he can shoot lion during the fight and you can get free stagger because of that. So we had that ruling that you need to quit out before that by dancing lion. So
what if you don't quit out but you don't get the archer? Because I mean, this is not exactly bingo, but in the speedruns that I've been practicing, I have been following a specific walking path where the archer will actually never shoot the Deathblight Dancing Lion. I've never had it happen. So it is possible to fully avoid.
Case, it would be okay. Yeah, if you fully avoid it. Okay. But if you get long in the fight, like if you are like 30% left and he shoots the lion and hits it, it's not longer valid. So you need to reset the fight either way.
Interesting. I wonder, is that generally like the Bingo Club philosophy that these kind of quote unquote cheeses tend to be heavily moderated against? Because it feels to me kind of clever. I would kind of allow it, but
in DLC I know for sure, since I just started playing the base game as well, so I'm not fully well versed in the base game things, but I know that in DLC, yeah, you cannot cheese any enemies, because technically you can cheese Devonia with the Furnace Golem as well. So that is fully like not allowed.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So maybe, you know, as a ruling for not Bingo Club but for Bingo Brawlers, maybe the ruling would be something like you cannot hit an enemy with a Furnace Golem, because maybe there's a few Furnace Golem interactions that are too powerful.
No, only two. Yeah, Devonia and the Ram.
Yeah,
I think that is perfectly fine. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, if it hits a random enemy that nobody cares about and that dies and gives you runes, who cares? But you know, you cannot progress a square from a Furnace Golem killing an enemy. Maybe it would be something like that.
Exactly. That's the same way if you're accidentally cheese something like salsa falling off the elevator, it's possible. You just have to discard that thing and cannot count it towards your square.
Is it just renamed to 30 Faith? Yes, it has just been renamed to 30 Faith. Not reached 30 Faith, not level 30 Faith. It's just 30 Faith. What do you think about just as a random topic, as CBD is finishing off his final boss that rides a horse? What do you think about having verbs on squares versus not having verbs on squares? Like, do you like 30 Faith or?
I do like when the squares are neatly explained. Reach 30 Faith, acquire X and X, kill. Full name, legal name of the boss, or at least have the consistency. Because one thing comes to my mind in DLC that I like: if you have kill Mesmer and kill Meter, and the explanation of that, you have only one Mesmer and Meter.
Yep.
So that like not confused. But we have kill Jory, the Elder Inquisitor.
I think Jory is just a misspelling. I think that is one that I think if it gets brought to Dom's attention and he has time on a particular day, I feel like that's something he would just fix. I don't think it is intentional like that.
Yeah, there as well. I do like to have acquire reach level 30 Fate. I think it would like be nice, but we know as players. But potentially, since this is also now available for public use, someone who actually first starting base game bingo could be confused about that one.
Yeah, there's the 6 dropped Ashes of War. Yeah, I genuinely agree. I honestly, I don't know that I care either way, whether all verbs are included or all verbs aren't included. But having every square on this board have a verb except for 30 Faith feels a little odd to me.
Yeah, have a consistency. Like we already have, it's a bit plastic, but we have acquire 2 unique sorcerer. We can just say 12 unique sorceries, you know.
Yep,
and
you
that's
could.
it.
You could just say Melania. We all know what you do to Melania. You kill her. You could just
get into the arena. That's it, Mark.
Yeah. Now there are some that do definitely need the verbs, like restore Radon's Great Rune, because Radon's Great Rune, you can't just acquire it. That wouldn't count. You do need to restore it. So there's definitely a few that like everyone would probably agree has to have a verb, but for the ones that don't, some sort of consistency I think would be nice.
True. CBD is in very strong position right now on the board. That row 1 is looking tricky, and CBD is already working his way towards Grail.
Yeah, Roma is maybe ahead on getting to Capital, but you do not want to actually be forced to actually go to Capital early. That sounds horrible.
That is not much in Capital. That's the only thing in Capital.
Yeah.
Although Roma did not cash in 30 Fate from killing Radon.
Yeah. I think he just considers that so much of a trap square that he will just not go for it. Like, I think he just wants the power instead and thinks, well, with more power, I can actually get more squares. And instead of getting this 1 square now, I'll get 2 squares later because I'm more powerful.
True. Depending on how important the square, but in this case, I would say that square is indeed important because it's blocking both diag and column 5.
Yeah.
2 things less to worry about.
Definitely something to think about. Yeah. Now, he could consider for getting to the capital. He could go through Fia's champions because that is a square on the board, and then at least you kill Fia's and you don't have to do DTS. But I mean, DTS doesn't save you that much though. Like DTS would have been a boss that rides a horse, but now that's gone.
Would have been cured if that was one part of the synergy there. But it seems that we all have Grail Race currently.
Yeah, Grail Race that CBD is quite ahead on, but neither of them has the health to live through any hits from these dragons. So it's really
it needs to be hitless. Yeah, it needs to be fully hitless.
It will come down to who can execute it better, or if they both execute it very well, then it'll come down to it's CBD's because he got here first. So CBD has the priority, but he has to remain hitless this whole time.
Not just that he got there first, he has bleed. I think bleed is also quite important in that case.
I think Roma will still kill them faster with his weapon, I think, but I'm not sure.
I think that CBD also upgraded to level max level from, I think that I read that in chat, so... This
Yeah,
is
I don't
pretty
know. I
strong
think the
weapon.
bleed isn't too big here, just because like they are doing enough damage that I think a bleed only saves you like a couple hits. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see when he starts hitting them, but.
Good thing about bleed on the quick attacking weapon like hammer type is the fact that you can just do R1 change and most likely proc it because it's just that quickly on big enemies here.
Yeah. Yeah, Roma does just need a stagger and then he gets the kill. Pretty much the same thing for CBD. So both of them, their damage, I don't think there's any...
A bit
like,
less poise though on CBD, yeah.
Yeah. But nothing too big of a difference between how fast they're going to kill things. I think it really is just CBD did get here first, so...
I don't like this position that CBD is right now, but you are attacking both of them kind of at the same time, and you are baiting for the reaction of one of them, because they can team up against you, and that is not as nice thing to have there.
Yeah, that's definitely rough. Roma goes for the riposte to kill here. I feel like he can actually kill without the riposte if he just hits in the head enough, and I think that would be a little faster, but... I mean, it's like by a couple seconds, so it's not like a huge deal.
Couple seconds might actually matter here, since CBD is wasting quite a bit of time trying to grab this one's attention. And
is this the last one for CBD though?
I think he needs both of these.
Okay, Roma I think needs 3 more. He's done 2 at least. How many total is it? Is it 5? Is it 6?
I think it's 5, but I could be lying. Yeah, it's 5. It's 5. It's 2 to do one side of the fence and 3 that are there. 5 should be.
Okay. Yeah. And what do you think about what do you think about changing the wording of this square from instead of Grail without status effects, which technically allows like a Godskin peeler cheese and technically allows you to just hit her for 15 minutes, to instead be kill Grail after killing 5 of the little dragons. Kind of go to the heart of what do we want out of this square is the dragons killed, as opposed to like statuses is like...
That would be perfectly fine if you don't have to mention Grail at all. So just say kill 5 dragons.
Kill 5 Grail dragons, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Because you will still want to do that one hit after that.
Yep.
For money, obviously. And that's it for CPD. CPD did
He's got it, yep. Well, not happy about that. Still finishing off this dragon. Doesn't feel like he needs to. I mean, maybe for the money?
Money.
It is a lot of money.
Money for sorceries, money for 30 fate, just to make sure that he has like a bit more. I'm surprised the Blight is still up, so I think that CBD might be in a... Oh, CBD got a fate as well. Ooh, yep. This sucks for Roma. And there are quick one-offs like Blight, like Alama is quick to kill, but you need to get to him. This is a bit rough situation for Roma.
Yeah, and every single line that goes through any of the squares he has so far has been blocked off. The diagonal, blocked. Column 1 and column 3, blocked. Row 5, blocked. So he has absolutely no pressure on any lines at this point, and obviously just being behind by 5 squares with no pressure to show for it is just a horrible spot to be.
One line to work with if he wants to have bingo, and that is column 2.
Well,
and
also,
column 2 is not the most
row 3 and row 4. There's a few.
They're oh yeah, they're open still.
They're open, yeah. No, but he doesn't have any square in them, so he'd have to get all 5 from now, which would be a very tall order.
And CBD is already working on blocking one of them.
Yep, with invaders. Yeah, if he gets that, all he will need is anything in row 3, and then CBD can just win off of majority. It doesn't look like he's actually going to go for gold free, which, not surprising, as we said. A lot of players other than Roma will set up a line threat and then just say, okay, you have to go block it at some point. That's a slow square. You go do it. I'm not going to.
As Fred said, the only thing that you can do in the capital is actually getting Sanctified Westblade in a fake round table hold, and that's it. You don't have pretty much anything other than that in capital.
Yeah. And even that, I feel like, is not a fast whetstone knife. I mean, if you're in capital, it's better than others.
Good.
But
yeah. I mean, you don't have many things that you want in Academy, so that could be a substitute for the Academy on this one. Neither do we have the
I mean,
Stormveil,
Academy
really.
could get you abducted. I don't know if that would actually help you get to Noble faster, though.
No. And you have to do it one try or do the cage skip all over again.
Yeah, yeah.
Why did Homa kill Dialos? Was that kill on Dialos? Dialos is not Invader.
He might have thought about there being a whip. Yeah, he checked the whip. I think he thought it was whip check rather than dagger check. I think he misread.
It is whip check. Okay, okay. Oh, he thought that it's a whip square.
Whip square. Yeah, sorry.
That
That's
sense.
yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, looks like he's going for Invader now. Oh, CBD going for the gold foul foot here. Oh, he's going for Melania.
Oh my. To be fair, we are not getting that much out of Melania in this one, like the game that he played yesterday, where he had like 4 squares out of Melania. But on this one, it's a square. It's a block. No, he's not going.
It would be a square, it would be a block, and it would signal to Roma, hey, I've got at least one great rune, and you've got no idea if I've got another one, so
True.
Maybe you have to go to the capital now. It's a way to sort of force Roma's hand into that gold free square.
It seems that way, Raidens.
Mm-hmm. Godfrey's not even that slow. Kill Godric or Radon, dagger only. Just need one more rune for the capital. Roma already has one great rune because of Radon, but then, okay, now do dagger only Godric. Now go do DTS, which involves a good bit of walking. Now walk all the way through Lane-Dell with all of its twists and turns and up the dragon and all of that. Now kill Goldtree. It is a long square. It's not unimaginably long. It's not the longest square in bingo or anything like that, but I would not call it fast. All right, dagger only Godric is the play here. And honestly, his damage is great. He's fine.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I've tested this square multiple times. If you have good upgrade, it's not that big of a hassle either way. I can say sometimes it feels quicker than the Nefeli, to be fair.
yeah, it can.
I don't mind that square, but he will definitely have access to Godfrey. Do you want to go Godfrey? I don't know. It feels bad to be pushed to that. Kinda. You cannot just forfeit going there, because you need to go there, especially what CBD can do, and it's the best thing that he can do right now. It's just being dark to have that pressure building up and building up. But practically, if you just send Godfrey as well, you are kind of forfeiting with that play, because you are just forfeiting access to all other squares that are quick to do.
Yeah, definitely a rough one to do. Now, he did just mark Remembrance Boss with daggers only, which CBD may have been thinking about as well, or just might be thinking about whetstone knives. And yeah, he hasn't shown yet that he has also killed Radon, because he hasn't restored Radon's Great Rune. And honestly, even if he did do it now, that wouldn't necessarily indicate to CBD that he did 2 different remembrances. It could have been just Radon that he did dagger only. So I don't know if that would be almost good or bad to signal to CBD, like, hey, I have access to the capital. Don't come to Goldfree.
Also, to be fair, Roman so far did not particularly have a sign, hey, I killed Radon as well, because Elder Lions could indicate it, but it's surely not the only way that you can do the square. You can do the square different ways, so that could be slightly deceiving in CBD mind, basically.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for the invaders right now. CBD, I'm not sure. He's setting some stuff up here. I'm not sure exactly what he's going for, though. He's in Weeping right now. Could be a Misbegotten. I don't think it would be this way, though. Oh, is this a Cemetery Shade in this?
It is Cemetery Shade.
Catacomb.
Yeah, it is Cemetery Shade.
Catacomb with a Cemetery Shade.
If he gets the Explosive Physique, this one dies in a one-shot from Explosive Physique.
Really? Okay. That would be fun.
This would be quite cool to see. If he it seems he did pick up Flask, but I don't think that he killed yet. I don't think he did. It will be cool double up though.
It would be, yeah. Kind of triple up because it's Catacomb as well. The gate front whetstone knife does count as a whetstone knife. Yes.
Indeed.
Technically, the other ones are wet blades, so like technically only that one is a whetstone knife. It should be the only one that counts.
You just get blades for that knife.
Mm-hmm.
Nudge.
Okay, I'd say they're all pretty dry. What if they're made of water? Would they be dry or wet?
A cold one kinda indicates wettish atmosphere of it.
Yeah. Yeah, is water wet? That's the question. All right, there's the 4 invaders for Roma. He's gotten 2 squares in a row now. Bringing it back a little bit, 7-4.
To be fair, currently, CBD doesn't really have an answer for the row 4. So
yeah,
that could be small like flicker of hope at this point.
Yeah, if Roma goes for sorceries now.
He does have access to fears, and it could be after sorceries, it could be just the Godskin Noble race.
Yeah.
Although Romain has currently better weapon to use for it, because his weapon doesn't have status effect and CBD's does. So CBD is also going for sorceries right now, it seems.
Ooh, right? It might actually be a sorceries race.
Stops.
If he wins, if Roma wins this, that could be spicy. Don't give Roma a sniff of a bingo. Man loves a bingo.
He loves going
as you should, as you should. They're so good.
I mean, it's called bingo for a reason. We are not playing majority, you know, we are playing bingo.
Yeah. Exactly.
Although I have to possibly disappoint. Is he going for sorceries or is he just going to Nokron?
Looks like he's just going to Nokron, which will probably let CBD get these sorceries before he is able to.
I would definitely prioritize. Maybe he's thinking that one of the horse bosses for CBD was actually Radan, so that's why he's going here.
Could be, yeah. Yeah, you do kind of just have to make some guesses when you're a little bit behind. You got to make some guesses. You got to hope that you happen to snipe your opponent. Because if everybody gets to do exactly what they want, I'll go to these squares, you go do those squares. The person who's ahead wins basically every time. The way that you're going to come back into it is with some sort of a snipe at some point. Or, you know, potentially with a sneaky bingo that they don't see.
A late game, if it's a close game, usually comes to the coin flips and correct choices compared to the bad choices. That's it, what it is. Because the thing that people, watchers in general, doesn't really understand at the moment or keep forgetting that is the fact that you are completely blind to what your opponent is doing whole match, except for the things that they marked on the board. So we are obviously now seeing both perspective and we can gauge the play of the knowledge of that. But when you are a player, you are guessing in the dark most of the times and you're hoping for the best outcome.
Yeah, that's it's a weird double-edged sword where it's like, you know, sometimes players are so sure that their opponent is doing something, and when they're right, it's like, damn, you know, what a genius play. They knew exactly what to do, and they avoided the snipes, and they got the snipes themselves. And other times, I've seen people that are 100% sure, oh, my opponent's definitely going for this square. I'm just going to avoid it. I'm going to let them have it. And they were never going for it, and they could have just gone for it and won, and, you know, things like that. So it's one where you have a bit of information, and sometimes you can get overconfident in that. But other times, if you aren't keeping track of it, if you don't know where your opponent is at all, that can be even worse than being confidently wrong sometimes.
Oh yes, I've definitely been in that situation. But to be fair, out of all players that I have played, CBD is one of the harder people that I can read during the game. I feel like I'm always making the worst choices when I'm playing him. Like at least at guessing what he's doing next.
Yeah, which is interesting because I feel like CBD is one that is usually more confounded by what his opponent does as well. I've heard so many times, I don't remember like the phrasing that he used for it, but he's like, I can't understand how someone would think that way. Something like that.
Oh, he does say that quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah. So it's interesting that both like others have a hard time reading him, and he maybe in some cases has a bit of a hard time reading others, because I think, you know, the way that he thinks is very like, oh, there are things that you kind of maybe have to do or really should do, you know, so much to the point that like if you don't do it, he's like flabbergasted. Whereas I feel like maybe other players are a little more fluid in how they're like, I've got multiple things that would be good, I'm just gonna send this one, you know, whereas maybe CBD has a more rigid structure of like, this one is always going to be better than this one type of a thing.
Yeah, I definitely feel that. He's not the one that will see one crazy line and just full send that line. He will say, oh, objectively correct play is this. I will go for objectively correct play for the different aspects. I kind of see that.
Or Chris going for whatever is funniest, apparently.
And getting yourself locked out in the meantime.
It was funny. It was good.
It was funny for us. I don't know if it was funny to him at the moment.
Oh, Loma almost went over to the jump over to the gargoyles, but is actually turning around and grabbing this grace over here instead. Why not? Why not just grab the closer grace that he was already almost at over near
I like
the gargoyles?
grace. That is the thing that we do. For whetstone knife?
Hey, there's a whetstone knife here?
There is a black whetstone knife down there.
Oh,
Where the mimic ashes are.
Okay.
Yeah, that is a black western knife there.
Yeah, I probably still would have liked him at least grabbing that grace and then maybe coming back from that grace to over here, because the progressing towards it and then turning around feels slower to me overall, but I'm not sure.
I don't know, because I never thought about going here immediately, you know, so I would not be sure what is objectively correct thing to do here.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those weird situations.
It's in front of him to the left side here.
Okay, there it is, black wet blade. Okay, nice.
Yeah.
And he mogs out again. He's just losing. He's mogged away 20k. He's mogged away 40k. He does not care about this money.
That's practically enough to get those 30 fate a bit earlier.
Yeah.
Or at least to profit of CBD having additional points into the stat that he's not using. You can have points in Vigor, which is, in my opinion, best damage stat in base game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I kind of agree with that, yeah.
Although he needs access to the... Okay, he does have access, actually, to the Iron Red Blade. He just needs to cash it in, right? Yeah. He does have access. He killed that Elder Lion in I want to say Belrat, in the Stormvale.
Yeah. Do you have to kill the Elder Lion, or you just mean he just has access to Stormvale?
He has access because of that.
Yeah.
You don't need to go that way.
Well, he's also killed Godric with a dagger only.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah, that is where my confusion came in, is I was like, does the lion have something to do with it, or he's just there for Godric as well?
I just forgot about Godric.
Yep, makes sense. Okay, he is going to
CBD
go for...
slowly working on, Cemetery Shades for that block. It's also another Catacomb that is kind of slowly progressing 2 blocks. Although Catacomb could indicate all 3 Cemetery Shades are in Catacombs that you can do, so that is a double mark if it goes like...
Guaranteed double mark. No reason to do any catacomb that isn't a cemetery shade, I think. Well,
exactly.
Actually, there's also catacombs that are watchdogs. So technically, you could do that instead. But
if you want to do this, it's pretty nice.
I think this is good. I think just go there. The 3 with cemetery shades are relatively quick catacombs. Most of them. All of them? All 3? Not sure.
The linear one is fairly quick as well.
Yeah.
The best thing I would say about this play is catacombs do take time. Mm-hmm. And that is the best thing that for CBD currently. He's dark. That puts pressure on Romain. That Romain needs to go and actually cash in on Godfrey at some point. But as soon as Romain actually going for Godfrey, CBD just wins on majority pretty much, because he will clear multiple squares at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, CBD is so far ahead in majority. There's actually, maybe it's a crazy play, but there is actually a play as CBD to just go straight for gold free because if you force Roma to go straight to gold free, he can't, you know, be getting other squares in the meantime. So if you just go for it and Roma snipes you, it's like, oh no, I'm still ahead by multiple squares. Whereas if you go for it and you see Roma mark other things, you're like, oh cool, I instantly win. So it's like, you either instantly win or you're still way ahead. Whereas saving it like really, really late, it has the potential that Roma basically just never gets forced into doing it and does it as the last square, and then it's like, okay, you didn't really force anything out of him, you know?
Yeah,
so
I agree.
I'm not saying it's always good,
like...
but it's better than you'd think to go for the line when you're also up in majority.
Yeah, I agree with you. But I also say that, again, explosive physique would work on the cemetery shade here.
Yep.
It will be a triple square at that point. Oh, that would be the final nail in the coffin for this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because as soon as he gets cemetery shade,
11.
yeah, both lines are blocked off. I mean, honestly, he doesn't even need to, because as soon as he gets cemetery shade, the lines are blocked off, and maybe that's the only thing CBD is concerned with, is I don't want to get a line suddenly happening against me. So he says, as long as I can rush the cemetery shade, there are no lines, I'm safe, I'll be ahead 10-5, and, you know, winning from 10-5 is a very easy prospect.
Yeah, definitely. But also, this point where you've seen a mark that is for whetstone knives, I would feel confident in those catacombs and see shades that it's not highly contested right now, and I will still go for the funny play.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, I like that play, but CBD's play might be higher win chance only based on what he has seen from Roma.
Yeah, I agree. But also, one thing that experience taught me is the fact that if you are doing what Roman is doing, playing from behind, and it's not just behind, it's actually quite behind, you need to be greedy to make sure to win that. You need to let that gold free hang in, and you need to go for the most synergistical plays, which is not what Roman is currently doing. So if I'm CBD, I'm taking the synergy away from him. Basically, that's the other reason
there
for
is
that.
synergy with Fias. It gets you capital access. It probably causes CBD to actually never go for gold free. So even though he won't literally have it done, he probably can hold on to it the entire rest of the game.
I think it's too little synergy that will actually matter in this case.
Yeah, you're probably right. I don't necessarily think it's too little synergy, personally. I just think it's too slow. Like, I think it's solid synergy, one of the few synergies left on the board, but I think it's just slow. It's slow synergy, which sometimes fast non-synergy is better than slow synergy.
Yes. Depending on situation, like Bingo is extremely situational, but in this situation, absolutely. Like this slow synergy that CBD is doing with 3 catacombs, it is better than the Fias and Godfrey.
Yeah, almost certainly.
And that's why he did pick up that just the whetstone knife, so he's able to put Sacred Blade on Spike Club. That is good. And we are currently in a full majority game with CBD having 4 bingo threat lines open currently, while Roman doesn't have a single one.
Yeah, that's quite tough. I mean, yeah, technically, the only bingo line that matters right now is gold free. The rest of them, if CBD got 3 squares, whether they're in a line or not, he immediately wins. And as far as I can see, unless I'm missing something, all of the remaining lines for CBD outside of gold free are 3 squares. So, yeah, technically the lines don't actually matter at this point.
They kind of work in together, because if you get element, you are progressing both the row 2 and the column 5, same as the row 2 and column 4. But I don't think those lines will come into the play at all this game. It's just additional pressure that puts onto Roman. Like, yeah, you are going for the Fias and this, you'll block 1, but what about column 4 in that case, or row 2? Like, it's just never escaping loop that you... I would say it's mentally taxing as a player to know that you are a whole game under pressure of lines.
Yeah, it feels like, even if the person playing from behind makes the correct call and never, you know, actually blocks the line, I feel like the threat of it is like every 5 minutes you're like, let me make 30 more seconds of progress towards the line that I haven't blocked yet, just in case. Let me make 45 more seconds of progress towards the square that I'm, not actually going for right now. And like that constant like fear and that constant need to pivot and make a little bit of progress slows you down on everything else.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's one of the biggest things about having a line threat like that is even if you never go for it, and even if your opponent never goes for it, your opponent has to be at least a little bit ahead of you, so they have to waste at least a little bit of time.
And that is one of the most important parts of bingo, mental game, and the just trying to outsmart, outmaneuver your opponent in a bunch of different ways. It's not just I see square, I do square. A lot of mental games come into the play.
I don't know. I see square, I do square. That's kind of how I play. I see square, I do square. I see line, I do line too. That's pretty good.
Oh, I had one nasty line versus Sirius that actually went into the meme channel into Bingo Club currently as one of the meme lines of the of the front to back skip being allowed, basically. Because my play was kill Hippo, do front to back, kill FSB as the base game boss, and there was a guy with pants as well, and that's whole line. Sirius didn't do anything on that line. He just said, okay, we can call this one.
Okay, it's still not as much of a meme as the Season 5 final game, where it was literally Hippo into 2 Hippos with something along the way. I don't remember what the third thing was. But it was literally like, oh, I win Hippo, I win the game. Ah, cool. Because the other 2 were in base game that his partner had already claimed priority on. That was one of the silliest games I've seen of just like, if I win Hippo, I win the game. Yeah, remember that? Go back and watch the Season 5 Grand Finals. Frog Car Spin versus Positive Vibes. I think it was the second game.
Yeah, I forgot about that name. I forgot the Frog Car Spin. Yeah.
Frog Car Spin, yeah, that's a good name. Good name for a winning team.
Indeed. And it's Derval race instead of the Rush Square. It is done.
Yeah, it is an hour in. I mean, it's not like that fast of a square necessarily, just because there's several steps you need to do to activate it. So it's not too surprising that it wasn't rushed. The main reason that it can be a rush is because it's very easy, not because it's super fast. So there's kind of generally 2 types of rush squares. A square that's a rush because you can do it early, and a square that's a rush because it's actually fast. And this is, I would just say, in that first category. You can do it early, even if it's not super fast.
And I would say big thing about that one is the fact that you have squares that are progressing you stuff, like FSB. You have upgrade stones while doing
Goma
FSB.
is lost here in the woods.
Oh my god.
He does not know where to go.
That's a man who can kill Borealis as a first square, but cannot do collection square. Okay, he found it.
All right, so yeah, will be a nice snipe. I mean, 10 to 6, 4 square difference isn't insurmountable. Oh, is he?
Oh, he's not cashing in. He needs to be I mean,
he's pivoting.
He needs to be careful
well,
with it. Yeah, that is exactly the pressure that I've been telling you about.
We know he has to cash it in, but he doesn't know,
Exactly.
and so
exactly, that's the pressure of CBD not marking stuff. Exactly.
Oh no,
Like,
he's locked out because he did
as-
Radon, right? Because Blythe joins you with. He is locked. I forgot this is one of the few that you can lock
completely
yourself
forgot
out
about
of.
that.
Yeah,
I
never mind.
completely
Well,
forgot about that. But at the same time, it's the pressure as well. CBD is dark again. He may be going for Godfrey, and that's it.
yeah.
Roman doesn't know, but one of the horse bosses could have been DTS.
Yep, could have been DTS and could have been Radon. That's another horse
Could have
boss.
been that as well. Yeah. always assume that your opponent is ahead on stuff, and never assume your opponent is killing or something or having difficulties. Always assume the best case that is going for them as well.
Yeah. Oh, now that's interesting actually, since he knows that in order to do Fias, you have to lock yourself out of Darrowil while summoning Blythe. It actually, I mean, Glomot kind of has to do it because he wants to block the Goldfree square, but he could hold on to Fias basically forever until he sees CBD mark Darrowil.
His capital access, which
but
is
it's his capital access, yeah. So, but I mean, that could have been a very interesting play. It's like, I know CBD won't go for this because it would lock himself out of a square.
Yeah.
He also, that's also probably why he has never turned in Restore Radon's Great Rune, because he knows he would have to see Darrowil before that Great Rune. Again, unless CBD just locked himself out like Loma has, but...
I think CBD not marking this one. I think you can mark as soon as you kill him, right?
Did he die?
He killed Darrowil. What happened there?
Are they talking? Are
they
we?
Talking? Oh, did they call it? They might have called the game.
Let's. Oh, they are unmuted.
They did.
Yep,
Let's move that. Let's move that.
I had no idea.
Or maybe it is after Rodon. No, it's one of the two, but yeah, definitely after Rodon.
Yes, I think it's better to go for the next one. This one was
fine.
horrible choices from me, and yeah. But learning stuff at least. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was so surprised you killed the 5 versus who rides a horse that fast.
Oh, I felt like it was slow. I mean,
No, but I did not expect you to go for it actually. So.
Okay. I guess it was like 11 minutes. I mean, I had a plus 20 at that point.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I was just too slow at the beginning. So yeah. Did you go for Goldfree or not at all?
No.
Okay.
I was on my way to maybe like Dagger,
that was ever a consideration. Yeah.
Godric, but
Okay.
you got that right as I killed Margit, and then I peeled off, and once you got invaders, and I needed to block the bingos because those bingos were faster, I guess both of those bingos were faster than mine.
I just killed the Fierce Champions, by the way. So my plan was my plan was Fierce Champions for Godfree, but yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I just exploded Blythe with the physics.
What if it's 12-12 and no one can last square because they're both locked out of it? Is it a restart?
No, it was too hard to come back from me. Yeah.
No, I think it is whoever marks their 12th square first wins.
Okay. I'm just going to back from again and coming back.
And do you want DLC or base game?
Is it DRL rules or is there no tiebreaker? It is a tie. Okay, never mind then. It is a tie. You can have matches end in a tie. Again. Oh, I don't know. I'm kind of. All the testing has hurt my brain.
Okay.
My brain is mush. I might have to go to bed. Brain is not braining. It was a very thorough investigation we did today. Well, why is it a tie? Because if it's 12-12 and nobody can get the last one, then there's no way for someone to get 13. So tiebreaker should be a game of regular bingo. True. Then even New Game Plus. Yeah, technically I think New Game Plus is allowed by the rule of cool, but you almost never have time to actually go New Game Plus. Like, good luck, you know? Going through an entire any percent run to restart the run takes, you know, the better part of an hour. But I mean, I guess if like in an hour you get to 12-12, then yeah, there would be time technically. You take over content stealing if you're going to sleep. I'll go finish making food before you start playing. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to bed. I also got up early for the early for me for the prop hunt and didn't sleep super well because I was excited for the prop hunt, and whenever I'm excited, I don't sleep as well. So I think we got a good prop hunting and investigating today. So I think we go to bed. I also. I need to be up at some point tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, but the day after. We'll steal this game then. Heck yeah.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to bed, but have a good one, guys.
Holy cow.
Good night, Mitch. Good night.
I will be stealing this game.
Content stealers.
Yep. Thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning,
crash,
or afternoon, or evening. Wherever in the world you all happen to be, and I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.